OMA, o Observatório do Mar dos Açores, é uma associação técnica, científica e cultural e tem como
When people use the ocean, they change it. They remove whatever they can eat. They take whatever they can use and leave behind whatever they don't. Discarded fishing nets, which will continue to kill for years. Garbage simply left behind. Oil as a result of accidents and mismanagement. When people use the oceans, they change them, and they have changed all except for one. The only one we can hand over to our children the way we received it, even when the ice is gone. Let's keep it that way.
I wish that humans could live in harmony with our oceans by protecting them from pollution, overfishing, and rising sea temperatures.
I want the corals to be as beautiful as they were before, and I want us students to make a change as the new generation.
I wish that all of us could be responsible and decrease the amount of plastic in our ocean.
Wish for oceans to be clean of most, if not all, plastic. I wish for marine wildlife to survive amidst this chaos while we try to fix this mess. And lastly, I wish for everyone to join us so that real change can happen fast.
I'm willing to try my hardest to make the difference so that the people I love and their future kids won't have to grow up in an environment where they can't have the same values towards the ocean that I do.
My wish for the oceans would be that every endangered species will never disappear.
I wish our oceans were a clean and safe, non-contaminated place.
Also, for me personally, seeing the coral reefs be destroyed in the span of only a lifetime is just completely devastating.
So we really have to do something about plastic waste in the ocean, because the oceans are the only alternative we have for absorbing CO2 that we produce.
I think so much of our oceans are in trouble right now. It covers the majority of our Earth, and we are already ruining it with all our man-made products.
This wonderful environment is under serious threat from humans, with plastics set to outnumber fish by 2050.
I believe that it's very important to keep the oceans clean, as it is home to so many different species. And if we continue like this, there is potential of harming and making these species go extinct.
The ocean doesn't need us. We need the ocean. Happy World Oceans Day.
Mangrove forests are home to hundreds of species of fish, mammals, and birds. Human communities rely on mangroves too. Unfortunately, large areas of mangroves have been lost. With the trees gone, coastlines erode, and animal populations decrease. However, mangrove forests are incredibly efficient carbon sinks. Restoring them can create carbon offsets, which can be sold, and profits invested into local communities. The Fair Carbon Project is developing step-by-step guides for blue carbon projects. We can bring back mangroves on a massive scale. Find out more at faircarbon.org.
Je suis Steve Edgar Mbobam. Moi, je suis un inspecteur, donc je suis beaucoup plus spécialisé dans la surveillance des pêches et le contrôle des activités en matière de pêche en République gabonaise. Ce qualificatif du dernier Éden d'Afrique tient du fait que sur plus de 800 km de côtes qui constituent les eaux territoriales gabonaises, donc nous avons environ une vingtaine d'aires marines protégées. L'impact de la pêche illégale est d'abord négatif sur la biodiversité, sur la ressource elle-même. Donc, elle détériore sans contrôle la ressource que nous avons réussi à préserver jusqu'à aujourd'hui. Nous sommes aujourd'hui à la 7e édition de l'opération Albacor, qui est une coopération entre l'État gabonais et l'ONG Sea Shepherd.
Welcome everyone to Lisbon and today's side event of the UN conference. Today we will talk about sharks, rewilding and hope for the ocean. I'm very honored to be here today and welcome all of you and our online community and online guests to share knowledge, insights and networks. So warm welcome to all of you, all activists, all panelists, guests, helping hands, organizers and ocean advocates. My name is Mike Baun. I'm a Sea Shepherd crew veteran, Sea Shepherd Portugal co-founder, and head of marketing and events for Sea Shepherd Portugal. As a citizen of choice of this amazing country, it means a lot to me to be part of such a big event. A milestone for the Portuguese waters and the ocean in general. Now, I would like to thank the UN conference for having us here and for shining a light on the ecosystem we and the world as we know it depends on. Also, I would like to thank all our moderators, panelists and members of Sea Shepherd Portugal, Sea Shepherd Global, the Gallifrey Foundation, Mission Blue, Blue Marine Foundation and Shark Project. Without your dedication and hard work, we wouldn't be here today. So thank you all for your hard work, for the ocean and for our sharks. Let me now introduce to you our hosting NGOs. Sea Shepherd is an international direct action ocean conservation movement. Founded by Paul Watson in 1977, Sea Shepherd is an international non-profit marine conservation organization that engages in direct action campaigns to defend wildlife and to conserve and protect the world's ocean from illegal exploitation and environmental destruction. Another host today is the Gallifrey Foundation. The Gallifrey Foundation identifies collaborative opportunities to tackle ocean conservation issues by identifying synergies that could be exploited, roadblocks that could be overcome by working together. Their model of engagement is to partner with other organizations. Mission Blue inspires action to explore and protect the ocean, led by legendary Dr. Sylvia Earle, who is also here today, or will be here today later. Mission Blue is uniting a global coalition to inspire an upwelling of public awareness, access, and support for a worldwide network of marine protected areas, the so-called hope spots, and we will also have a little movie about that later on. Blue Marine Foundation is a charity dedicated to restoring the ocean to health by addressing overfishing. Overfishing is one of the biggest environmental problems and is being tackled by the Blue Marine Foundation. Shark Project. Shark Project's overall goal is an intact shark population worldwide. Focusing on protection, education, and cooperation, they are represented in many countries around the globe to proactively fight for the sharks and the ecosystem. Please give it up for all the amazing people that have made this event happen and that protect the ecosystem on a daily basis with their hard work, commitment, and their stamina. So today we will focus on the issues the ocean is facing due to human behavior and our treatment of the 7 seas. Not only have we caused mass extinctions and global warming, we've also reached a point that is very close to a point of no return and is threatening all species on the planet, including humankind. Let me ask you one question. Have you ever asked yourself, how can we still turn this catastrophe around, and how can we get everyone to listen and to truly change? I think everyone here has thought about this question at least once or twice along the journey of trying to turn the ship around. And the answer is simple. Awareness and education is key to change. Education creates knowledge, creates awareness, creates care, creates change. And that is why we are all here today, and actually this whole week. We want to educate, to exchange, to network, and to share. With our program today, we aim to cover different important topics regarding the health of our ocean and to give everyone a wholesome understanding of the issue and different perspectives of our experts. We are very excited to also have an interactive discussion with each one of you after each panel. Our panels today will be Marine Protected Areas in Action. That will be the first one. Then we will talk about Rewilding the Sea. After that, we will have a blue carbon workshop. And the last panel will discuss the question, can shark fishing be sustainable in 2022? In the end, we will also have a photo shoot with Dr. Sylvia Earle in honor of Mrs. Christine Umier-Wiedener, the CEO of TAP Air Portugal. We want to thank her and TAP Air Portugal for agreeing publicly to publicly declare that they do not carry shark fins anymore as cargo. Please find the full description of today's event and the panelists and the panels on the QR codes that are all around here and outside. So, since we're going to have a long and exciting day ahead of us, please also feel free to help yourself to water outside at the water fountain with your sustainable water bottles. If you don't have any, we have some from Sea Shepherd Portugal. Buying those bottles or cups supports our missions out at sea, so help yourself with our water bottles as well. We also have vegan pastéis de nata, a very traditional custard tart here in Portugal. Normally it's not vegan, but today we made it possible for you guys. Also, please feel free to approach us. You can recognize us with a Sea Shepherd shirt. If you have any questions or suggestions or cooperation requests, just feel free to reach out today or after the event. So, I will soon hand over to Gustaf Lundin. Gustaf Lundin is the Mission Blue CEO and Managing Director. He served as Director for IUCN Global Marine and Polar Program for 20 years. At IUCN, his primary responsibility has been to develop programs in 4 areas: global coastal issues, high seas, climate change, nature-based solutions, and working with marine and coastal-based industries. As a founding board member of Sylvia Earle Alliance and Mission Blue, Gustaf has been instrumental in crafting the DNA of the organization. Gustaf Lundin will moderate our first panel of the day, Marine Protected Areas in Action. On this panel, we will discuss the following. More than 100 countries have committed to protect at least 30% of the ocean by 2030. Marine protected areas is not the same as protecting an MPA. MPAs are facing multiple challenges to overcome and reach full protection, but some of these are shared by most. So now, before I hand over to Gustaf Lundin and the first panel of the day, I would like for you to post a question again after today's event and ask yourself, how can we turn the ship around together and get everyone to listen and truly change? I'm certain that we will all have a better understanding of a solution and an answer for this question. We all play a role in this complex ecosystem, and it's on us to choose whether we play a role that supports other species or destroys the ecosystem. Thank you very much, and enjoy today.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I think we've had a very exciting and amazing time, most of us, for the last couple of days. Lisbon has really showed us the hospitality of Portugal, and I think the very many friendly and happy faces here. Now, I think this week has been full of exciting news. We heard yesterday, for example, of Colombia making major new commitments. All the Eastern Tropical Pacific countries did some amazing new commitments as well in terms of new marine protected areas. I think this panel we have here today gives us an opportunity to get a much clearer idea of some of our people working in the field day to day, trying to make a difference in terms of how we're protecting our oceans. So we have a very illustrious panel, I think people with very many different experiences. So the way I wanted us to start was with Heather, who's going to give us a little bit of a sense of some of the global issues and some of the work that you're doing in Zoological Society of London. Then we have Alex Rogers, who's a long-term friend and scientist who's worked tirelessly of protecting the deep ocean and also the high seas. So he's going to sort of take us way out into the ocean and give us a bit of a sense of what's happening there, and also tying it into the ongoing biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction processes. Carla is going to give us much more of a local perspective, I guess, here from Portugal, and she works out in Azores and will give us, I think, a very interesting perspective on all the commitments that are being made by Portugal. And as many of you know, Portugal has embarked on a process of trying to create the biggest marine protection zone in the whole of Europe. So very exciting news. Sophie will give us a bit of a perspective of what is happening with Flora and Fauna International, a couple of their examples from the field. And I think you have a surprise guest with us as well, who will give us another exciting commitment. And finally, Fred, who's working out in the Philippines, will give us another local example on how do you also work with the tourism industry and how do you develop local ownership and benefits to people so that you get a real sense of commitment from the local community. So with this panel, we're hoping to cover many different aspects of how we're actually taking actions to make marine protected areas be as useful and as powerful as they can be. Now, I think without further ado, I'll let Heather start and kick off this whole event. So if you want to stand to the podium, I think it'll be easier if everyone speaks from the podium. And at the end of this, we'll have a little opportunity for questions and answers, depending on how we're doing with time.
Thank you, Carl. Oh, that's not the right presentation. Yeah, that's not the right presentation.
Right.
Could we jump to Alex and I can switch around?
All right, let's be innovative. Let's see if we can get Alex going then. So, brother, and you have a complex presentation as well, so it's going to make it even more exciting. So Alex is with REV Ocean, which is the, I think, very exciting new research program, which is really prioritizing understanding our oceans using new innovative science. Alex.
Thank you, Carl, and thanks everybody for coming along this morning. I know these conferences turn into kind of endurance contests, but hopefully I can brighten up your morning a little bit, at least with the beginning of this talk. So I'm going to talk to you today about areas beyond national jurisdiction, also known colloquially as the high seas. This is the Earth's biggest ecosystem. It comprises about 61% of the ocean by area and 73% by volume. And all the kind of dark blue area here is what, at the moment, we count as areas beyond national jurisdiction. But it is not just a homogeneous kind of flat nothingness. This is an ecosystem which has mountains, valleys, volcanoes, really habitats as diverse as those you find on land or in the coastal zone. So it's really quite an amazing place. And I'm just going to show you a couple of clips of videos from high seas areas. This is a seamount in the southwest Indian Ocean. What you see here are wreckfish. There's a pelagic shark just going past here. And this, on top of the seamount, is a mesophotic reef. So an animal forest, if you like, found on top of this mountain. These fish wandering around here in the background are morwongs, not seen in this part of the ocean until we visited it with a remotely operated vehicle. This is just a stunning place. This is one of these seamounts just a bit further south, just south of 41 degrees. And here we found the first cold water coral reef documented in the Indian Ocean. You can see this framework largely comprises of actually dead coral branches, but they're just infested with life. Soft corals, sponges, and as we were going over this with the ROV, you could see all these glowing eyes peering out from all the cracks and crevices in this coral framework. It's just teeming with squat lobsters and all sorts of other animals. This is a hydrothermal vent. It's the first hydrothermal vent that was found in the Southern Ocean. Now, of course, the Southern Ocean is a kind of special case in terms of the high seas. It's covered by a separate treaty and so on. But these animals and this site had never been seen before until we visited it in the late 2000s. And what you can see here are yeti crabs. They've got furry chests, so we nicknamed them Hoff crab after David Hasselhoff. And they make their living by growing bacteria on their fuzz and actually combing it off and eating it. So really fascinating animals. And as you can see, there were just hundreds of thousands of them clustered around these hydrothermal vents at a depth of about 2,000, 2,300 meters. They do seem to spend a lot of time clubbing each other for some reason. So that's just some excerpts of some of the marvels that I've personally seen in the high seas. But a really important point to make here is that actually we've only explored a tiny, tiny fraction of this environment. So you see here seamounts, which I've just shown you a couple of pictures of. We visited less than 0.002% of them. So essentially, we don't really understand what lives on seamounts that well, or what their ecosystem functions are, etc., etc. And now, of course, we're looking at potentially mining them. You see the deep water pelagic zone. This is the water column in deep water. We've actually visited less than 0.0001% of that. It's the least explored ecosystem on Earth. So these are really startling statistics, and this all comes from a report we wrote for the European Marine Board in 2015. Although we don't know that much about this part of the ocean, what we're starting to understand is how important it is in the context of the Earth's life support system. So this is a kind of representation of the animals which live in the twilight zone or mesopelagic zone between about 200 to 1,000 meters. And what's been realized is that these animals are actually really important in terms of transporting carbon from the surface into the deep ocean, where it's sequestered for hundreds or thousands of years. And these animals undergo the world's biggest migration every single day. So this morning, out in the Atlantic Ocean, these animals, as the sun came up, will have dived down, back down into the twilight zone, into the deep. But during the night, they've been feeding on lots of juicy organic carbon at the surface. And when they dive, they transport that into the deep sea. So this is the kind of picture of marine protected areas in the high seas at the moment. And as you can see, there are not many. So the dark blue is the high seas, and you can see a few closed areas to bottom trawling, around a few areas which are kind of closed in the potential mining area of the Clarion-Clipperton fracture zone, or at least closed to mining. But you know, the bottom line here is that there's not much protection out there for biodiversity. In fact, this figure comes from a paper we just published. So the blue rectangles here are countries that have protected more than 30% of the habitats that we looked at for this paper. So you can see right at the good end of this is Australia. But then the red here are countries which have protected considerably less than 30% of their habitats. And you can see all the way over on the left-hand side there are areas beyond national jurisdiction. They're the least protected parts of the ocean. So what is going on out in the high seas at the moment? Well, I'm just going to give you one example which I discovered recently as part of work for Monaco expeditions. This is the Sire de Marla Bank. It's part of the Mascarene Ridge. It's basically a large elevated platform sitting out in the ocean, and it turns out it's one of the world's largest seagrass beds. It has a high diversity of fish and other animals living on it. They seem to have a high level of endemism, either to the bank or to the ridge. In other words, they're not found anywhere else. And this place has been cited as a candidate World Heritage Site in the high seas, in areas beyond national jurisdiction. And it's also been designated an EBSA, an ecologically and biologically significant area. Well, what did I discover in my investigation about Sire de Marla Bank? Well, it turns out that in 2015, a Thai trawling fleet turned up on this feature and basically just fished the heck out of it. And they fished the heck out of it using bottom trawls, which of course do extensive damage to the sea floor. They took a large amount of fish off this bank, over 15,000 tons in the first year of fishing. Within 2 years, they'd basically cleaned out that stock that they were fishing. And now, yeah, absolutely right, really terrible. And now, of course, there's just a few of these trawlers left because they've fished out the resource. Now, I've got to remind everyone here, this place belongs to you. It belongs to everybody in this room, everybody out in Lisbon. It's a commons. It's the common heritage of humankind. So, of course, this session focuses on sharks and just to, look at what's happening to them out in this ocean wilderness. 1/3 of sharks and rays are threatened with extinction. But if we look at oceanic sharks, that figure is much larger. Something like 3/4 of all species of oceanic sharks now are threatened with extinction. And basically, that's a result of a huge increase in fishing pressure over recent decades. Of course, we've heard a lot of people saying, well, marine protected areas aren't very good for conserving sharks. This is an example of some work actually from ZSL, from Heather's institution, where it's been demonstrated that the marine protected area around the Chagos archipelago actually does benefit the shark populations there, because a lot of them basically stick around in that localized area. You do get some long distance migrations, which you can see on the top panel here, but in general, the tagged sharks in this study were hovering around this archipelago, around the islands and around the seamounts here. So, of course, we're currently negotiating a very, very important treaty to protect biodiversity in the high seas, known as the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Agreement. The objective is to ensure conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity in the high seas. It has a number of important principles: precautionary principle, polluter pays, a number of these very important modern principles in terms of ocean governance, and is really focusing on the protection of biodiversity, so setting up rules that will enable us to set up marine protected areas and other area-based conservation measures, to govern the use of marine genetic resources, and to look at capacity development, environmental impact assessment, and so on. So let's assume that this treaty does get agreed, hopefully this year. The next meeting around this is in August. What happens next? Well, then we've got to look at where to put these protective measures in. And I've just thrown up a couple of examples of studies on this, one from Greenpeace and one from the Pew Charitable Trust. And what you see here is that those studies identified parts of the high seas that we should be protecting. The interesting thing here is that these two studies do identify some common areas, but actually many of the areas are quite different. So there is a big lump of scientific work that needs to be done to really come down on what areas we need to protect. And of course, we need to take into account the work that's already been done by organisations like the Convention on Biological Diversity. They've gone to great lengths in identifying what are called ecologically and biologically sensitive areas in not just the coastal zone, but also these high seas areas. So to summarise all that, the high seas are the largest ecosystem on Earth. It plays a fundamental role in the life support system of the planet. It's a vast area and it supports a huge variety of ecosystems and biodiversity. These are highly vulnerable to human impacts and are still being destroyed. I can't tell you how angry I was when I actually discovered what had happened at the Saya de Mala Bank. I thought we'd got past that type of just blatant resource gouging from the high seas. Areas beyond national jurisdiction are the least protected part of the ocean, and the BBNJ Treaty is really critical to ensure this biodiversity is protected. And we've got to start thinking now about how we'll implement this agreement, hopefully when it's agreed later this year. And that's it.
Thank you so much, Alex. I think that was... Okay. I think that was very, very enlightening, and I think in so many ways also highlights the plight out there, how we really still see a whole industry which is out there raping and pillaging the marine environment and wrecking things. We're fortunate, both Heather, Alex and I, and Sylvia Earle, who will be here a little bit later, to be organizing a big expedition with Monaco Exploration, and it's going out here to Serra de Malabanc, and it's the first time in a while now that someone is actually out there documenting, and I think we will come back with some exciting new exploration and some new species for sure, but we also, I think, will see the sort of effects and be able to document how this type of damage is happening. So, concluding the Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction Treaty as quickly as possible, I think, is certainly a high on everyone's agenda these days, and we're certainly hoping this will be happening sooner rather than later. So this is now turning into the third male speaking in a row here, but we're actually going to have Fred Tardieu go next. We've had to reorganize our schedule a little bit. So Fred is going to tell us a little bit about his experiences working in the Philippines. And you've actually had sort of an interesting personal journey also. So maybe you want to share a little bit about how you got into marine conservation and so on. Are you going to be standing on the podium, perhaps?
Let's go.
Fred.
In first, sorry for my really bad English. I prefer to read my page. But we go. Oh. I'm French, but I decided to change my life in 2010, and we sell my company because I'm a developer before, and we decide to live on the tiny island in the Pacific, in the Philippines, and I read my paper, if you want. When we are in the Philippines, the Philippines is 77,500 island, and Pangatalan Island is really small. It's 400 meters and 120 meter large. It's near to Palawan. Palawan is the last island in front of the Vietnam. You imagine it's 1,000 kilometers from the capital, Manila, and it's like no development, no road, no electricity, no water. Next, we create Sulubaai Foundation in 2012, a Philippine non-profit organization, and our goal is to protect, restore the biodiversity, and also accelerate the resilience of the natural resource. In 2011, when we discovered Pangatalan Island, she was totally devastated and nobody living on. It's like pirate lay. We decide with my wife to restore this territory because it was totally free and all was possible. The first step was to replant the vegetation and to stop the rain erosion. And at this time, we lived on a tent on the beach without water and electricity during 3 years. Oh, one slide. Okay, sorry. The first step, replant vegetation, sorry. And in 2017, we are committed with Small Island Organization, and we have been declared the first sustainable island for Asia in 2019. The result, now, you see that is, but at this moment, when the land restoration was done, we decided to do the same in the sea. But to restore the coral reef, the problem in Asia, the fishing practice is the dynamite fishing, cyanide fishing, and compressor fishing. And all the reef, 40% of all the reef of the Philippines is totally destroyed. But we need to have a idea to restore the reef. And we have adapted a new solution to grow this species of coral. But the idea is to improve a new solution. The solution, if you follow the solution for the rest of the world, it's not innovative, it's always the same. And each country have different problems. And the solution for the Philippines, I think it's just my personal investigation and innovation, is to rebuild the volume. If you attach the coral always on the same level to the ground, you don't have the result for the biodiversity. It's really too long. And the idea is to install different level of the artificial reef and to fix some rubber coral, because when it's blowing by the dynamite fishing, he stay on the bottom and he roll with the wave going back. And we take at the bottom and we fix directly on the result. No glue, no plastic, no chemical product, just the pressure. The idea is to create a new system for the coral. And the result, before that, we make a survey, implementation, and all of the data since 7 years is for the CRIOB, French institution in the Polynesia. And the result is there. 6 years after, it's like a forest. And the idea is not to colonize a new reef, is to fix some patch with distances 10, 12, 30 meters, and after the biodiversity come again. And 6 years after, in our private MPA, the fish is back, but it's terrible. It's like, sorry. Well, okay, I improve. The idea is like the fish is back times time in just 5 years, and the species is the same, times time. And now when the fishermen come around the first MPA, he take the big fish, the large fish, but he respect, the idea is to control the MPA, and all the fishermen respect the distance, the boil for that. And after 6 years, the protection and restoration for the first MPA has multiplied the fish by 10 and the quantity. And the local fishermen respect. With this MPA, the first result, we wanted to develop a large scale to the same program with the local community, and the Sea Academy project was born. The idea is to create 3 MPA managed by the neighbor village. The main objective of this project is to restore marine biodiversity, rebuild stock for the benefit for the local population. It's impossible to live in the world with the quality, because we were born in a country with development. I have a good job and that. And every day, if you are in front of the local population, your obligation is to help them. Without the money, the idea is to transfer the knowledge. And we have a result. Alors, MPA Pangatalan is the white in the middle, and the idea is to engage the local population, to manage her MPA with new resources. And for that, we develop, the project for the Sea Academy was approved by the local community, and each village we formed for the management committee for the future MPA. The program is totally innovative because we use acoustic listening to do for our fish inventory. You use DNA to find out what we don't see, and you use photogrammetry to monitor the coral growth. And for me, but the real innovation is the breeding for the fish post-larvae that we take from our bay and we grow in the laboratory. The idea is to, when one female fish gives 1 million eggs, 1 year after, only 10 pieces survive, and the second year is 1 genitor for the future. The idea is to catch this post-larvae, to grow in the laboratory, and 3 months after, we release in the APA. The MPA is controlled day and night by the local population, and we work for the future. We work for the future for the ocean, but for the food for the next generation. The most important is to engage the local community. The scientific mission, after the money, after 1 month, 2 months, is done. For the sustainability resource for the future and the protection for the ocean is to engage the local community. The program for 3 years is 3 committed village, 3 community MPA, 12 new jobs, 200 hectares totally protected, 300 artificial reefs submerged, 600 educated pupils and university also, 2,050 coral transplanted. We release 120,000 juvenile fish in the MPA and 180,000 juvenile fish for the local community. When we catch the larvae, the result for each cage, 50% is a rabbit fish. The technical name is Siganidae. Why? Because we don't have predator. All the grouper, red grouper, all the quality fish is for the tourism, is for the Chinese restaurant, is for all of that. And the time is like you have too much population of rabbit fish, and we grow this population for the local community. If one community give a territory for the MPA, we help us for the food every day. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Fred, for that very encouraging story. Just shows that private commitment and dedication really pays off, and I think it's very heartwarming. And I think you're also a Mission Blue Hope Spot champion, and I think this is a good example of how one can use the ability to encourage people locally and to change behavior and show that it really works for them. So we have another champion coming next, Carla. Who will tell us a little bit about how things are going out in Azores and the types of work you've been doing there.
Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Carl. Thank you, Mission Blue, for the invitation, and thank you all for being here, assisting to this panel today. I'm going to tell you a little bit about my role, and not only mine, also Christopher Pham, my fellow colleague, champion, Hope Spot champion from the Azores, and I'm going to show you a little bit of what we have been doing, what we keep doing in the Azores. Just for you to be aware where the Azores are. So we are right there in the middle of the North Atlantic, halfway, not halfway, but almost halfway between Portugal and the United States. We are 9 islands. We are placed in the mid-Atlantic ridge, and the 9 islands are distributed by 3 different plates, so the American, the Euro-Asian, and also the African. So we are quite a remote place. The Azores have this huge exclusive economic zone, so we have almost 1 million square meters of EEZ under the regional, the Portuguese, but also regional jurisdiction. And the Azores are really a hotspot of marine biodiversity. We have some iconic species. We have the most beautiful landscapes. We have the biggest fish in the world. We don't have here the blue whale, but they also pass by. So we also have the biggest animal that ever lived inland. We have the manta rays. We have a huge diversity of fishes, of birds, of dolphins, of sharks. So we really, in the words of Sylvia Earle, the Azores are really a magnet for life, of course. We are an oasis in the middle of the Atlantic. But not only the pelagic species, and as Alex was showing in the Azores, and because we don't have the continental shelf, so we have deep sea just around the corner. So it's very easy to go out. Well, it's not very easy, but you don't have to travel a lot to find some of these vulnerable marine ecosystems here. We have sponges, we have corals, we have coral gardens, we have hydrothermal vents. So it's quite a responsibility to be a Hope Spot champion for the Azores and to have the responsibility to help to protect all this for the future generations. Although we are a very remote place, as any place in the world, we are facing some pressure from human activities and, of course, fishing with species extraction, bycatch, marine pollution. Although we are in the middle of the Atlantic, we are very exposed to marine plastics and other marine litter coming from all over the coasts of the Atlantic, because we are in the edge of the Atlantic gyres, so it's possible to find marine litter from all over the Atlantic coasts. We are facing some problems also with invasive species and, of course, noise at the sea. About marine conservation in the Azores. Actually, the Azores are pioneers in establishing MPAs, but what we have more now in the present are paper parks. We have a lot of MPAs. They are all written, but they are not regulated nor even working, let's say. We have some EU and also local regulations on fishing activities, and most of the local regulations are much more restrictive than the EU regulations. For instance, And since I think the beginnings of the 2000s, bottom trawl is forbidden in the Azores. And now we have in place the Blue Azores program. It's a partnership between the regional government, Ocean Azul Foundation and Wait Foundation. And it was just announced. I had to correct my slide because our president, Bolieiro, announced 2 days ago that the goal now is to have 30% of the waters around the archipelago protected by 2023. It's not impossible. It will be a hard work to do. 15% of these areas are meant to be fully protected. So, how is this possible? This is possible because a lot of science has been done in the Azores for the last decades. So we have a lot of information that allows the decision makers, the politics to make science-based decisions. Besides of all the information we already have, we keep researching, we keep looking, and we keep increasing our knowledge about the ocean biodiversity, the ocean uses, and this is an example of a transatlantic project that is in place right now with a lot of partnerships from all over the world, not only from the Atlantic. The Azores are a living lab, let's say, because we are in the place. Just for you to have an idea, this is some of the relations that this project is looking for that hopefully will give the decision makers the answers they need to do this right. And we also have, and this is what I do, I work at the Sea Observatory of the Azores. We are an NGO. We have the mission to share the scientific and technological culture among Azorean people, and we promote a lot of educational activities related to nature interpretation, conservation within the scope of marine sciences, and contributing to the implementation of SDG 14. Our main public are the schools, but we are a really small island, so we have 15,000 inhabitants. We have 12 schools, about 2,000 students that I like to say that are the most ocean literate kids and young people in the world. Now we have this educational program that we do with schools with kids from the age of 3 until the 12th graders that is completely integrated at the school curriculum. So we approach the Sea of the Azores, we approach several thematics inside their curriculum. So teachers don't say, oh, I don't have time for that. That's okay, we can go there and they will be learning about the Azorean Sea and they will learn what you teachers want them to know. But also we have a lot of projects targeting the general public, and I don't have time to show you everything, but I have a small video about a project that was built for the big public. It was a pre-COVID project. It's called Marine Giants. We are going to make the first shows next month during Sea Week for the all population of Fayal, but the idea is to take the sea giants to every island of the Azores. That's something we face. We are 9 islands. We are based in Fayal. We do a lot of work in Fayal and in some other islands, but we need to take this everywhere because it's not like this everywhere. And I know it's weird when you think that we are talking about people that live in islands, so they have to care about the sea. That's not true. I can risk like 90% of Azorian habitants don't give a damn about the sea. So we have to change that. And this video is in Portuguese, but it's subtitled. So let's look.
O OMA, o Observatório de Mar dos Açores, é uma associação técnica, científica e cultural e tem como principal missão a divulgação científica, a comunicação de ciência, a educação ambiental marinha, portanto, a promoção da literacia do oceano. E este projeto, estes gigantes marinhos, surgem nesse contexto, tendo sido um desafio da Liga Golar.
Os Gigantes Marinhos é um espetáculo performativo de rua que tem como principal objetivo dar a conhecer as áreas marinhas protegidas dos Açores e escolhemos uma espécie em particular que é a jamanta. Para isso, esse projeto contou com várias parcerias, nomeadamente o OMA, que foi a entidade que abraçou primeiro este projeto, e depois também com profissionais que permitiram dar corpo a este projeto. Estou a falar nomeadamente do Zé Tavares e do Nico Nubiola. Isto consiste em marionetas que foram construídas cá, com pessoas de cá, e vão ser essas pessoas também que depois vão manipular e que vão, no fundo, participar neste espetáculo. Porque é que nós escolhemos as marionetas e um espetáculo de índole performativa e de rua? Porque, tanto do meu entender como do entender do OMA, tudo o que é espetáculos com grande componente visual, com grande componente áudio, isso tem uma grande receptividade por parte das pessoas. Foi também um espetáculo que foi pensado para acontecer durante a Semana do Mar, em 2020, infelizmente não o pudemos realizar devido à pandemia, mas este ano começámos, como disse, começámos a parte da construção e depois para o ano vamos pôr as marionetas na rua.
Para além da componente artística, digamos assim, da componente performativa, existe depois também uma forte componente educativa, ou seja, os gigantes marinhos não se cingem ao espetáculo em si, mas sempre que houver performances, sempre que houver espetáculos, haverá um espaço educativo dirigido às escolas e também ao público em geral, dedicado à temática e à importância das áreas marinhas protegidas.
Pessoas estando envolvidas, estando próximas, estando seduzidas por aquilo que vêm, têm mais vontade de aprofundar o conhecimento, porque também conhecendo é que vão querer também proteger as jamantas e, como disse, as áreas protegidas, que é uma das riquezas dos nossos oceanos.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, Sylvia, for being such an inspiration to our work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. I think that's very inspiring. It's also great to see how we can marry culture and art and also get young people engaged. And I've had the privilege of visiting a few times, and it's really great to see all the young people that are engaged. And I think winning the next generation is at least half the battle. And I think you're doing a brilliant job on that. So well done. It's great to see your work in progress. So now I think we're going to switch over to Sophie. from FFI. Now, I know you have a special guest here with us also, who will weave into the presentation. We are running a little bit late, so please get going, and please don't run over time.
Wonderful. So it's such a pleasure to be here today and in the company of such wonderful speakers who have shared some really lovely stories of how MPAs are working on the ground. So I wanted to share some stories from Fauna and Flora International as well. But I wanted to first start just by taking a slight liberty, because I don't know how familiar you are in the room with FFI and what we do. So we are a well-established biodiversity conservation organisation. We've had a dedicated marine programme for just over a decade, and this focuses on trying to secure effective site-based protection. So looking to identify, through community-based approaches as well as top-down government-led approaches, areas that we can secure for the future. We also focus on improving policy and practice, so recognising that in order for an MPA to be effective, it needs to be supported and underpinned by the right legislation. And we also then use that area to kind of scale up and tackle some of the more broader holistic threats to ocean health, such as marine plastic pollution, destructive fishing, oil and gas extraction, and deep sea mining. And then thirdly, we have a really, really strong focus on building capacity. So wherever we enter a country or engage in a country, we will look for a local partner that needs a little bit of support, a little bit of help, where we can engage with them to build their capacity, to empower them so that they are better placed to deliver conservation over the longer term. So I just wanted to start by sharing a collaborative research project that we have underway at the moment. This is with the University of Cambridge, BirdLife, and UNEP WCMC, and it's looking to try and reach consensus on what destructive fishing is. No small task, but it's a long, ongoing process, and the idea is that when we have reached consensus on what destructive fishing is, we can then seek to support policymakers and decision makers to better manage for it, and also engage with the industry, with the seafood industry, to develop a risk assessment tool of some variety so that they can understand what seafood they are sourcing from destructive practices. So moving on to the MPA work, FFI works across 17 countries globally, and we have some really nice success stories. And what we're trying to do now as we engage and expand the marine programme is to use those successful, smaller scale examples of work on the ground to scale up to tackle more national level issues or larger seascape approaches. And we would always do this in full collaboration with the local communities. So often we're engaging with the lowest level of governance in those countries. For example, in Indonesia, we work in Aceh with the Panglim Laut, so that the structures that already exist, they just need a little bit of support, a little bit of extra help, so that they can work within their local government frameworks to support marine protected areas. So I'm going to do a little bit of a deeper dive into 3 countries that we work in, starting off with Turkey. So here we work with a wonderful Turkish partner, Akdeniz Koruma Derneği, or the Mediterranean Conservation Society. We've been engaged there since 2012 in the Gokova Bay, which is a nationally designated marine protected area, and in some additional no fishing zones within that. And this has been a real success story because of a community ranger program that AKD have been developing. And this has enabled these no fishing zones to really be very well enforced, very well abided by. And as a result of that success, in 2020, the government designated an additional 20,000 hectares of protected area, which includes 6,000 hectares of complete no fishing zones. So quite a leading example from the Mediterranean of a country that is leading the way in some of the complete protection that is required. Moving to Cambodia, so we've been working there also since about 2012, and through a long series of community consultation, stakeholder consultation, participative mapping, and various other tools, we supported the Fisheries Administration to designate the first MPA in 2018. And now we're using that to scale up, so we're working nationally across the coast of Cambodia, across a network of 5 proposed and/or designated MPAs that just need a little bit of additional support, management plans, zoning plans, so that they can be the MPAs that are needed in those areas. And I think the key thing around this need to scale, and I think it's come up a lot in this week so far, is we're not currently working at the scale we need to protect the ocean. So everything that we're doing is trying to take things to that next level and finding the creative opportunities in order to do that. So FFI does support 30 by 30. It's absolutely a useful framing and something that hopefully will be approved in Montreal at the end of the year. But I think a couple of people have mentioned it. There's no point in protecting 30% of the ocean if they're simply lines on a map. So everything we're doing is trying to ensure that those areas are also adequately enforced and managed and patrolled so that they are genuinely protected areas. So a really nice example, just going back to Turkey, of a slightly creative out-of-the-box solution to patrolling and enforcing. So the Community Ranger Program, these are ex-fishers often that have been trained up to be a patrol team, but they don't have the mandate to prosecute, to actually enforce the law. They don't have a legal mandate. But what AKD have done is develop a really close relationship with the Coast Guard, who do have that mandate. They have a WhatsApp group, very simple approach, directly with the Coast Guard. So if the patrol boats are out and they encounter some illegal activity, they can engage with the Coast Guard. If the Coast Guard are around, they will respond. But if not, they've been informed of the incident real time, and they can act on it slightly later. The other thing that we found in Turkey is that any footage and photos captured on smartphones or camera phones is not admissible into Turkish court. So the rangers are now equipped with police-issue body cameras, and that footage is admissible. So slightly creative ways that we can support the Coast Guard and tackle the issues of destructive and illegal fishing within the MPAs. Two other little pieces of tech I just wanted to mention very quickly. So actually, both in Turkey and Cambodia, we use SMART, Spatial Marine and Reporting Tool. It's an open source, freely available piece of software that you can download onto a smartphone. You can customize to your MPA, and it's very accessible. You can use icons rather than words if that's more appropriate. And it's a really useful way of just capturing what's going on the ground. It can be sent to the cloud. You can manage it real time as an MPA manager. So a really fantastic way of just making sure that patrolling is really being done and being done in the most important places. The image on the right was produced by an organization called Ocean Mind. So FFI has a strong collaboration with Ocean Mind, and this is in Cambodia. So Ocean Mind are one of the groups that are using satellite imagery and VMS and AIS data and converting it into a useful, understandable map or image that then the government or whoever has the mandate for patrolling in those waters can hopefully use and respond to. So trying to reduce the actual patrol effort on the ground by providing a targeted map that can save costs in that way. And finally, I wanted to come to Saint Thomé and Principe. So this is you can see it's a fantastically beautiful island off the west coast of Africa in the Gulf of Guinea. FFI has been working there since 2015 with an organization called Fundação Príncipe, supporting a lot of work to try and understand the marine systems and see what's going on. We've done a long series of public consultations, community consultations, fisher consultations, wider stakeholder consultations to really try and understand what's needed on the marine front. And I'm really extremely delighted that we have a special guest today. So His Excellency, President of the Autonomous Region of Principe from Saint Thomé and Principe, Felipe Nascimento. I would like to invite you up on the stage to share your announcement.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Consisting of two small islands located in the Gulf of Guinea, which in turn are politically organized into an autonomous region, the island of Principe and the Democratic Republic of Saint Thomé and Principe. The protection and conservation of the sea that surrounds them and integrates their respective marine territory is more than
and concern for marine protection and conservation. It is right and imperative of survival and socio-economical development for the population living there, who are particularly young. The marine biodiversity present on Principe Island is very rich and has demanded special attention from the government of the autonomous region of Principe, supported by a consortium of international and national NGOs led by Fauna and Flora International in a project funded by the Blue Action Fund. The regional government and the Regional Assembly of Principe are currently considering the draft of a regional decree soon to be submitted to Member of Parliament, which aims to create the first 6 marine protected areas on the island of Principe, an initiative of the government that I represent there. These marine protected areas have a mixed nature, being coastal and marine, all of them with areas of no-take, and one of which it's a marine natural reserve, which aim to preserve marine biodiversity, focusing on animal species, marine turtles and sharks, preserving their habitats, but also seeking to conserve the existing coral and mangrove areas as representative of the coastal flora, in addition to all the natural values in presence identified account to be management criteria of the EUCN. Besides following closely the criteria set by the EUCN, the definition of the 6 marine protected areas was based on the co-management approved widely participated by the local population and above all fishers and fisher traders and business as the main agent of the human use and activity development in these areas. The result was very consensual, which determined the possibility of establishing a legal regime with point to the need to create the necessary management on and mourning plans. The first step has been successfully taken. We have defined in the autonomous regional of Principe 6 marine protected areas, and very soon these areas will have the form of law. But thank you. Thank you. But this goal is not enough for us. We will not stop there. In addition to the management plans for these coastal near-shore areas, we also propose to create marine protected areas offshore with the identification of no-take areas seeking to meet the goals of the United Nations Agenda 2030 for the sustainable development, sustainable managing the ocean and protection in marine and coastal ecosystem, seeking to conserve at the 10% of coastal and marine areas and 15% of offshore areas. As a UNESCO World Biosphere Reserve, in the face of emergent climate change, I rated here the committing of the autonomous regional of Principe to continue to seek more appropriate and balanced solution for the preservation of the planet with the strengthening of policy to combat marine pollution, in addition to the establishment of marine protected areas, mangroves restoration and preservation of endangered marine species. Thank you for your attention.
That's great. I think we are really lucky to see this announcement. Very exciting news. I worked a lot with the Blue Action Fund to set it up, and actually I also helped evaluate these projects, so it's really heartwarming to see that it's now coming to fruition and it's really happening. Now, we have our last presentation, and I think, unfortunately, Heather, you had some issues in the beginning. Hopefully it's going to be working better this time. Unfortunately, I think we will not be able to have a question and answer session, so we will have to do those as we walk off the stage. So those of you who are watching us online, unfortunately, we won't be able to answer any questions or so from you. Heather, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Carl, and apologies for the initial mix-up. I always like to test Carl's powers of moderation. And what a privilege to be part of history, to witness an extraordinary commitment by Principe to protect their areas of ocean and set new ambition. I think that's a really special moment that I will always remember. So thank you for bringing that to this session today. And thanks to all the speakers of showing the incredible work at many different scales and many different ways to protect our ocean. Today I want to talk about the role of science and represent the work of the Marine Science Programme of the Bertarelli Foundation, focused on the Indian Ocean. We've heard science coming up a number of times today and its role in this. And what we really need to do as part of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development is really look at how we produce the science that's needed, how we work with local partners and governments to make that happen. And some of the challenges on the way. So obviously, species like marine turtles don't have passports. They very inconveniently choose to leave marine protected areas. And this is just some tracks of turtles tagged in the central Indian Ocean in the Chagos archipelago. And you can see that some of them don't go very far, some of them travel extraordinary distances. But what's really important is we've discovered that over half of critically endangered hawksbill turtles nest and are born on the beaches of the Chagos archipelago. And then there's this corridor where most of them go. So that's been able to inform policy as part of the Convention of Migratory Species and the work in the Indian Ocean to protect them there. As Alex mentioned, we've also looked at other pelagic species, and what we found is at large-scale marine protected areas that many of them are staying within that area. When you have healthy habitats, healthy food, a healthy environment, then those animals are staying within that area. And that can be small and large-scale movements. So we've also been working with specific species like manta rays. That's been both through using tagging technology, but also engaging the divers of the world and the enthusiasts to look at mantas, because the belly of each manta has a unique pattern. So by combining photographs, and organizations like the Manta Trust and Marine Megafauna Foundation have got these incredible databases where we can build a picture of where these animals are moving. But by combining disciplines, we also get greater insights. Looking at the physics, the oceanography, it understands what drives the movement of things like sharks, what governs their distribution. And what I wasn't so aware of, this research led by David Jacoby, is the social networks that sharks have. They're not just randomly swimming around the ocean doing their own thing. They actually have social structures, social networks. They hang out with different individuals more frequently than others. And this dictates their distribution, not only being really cool about shark biology, but it also helps us know where sharks will be and also where they're most vulnerable. And we're seeing the design of new technology. The Blue Abacus initiative, which has developed some really cheap, basically long lining with cameras instead of hooks to understand the distribution, abundance, and changes over time over pelagic species. And these in the open ocean are really hard to detect. So we're getting new insights from looking at environmental DNA, basically taking water samples that not only show the presence of species from shed skin or feces that they've left behind, but also the relative abundance of those species and how that might be changing. But as Alex mentions, we still face many threats from illegal fishing. These hope spots, these protected areas in our ocean, you can actually pick out just by looking at this map of industrial fishing across the Indian Ocean region and see how these areas start to work synergistically, but also how much fishing is ongoing. And this is just industrial fishing. Unfortunately, this is a picture that we never want to see, but it is a really major issue, is these small-scale boats that don't get picked up because they're not using their AIS trackers. So we're really looking at how do we address these kinds of challenges, particularly when these fishers know that the marine protected areas can be really healthy areas for sharks. Some really innovative research led by collaborators in India and Sri Lanka and at the University of Exeter and ZSL have been coming at this not through looking at the shark numbers and the challenges, although we have those data, but the social science. What are the drivers from the communities of what happens? And we found that actually there's very strong social links between those illegal fishing vessels, that there's a perception of how likely are you to get caught? What's the deterrent of going into these areas? And it's a risk-based approach. These are high-value animals. So what we need to do by looking at these social drivers is really use this knowledge and insights to look at how we structure our management, to be much more respectful of that. It's not just all about how much enforcement capacity you have, but understanding why people are poaching, why these illegal fishing activities are happening. And finally, unfortunately, we also face the wider global influences of climate change, most visibly seen through bleaching events on reefs. And while well-protected areas have more resilience, we do see ongoing challenges. This is some modelling work led by Bangor University that's at a 5-kilometre scale predicted the plight of reefs over whether we meet the Paris Agreement or whether we continue as business as usual. I think the important messages from this is a freely available tool for managers. It's not a consistent picture. There are hope spots and more vulnerable areas, and that may be useful to guide locations of marine protected areas and restoration efforts. Plus, the corals are adapting. Looking at resilience factors is giving us enormous insight that if we as humans do our bit and meet or exceed the Paris Agreement, that nature is on our side. Nature has some inherent resilience. And finally, our research has shown some really interesting understanding by looking at seabirds and their role in transferring nutrients to islands and onto reefs. What we found is if rats are on islands, that's no good for seabirds, but that's also no good for reefs. So if we eradicate invasive predatory rats, we not only have healthy islands, but we have healthy reefs. And the data behind this, generated by Nick Graham's group at Lancaster University, is astounding. If you have healthy seabird islands, the fish biomass off those islands is 40% higher than those that have rats. We're also finding they're more resilient in the context of bleaching, and coral regrowth after a bleaching event is 4 times higher than if the island isn't healthy. So we can't just think about there being one ocean. We need to think about the land-ocean interface and think of healthy islands, meaning healthy reefs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heather. I think that was very inspiring and really a reason for hope. As I think we've learned, we messed it up out there. Let's be clear about it. Many places have been fantastic. As you get older, and I think working with Sylvia Earle, I'm very privileged to get sort of a long-term perspective on shifts. And as you see these systems go down, it is really, awful. I mean, so many times you come back and you feel depressed about it. But the good news is we can turn it around. And I think the work in Chagos is an excellent example of how that has happened and how it really has worked. So I think we've had a quite broad range of experiences here from our panel. I'm delighted that we were all able to share our own visions of how we can make this a healthier ocean. Quite clearly, the message from the panel overall is that we know what we can do, and we are doing it, and it is making a difference. So this is the first in a series of workshops and seminars we're going to have here in this room today. I am very privileged to have been able to kick it off together with these wonderful people. So let's give them all a round of applause. And of course, this wouldn't have happened without the fantastic support. I particularly want to highlight the work of Sea Shepherd, who have secured this fantastic venue and also pulled together a cracker team to get us all, whip us all in shape, to get us all going. But also Gallifrey Foundation, who I think has been tirelessly working hard to get it all to work. And of course, we have our friends from Blue Marine Foundation, who will be leading the next round, talking about rewilding, which is another topic that you just ended your presentation on, which I think is super interesting. So stay tuned for those of you who are online. Those of you who are here, you now have a chance to have a few questions with our panelists as well. So thank you very much.
Did you know that every second breath you take is generated by life in the ocean? And did you know that the ocean is being smothered by plastic pollution? All the creatures that live in the ocean are in peril. They eat the plastic, thinking it's food. They get caught in it and cannot escape, and are injured and killed. The toxins attached to plastics affect their health and reproduction. The Plastic-Free Campus program helps you to do your part to take care. Remember, no blue, no green.
You're a copypod, and you're very, very tiny, but very beautiful. What would you say is your best feature?
Well, I've got lots of good features, but I think my favourite are my feet. And we use them for swimming. And while we might only be 1 millimetre in size, we can swim 100 metres in 1 hour. So we actually can move 1,000,000 times our own weight in water. So size for size, we are the most powerful animal on the planet.
Do you prefer to live at the bottom or the surface of the ocean?
Well, we live at the surface of the ocean, but every day we go down 100 or even 200 meters below the surface because we don't want to be eaten by fish. And every night we all swim up to the surface of the water. And collectively, in all the world's oceans, we are the largest group of animals on the planet, and we are the biggest mass migration, and it happens twice a day from 100 meters below the surface to the surface of the ocean every night.
Despite your tiny size, you are very important. What's your greatest achievement?
Well, absolutely, we're really important. I think we're also responsible for sequestering most of the carbon on the planet, because when we eat plants, we eat 400,000 every day. And when we defecate those plants out our back end, it's equivalent to 30 times more carbon than you humans are burning in fossil fuels. And that ends up in the deep ocean. And that's equivalent to around 2 to 3 gigatons of carbon every year.
What gets you excited?
Well, a nice looking female will get me excited for sure, because I've got these big antennae and I can smell them, up to 100 meters away. But what gets me really excited these days is lovely, clean water.
Where would we find you in the world?
You will find us everywhere in the world, in the oceans, in fresh water, and in the ground. Me, personally, I live in the Sargasso Sea. I used to really like living in the Sargasso Sea, but the problem is this Sargasso is now choking the Atlantic Ocean and using up all the nutrients for my phytoplankton food. So we're struggling.
Can you decide where you go, or do you just drift with the current?
Well, we are plankton, and I am a very small plankton, only 1 millimeter in size. And we tend to just go up and down.
What's your favorite weather?
Weather doesn't really bother me too much because I live 100 meters below the surface. But when it's stormy, then you get waves on the surface and they then transmit down through the water. And it's quite nice to have that up and down motion because it stirs everything up, it brings oxygen into the water, and we have more food to eat. So I like it when it's stormy.
Do you worry about the future?
Absolutely, I worry about the future. We're dying at more than 1% every year. And as we die, plants are also dying, and the ability of us to remove carbon dioxide from the water is decreasing. And that means the water is becoming acidic, and we're now starting to dissolve.
Would we miss you if you were gone?
All life on Earth depends upon copepods living in the world's oceans. It's not only us, it's other animals called zooplankton. We all live and work together. When we're gone, in 25 years, the oceans are going to change. So life cannot go on if we don't go on. So when copepods die, we will take 3 billion of you with us.
Do you have any unique skills that you'd like to tell us about?
Well, I think it's pretty unique being able to move 1 million times your own mass in water every day. But I think our main skill is keep.
You're the short-snouted seahorse, but your snout doesn't look that short to me. What's it useful for?
So my snout helps me eat. I think I'm the best of all fish in the way that I eat, because when I open my mouth and that pulls in lots of food. So it means that I eat things that are quite a bit bigger than you might think from the size of my snout. But it's really important to eat big things because I use up a lot of energy just trying to eat.
Yeah, you are classified as a fish, but your shape is so unique and you don't even have scales, and I don't really think of you as a fish. And aren't you quite a bad swimmer?
Well, I am really proud that I am a fish, but I don't look like lots of others. So I've especially evolved to live in the places where you'll find me today. I use my tail to hold on to things. So you'll often find me in current. So that's much more important to me than having a really good ability to swim, because I hold on.
So how do you move about in the ocean?
I move around using my little fins. I have my pectoral fins on the side of my head and my dorsal fin on the back of my body. And these help me move forward in the water and also help me turn around as well.
How tall are you?
So I'm about 10 centimeters from the top of my head to the end of my tail when I'm fully grown. We're all adapted to where we live. And this means that nobody eats us when they come past.
How do you protect yourself from predators?
Well, as a seahorse, I get to change colour. So if I'm attached to a really bright yellow sponge, I turn a lovely yellow colour. So I'm cryptic. So when you're swimming, I've probably seen you, but you probably haven't seen me.
What would you say is your best feature?
Oh yes, I have a really fancy prehensile tail, so it allows me to grab onto different structures in the ocean. And this means that I can sit there and wait for my food to go past without really expending much energy.
Do you mate for life?
I don't mate for life, but I have the same mate across the season.
Would you call yourself romantic?
I think I'm very romantic because during the season, my mate and I do a morning dance. And our morning dance means that we remember who each other are. And during that dance, we parade along the sea floor. We can also change colour when we're doing this. And this just helps us remember that we're a pair for the season.
Do you admire male seahorses for their parenting?
Well, as a female seahorse, I'm really pleased that the males have a chance to understand what it's like raising young. So I think it's brilliant that they have this most amazing pouch, which they keep the young in until they're ready to survive on their own in the ocean.
If we wanted to see you, where would we find you?
Well, I live around the Aeolian Islands, but you'll find some other members of my species all the way around the Mediterranean and into the North Atlantic.
Do you worry about the future?
Well, I live in this little bay and I've got quite a lot of places to hide at the moment because this seagrass bed is quite big. But if all the seagrass went, I don't know where the next bay is around the corner. So if that was to happen, then I don't know where I'd live anymore.
What do you most enjoy doing in your day?
Hanging out, using my prehensile tail, and just watching for things to come past my snout so that I can grab them and fill up my stomach.
If you had a message for us, what would it be?
Well, I'm just a little seahorse, and I only know my little part of the world. But I share this wonderful seagrass bed with lots of my fellow creatures. So I would love for you all to be curious about the bit of the ocean or the bit of nature that you live near and understand what lives there. And then by doing that, you can tread lightly on the world.
So you're a leatherback turtle and the largest turtle in the world. You're impressively huge. How much do you weigh?
Well, I can get up to about 600 kilograms. So right now I'm in nesting season. I might be a little bit bigger.
You're a great traveller and you can go on some really long journeys. How do you rest on these journeys?
Sometimes if I get really, really tired, I do rest on the water surface, and I love letting the sun warm up my body. And then I just need to rest every once in a while when I'm eating.
You're also a really good diver. You can dive quite deep. How do you breathe down there?
Since I'm a sea turtle, I can't breathe underwater. So I have to hold my breath for a really, really long time. But when I'm, for example, in my feeding areas, I don't really dive as deep because I want to fatten up for the next nesting season. So I don't want to waste all my energy on diving.
Since you live in the ocean, why do you prefer to nest and lay your eggs on land?
We all have to come on land to lay our eggs, all of us sea turtles. So we cannot lay our eggs in the water because we need the warm sands to incubate our eggs.
Do you worry about what will happen to your babies once they hatch?
Actually, I don't really worry about my babies. I know that nature will take care of them. I camouflage the nest really, really well. I just have to hope that one or two will survive to become adults.
You return to the same beach that you were born on to lay your own eggs. How do you know where to find it?
Yeah, so first of all, I can smell it. And I can also sense the Earth's magnetic field. So I have pretty much a map inside of my head that helps me to get to the beach.
What's the worst thing you've found in the ocean?
The very first time I ate plastic, I was appalled because it looked like a jellyfish, and I was very much looking forward to eating this juicy jellyfish. And when I bit into it, it was just plastic. And then I tried to spit it out, and I couldn't because it got stuck in the spines that I have in my throat. And so I had to swallow it. But luckily, it kind of went out the other end and didn't cause any more harm.
Do you have any predators?
Well, when I was little, I had many, many, many predators. And so I swam really, really, really fast into the open ocean currents and ate as much as I could to grow really big, really fast. So most fish couldn't swallow me. And now as an adult, there's not that many predators anymore.
And what's your favorite food?
Yeah, my favorite food in the world are jellyfish. I really, really like lion's manes and also the Portuguese man o' war. They're so good.
How do you avoid getting stung by a jellyfish?
I didn't even know that jellyfish could sting. I've never felt it.
Would we miss you as a species if you were gone?
I think a lot of humans don't know how important we are for our oceans. And so if I'm not around to actually, take care of the jellyfish population, you would probably have even less fish in the ocean than you have now.
Where in the world might we find you?
So I like to lay my eggs in warm sand, but since I love jellyfish, I need to travel into really cold waters. So even though I might be nesting in tropical areas, I actually am feeding like up in the north or in the Pacific. But that means I have to travel thousands of kilometers just to get from my feeding areas to my nesting areas.
What gets you excited?
When I might cross paths in one of my feeding areas with a turtle that I think might be one of my children, I feel very proud and very excited to know that I have been a mother.
If you had a message for us, what would it be?
Pretty much most of us have already eaten plastic at one point. Some of us have even died because they have eaten plastic. And I just wish that humans on land understand that every river leads to the ocean. And so plastic will eventually make its way to the ocean. And so I just hope for the future that humans stop using so much plastic.
Good morning, everyone. Please take a seat, as comfortable as you can. We are going to start the session in 2 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think now it's working. Thank you. Hello, ocean lovers. Welcome to Lisbon. Welcome to Portugal. It's a great honor to have you here, each of you, and be in this room with amazing scientists, explorers, authors, activists, humans. I'm Sophia Silva, an ocean lover like you, a member of Sea Shepherd Portugal, a scientist, and I'm here to open the next panel to you, Rewilding the Sea. In the next moments, we will hear and consider the importance of this topic on our future. We will think about the true meaning of our priorities, freedom, values, regeneration, interconnection. We will embrace the value of cooperation and growing together. We will understand the distance between our wills and our goals. We will rethink the coherence of our posture as a society and an individual, as well as the strength and consistency of our words and actions. And we will realize we already have all the answers, even if it's deep within ourselves, even if it feels scary. Then we will wonder, what are we waiting for? What are we still waiting for? And hopefully, we'll focus in more actions rather than words, in our present than our future. We must come together, find our connection, and not be afraid of imperfect solutions. The future is today. And to dive with you into this, we have David Tudor from Blue Marine Foundation. For more than 20 years in marine management, his experience includes running environmental campaigns in the beaches of Australia, researching marine plastic pollution in the Pacific, leading on policy advice at a pivotal time for the UK's marine legislation, and working on the world's largest offshore renewable energy program. David, who I'll pass the word to, will be our moderator for this panel. So let me leave you a proposal. Let's rewild the seas by rewilding ourselves. For the oceans, for us. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to this next session. The session today, as has been mentioned, is about Rewilding the Sea. As has also been mentioned, my name is David Tudor. I'm the Projects Director for the Blue Marine Foundation. And it's great you're here today. This session has been organised by Gallifrey, Blue Marine, Sea Shepherd, and Mission Blue. So welcome. So what is Rewilding the Sea? Well, I'm not going to answer that. I'm not going to define it for you, but I will let our speakers talk about it in their own terms. And at the end, allow some time for questions and have a discussion. So there's some exciting ideas to share and lots of discussion to be had. And we have 6 excellent speakers for you today. I'll just introduce them all one at a time individually for you before we get into the presentations, and then we'll have a Q&A at the end of it. So, firstly, Sylvia Earle. Sylvia is the president and co-chair of Mission Blue. Sylvia is a marine biologist, oceanographer, explorer, author, and lecturer, and she has been a National Geographic Explorer in residence since 1998, and the first female chief scientist of the US National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Next, we have Charles Clover. Charles, a conservationist, a filmmaker, journalist, and author. He's had a distinguished career as the co-founder and executive director of the Blue Marine Foundation. Charles has just released a new book, the excellent Rewilding the Sea, which we'll be speaking about later today. Next, we have Shaha Hashim, a marine conservation leader from the Maldives. Shaha is the founder and chair of Maldives Resilient Reefs and works with Blue Marine Foundation. She works to protect coral reefs, mangroves, and seagrass beds to increase biodiversity and provide the Maldives with greater resilience to the effects of climate change. And next to Shaha, we have Jonathan Hall. Jonathan is the head of UK Overseas Territories at RSPB and has been a leader in the UK's Blue Belt programme. Jonathan specialises in marine conservation and sustainable fisheries. He is also a leading member of the 6 NGO Great British Oceans Coalition. Now we have Captain Alex Cornelissen from Sea Shepherd, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Sea Shepherd Global. He oversees a wide array of international public-private partnerships, manages country arrangements, and is responsible for the movements of all the vessels in Sea Shepherd's fleet. And finally, Jojo Mehta from Stop Ecocide. Jojo is the co-founder of Stop Ecocide International, and they aim to activate and develop global cross-sector support for an international crime of ecocide. She is the organization's executive director and key spokesperson. She's also the convener of the independent expert panel for the legal definition of ecocide. So a fantastic lineup here today for the next hour and a half. So you're not going to hear much more from me for now. I'm going to get into the speaking slots. So first, I'd like to welcome to the stage our first speaker, Sylvia Earle. Sylvia.
Good morning, all you wild people. Especially you, Charles Clover, for your insights that are really making this session come together. I think building on your previous book, End of the Line, that really woke up a lot of people, awakened many people to the reality of where we are now, early in the 21st century, poised right on the edge of losing the wild, losing that fabric of life that makes our existence possible. It's not just the ocean and the atmosphere, the physical nature of Earth that makes climate, the climate that we take for granted, the chemistry of the planet that we take for granted. It's the living Earth that makes this planet unique in a universe that is really not very friendly to us or life at all. It's taken a very long time of living things, mostly microbial, for a couple of billion years, And finally, photosynthesis, and then the existence of multicellular life that has evolved over very long periods of time to get to where we are. It's taken us a remarkably short period of time to significantly unravel that fabric of life. And we could keep going. We could see, we now know what our predecessors could not know, that we humans have the remarkable power to change the nature of nature. And that should make us feel really strong and mighty, right? Well, it kind of does look as though we're successful with now nearly 8 billion people, going back 500 years ago, going back 1,000 years ago, going back to any time in the history of humankind. It would seem preposterous to think that we could alter the nature of nature, but we're doing it. And much of the action has happened during the Anthropocene, that period of time that geologists now mark, where our influence, our impact on Earth has become so significant that we've got a geological age named, whether you say it's in our honor or recognizing the consequence of our behavior toward nature. The middle of the 20th century, plus or minus 1950, around that time. The power of nuclear explosions, the power of plastics, the power of just altering the nature of what had gone during all preceding human history, during the Holocene, to here we are, looking at a new era. Does it have to be this way? Are there things that we can do to reverse the decline, to alter what seems to be an inevitable path toward creating circumstances that are inhospitable to our existence, or at least to our prosperity? I hope today you will hear today a resounding yes. There are things not only that we can do, but that people are doing to work with nature, to understand for the first time in all of our human history, all of our time. We didn't know. I can kind of, and we can collectively kind of look back and say, well, we just didn't understand. We didn't know that there are limits to how much we could take out of the ocean or put into the ocean or put into the atmosphere that comes back into the ocean. There's no excuse anymore because now we do know. We have the evidence. Trying to give back, to be able to understand what we can do. We know how to kill. Oh, we're so good at destroying. And we do understand that when we destroy monuments, works of art, when we are really sad. And we say that's wrong. Morally, it's wrong. Through whatever acts, through war, through deliberate annihilation of something wonderful that humans have created. Imagine if somebody deliberately burned the Mona Lisa. We would be outraged. Why aren't we similarly outraged when a species disappears forever? It has happened on my watch. It's happened on yours too. Many of the species, we don't even have names for them. We have no idea their role in holding the planet together, but they're gone. And by the end of this century, we're looking at maybe 1 million species that we know about. What about those we don't know about? As a child, I did not know of the existence of monk seals in the Gulf of Mexico. There are only 3 species of monk seals that have existed during human times: Mediterranean, Hawaii, and the Gulf of Mexico and Caribbean. They used to range as far north as Galveston, Texas, but when I was in high school, the last one was seen, 1952, the beginning of the Anthropocene. They disappeared. What else is right on the line that we still have a chance, like the little vaquita in the Gulf of California? All over the world, we see right on the edge. And with it, climate is affected. With it, the chemistry of the planet is affected. With it, our life support system is becoming ever more endangered. So we're an endangered species too, when you really think about it. Doesn't look like that could possibly happen. Looking at the Earth today, our prosperity seems overwhelming. But we have not been accounting for the costs. People are coming together, though. Now we know. That's our gift. People in their backyards are giving back to nature, tearing up their lawns and putting in wildflowers, native trees, being more friendly to bees and bats and butterflies and birds. The ocean needs our help too. We can turn from decline to recovery, reach a turning point, not a tipping point, but it's going to take all of us individually doing what we can do, using our individual powers, and together, as never before, we've got the best chance we will ever have to secure long-term habitability on Earth for us, for life as we know it. Thank you for a chance to celebrate and to congratulate these heroes who are going to tell you what we need to do. All we have to do is do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. You're my hero. As you kindly say, I've written a book. First in 18 years. I've been distracted by making a film, setting up a charity, but it seemed to me time to bring it all back home and rethink it all again. And it was the year that a rewilding garden won the Best in Show at Chelsea Flower Show in London, and it seems to be the year of rewilding. And it seemed to be a shame that rewilding as a concept was going great guns on land, and nobody had claimed it for the sea. And so I thought it was time somebody did. And this has not been a solo journey. This has been with the help of a lot of other people and a lot of other minds and a lot of other actions. But this book is a much more hopeful book, believe it or not, than The End of the Line, which I wrote 18 years ago. Everything then going on in the oceans seemed to be almost universally bad. Climate change, pollution, overfishing. Overfishing was as bad as I think it has been. This latest book, which is written for the general reader, it's not an academic book, all the references are buried in the back. The latest book is the story of my journey from despair to hope about the state of our oceans. It's a tale of changes achieved over a decade by little groups of determined and remarkable people, some of whom are speaking here today. Here in this book, you will find an account of how things once thought impossible have actually happened, such as the recovery of the Atlantic bluefin tuna. People thought it was so valuable that it would never be saved from commercial extinction. They thought that humans were just too greedy to let that happen. But we stopped that. And the Atlantic bluefin tuna, for now, is back. It's back in places where it hasn't been seen for 60 years, and it is truly inspiring. So, rewilding as a concept is useful, and it's useful in the sea as it is on land, because it brings together and refreshes the concepts that are getting a little bit frayed of protected area creation, carbon sequestration, and fisheries management, and puts them all together and says we should be doing all of these things at the same time. Rewilding the sea is the same idea as rewilding on land. It means stepping back and letting nature repair the damage we have done. Or, where we've managed to eradicate species and habitats altogether, stepping in and reintroducing those species. But there are a couple of important differences. First, rewilding the sea actually improves food security, because the way you invest in a wild ecosystem is by leaving it alone more of the time. That sort of investment matters to people in developing countries where fish may be the only protein on offer. Second, the sea is different because it is a common inheritance. So rewilding has to be done not by individuals on their vast estates, but by little groups of people making the case for changes in behavior or the law. My book describes what I call the tendrils of hope that have taken root and grown over the past decade. Protection of the ocean has gone from a very small 0.6% of the world's ocean when we made the film of The End of the Line in 2009 to nearly 8% today. That may not sound much, but it is perceptible progress, and it is changing the paradigm. This month, we finally saw in UK waters the protection of the Dogger Bank in the North Sea from trawling and dredging. That is an area of 12,000 square kilometers. That is the size of Northern Ireland. On this sunken landmass, which people call the Atlantis of the North Sea because it flooded about 8,000 years ago, trawling and dredging is banned, and rewilding is actually underway as of 2 weeks ago. There is a growing belief that we can tackle the climate emergency and the biodiversity emergency together, just by taking pretty straightforward actions like this, which actually won't disadvantage the economy at all, though individually they may disadvantage a couple of boats for a little while. I don't want to exaggerate the good things going on in the ocean. Climate change has placed the coral reefs in dire peril, as we know, and a tide of plastic is still reaching the oceans. But there are things we can do. And if we did all of them, the oceans would be a lot healthier than they are today. So as Sylvia says, quite rightly, why don't we just do them? We have in this room people who can tell you some of the hopeful stories I cover in this book. We have Shaha, Hashim from the Maldives, who we have worked with. We have Jonathan Hall from the Great British Oceans Coalition, which must be one of the most successful environmental coalitions in history, because it has successfully sparked the creation of the largest collection of marine protected areas on Earth in the overseas territories of the UK. So, I'm going to confine myself to a little part of what I've covered in the book and leave others to tell some of the other stories. But I want to tell you what's happened close to my home in Britain and to tell you about what's happened in Mexico, just to give this a global flavor, where we are trying with someone in this room to help pull off our latest huge project. What we have seen, I repeat, is that marine conservation is scoring victories nearly everywhere. Among the tendrils of hope that have unfurled around the British coast is the protection of Lime Bay, known to some as England's Coral Garden. In Lime Bay, we have seen the banning of trawling and scallop dredging since 2008. And this has delivered for nature and for people. The numbers speak for themselves. 4 times the number of overall species now present. 4 times the overall number of commercially caught fish. The question is, why don't we do it that way all around our coasts? We really should. These tendrils of hope have crept around the south coast to places like Sussex, where last year the seabed was protected to allow the recovery of the ancient kelp forests, covering about 800 square kilometers, and help them take their part in soaking up carbon from the atmosphere again. The instant recovery of the kelp and of the bream nests, which are quite beautiful things to see, in the first year was quite extraordinary. The recovery of the sea is much faster than people think. In the Solent, we're giving a helping hand, that's further around the coast, we are giving a helping hand to the native oyster, a comeback that holds the key to solving many of the issues around our coastline. For the oyster is not just a species, it's a habitat. It's an ecosystem. It's an ecosystem associated with 466 other species. We had cages on marinas which attracted eels, which are endangered, and seahorses. Why were they there? It's a mystery. No one knows, but oysters attract 466 other species. Oysters are a pollution-busting, carbon-guzzling ecosystem engineer. All we have to do is bring them back. We are even bringing back some of the big marine animals off our coast that have gone pretty much from places like the Dogger Bank. So just like people are reintroducing beavers on land, we are trying to do that in the sea. Communities of divers and fishermen took matters into their own hands a year or so ago around the Isle of Skye, discovering what was eventually confirmed as one of the largest nursery grounds of the flapper skate ever found. Just to remind you, the flapper skate used to be called the common skate, which is very, very far from common now, and is the size of a dining room table if you allow it to mature, which nobody does. There were hundreds of huge egg cases there, the size larger than my hands, my outstretched hands. The Scottish government has imposed the first no-take zone in Scotland to protect it. It's not big enough, but it's a start. These are tendrils of hope. One day we hope there will be flapper skate again on the Dogger Bank, and maybe giant halibut and sturgeon too. At last, we are beginning to see conservation happen in our home waters in UK. We have seen, as Jonathan explained, great strides in the overseas territories. But there's still so much more work to do at home in our heavily used, polluted, muddy old seas. We've got to ensure that all 70 of our offshore marine protected areas are actually protected, like the Dogger Bank. We had to sue the government to do that. And the others at the moment are paper parks. So there's more work there. And we have to make sure that fisheries managers respect the science. I mean, why do we have to tell people to do this now? We've been working on scientific management of the oceans for 70 years, but some 65% of the fishing quotas allocated in EU and UK waters are still allocated above scientific advice. That's truly shocking to me. So, there's more to do, but there's hope. The solid conservation achievements that I have documented could not have come about without inspirational people, some of whom are here, but a significant number of these were fishermen. It was fishermen like the late Dave Sales, to whom my book is actually dedicated, who campaigned for 20 years for the protection of Lyme Bay and never gave up. It was Eric Smith, a spear fisherman, who campaigned for the protection of Sussex's kelp for about the same time and never gave up. It was another fisherman in St. Helena, Otto Thomas, who insisted that fishing in St. Helena's waters be by pole and line only for tuna. And it was the lobster fisherman of Tristan da Cunha who made the huge decision to protect far more of the island's waters than the UK government was expecting or really wanted them to do. These are amazing aspirational things that people have achieved. And there's someone who has done amazing things too, who is here today, Mario Gomez from Mexico, who won the Lifetime Achievement Award at the recent Ocean Awards that we run with Boat International. Mario was one of those who got a huge offshore area around the Revilla archipelago in Mexican waters protected. Great formations of hammerhead sharks gather around the seamounts, huge oceanic mantas flap serenely by, humpback whales call. There are, I think, 6 species of whales around there. Nautilus jet up from the deep. More silky sharks are now migrating into the Gulf of California as a result of this protection than have been seen for 25 years. So Mario is now working, and we hope to help him, on creating more protected areas with fishermen in the Sea of Cortez. So, to summarize, the lessons in my book are that if we combine good fisheries management, properly protected marine reserves, and carbon saving, we can bring back healthy seas and make them more productive for people, for nature, and for the planet. We can't always hold back climate change, but we can enable the ocean to play its part. This is the agenda for the next decade. But we need a change in thinking. We need to choose the marine equivalents of electric cars, not gas guzzlers, and abandon the equivalents of the smokestack industries, the subsidized industrial fishing fleets. And here the WTO took a first step towards banning harmful subsidies only last week. We are, I hope, on our way. So, my book shows that ultimately rewilding is in everyone's interest, and ultimately nobody loses. So let's do it. Now, we have a few copies, not many because they keep getting eroded, of my book here today. So if you're interested, you might be able to pick one up afterwards, or you can order it on Amazon or alternatives if you don't like Amazon. But I would make one plea. You look like reflective people. You look as though you all want to advance one message. And if you like this book, may I say one thing? Nothing sells books like word of mouth. If you agree with these goals, if you want to rewild the sea, please help us spread the word. This idea could save our seas. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. Shaha, would you like to?
Hello and good afternoon. Thanks to Charles and Sylvia for your encouraging and inspiring words. As a small fish in the vast ocean, today I don't feel as alone or scared swimming with ocean giants such as yourselves and those who are in the room today. Being an islander from a big ocean state in the middle of the Indian Ocean, the ocean is the very meaning of my existence. My forefathers have lived and thrived on 1,200 tiny islands for hundreds, if not thousands of years. I'm truly blessed to have been born there, where the ocean temperatures are 29 to 30 degrees throughout the year, where there's an abundance of fish to feed a nation and to admire, which is the bucket list travel destination for many people from all over the world. Before we dive into the tendrils of hope that Charles had so eloquently described in his book, let me tell you a little bit about my island home. Our reefs are truly magnificent. It's one of the few places in the world where you'll see big and small marine animals living together in harmony, building the reef and providing their services to us free of charge. Even though coral reefs are so important to us, unfortunately, only less than 1% of our ocean is protected. However, this will soon change. The government of Maldives has embarked on a marine spatial plan to fully protect 20% of our waters, and it's on track to be done by 2023. We as civil society in the country are pushing to include representative habitats in our territorial waters in these plans. Also, another thing that's going very well for us is that all of our marine megafauna have been protected for several years, if not several decades. So we have an abundance of sharks, rays, turtles, dolphins, and whales in our waters and surrounding our territorial waters. These were largely driven by the interests of the tourism industry because megafauna brings dollars to the country, but to some extent they were also driven by the fisheries industry because of their interlinkages with the tuna fishing. Could you please change the slide, please? Yeah. One more, please. We inherited these reefs from our forefathers who have practiced sustainable fishing for generations. Even though there were plenty of fish near our islands, they chose to go out into the pelagic waters in their small wooden donis. As a result, we didn't have to practice any destructive fishing practices like purse-seining, gill netting, drift netting, or dynamite fishing. I hope it remains this way as the waters outside our EEZ are being plundered by nations far bigger and stronger than us. And as we are being taxed a much higher import duty for tuna than from the developed world than many countries who are plundering our waters. Like elsewhere in the world, today some of our traditional practices have changed. In the 1970s, export markets developed for reef fish, more specifically for live grouper. With the expanding markets developed for reef fish, with the expanding tourism industry, new domestic markets established to feed the tourists who visited the country. The scale of the exploitation of reef fish is not properly understood, but there are signs that populations of many commercially important species are in trouble now. Another challenge that we have is that land is very limited, like many other big ocean states. But for us, it's an exponentially bigger problem because we have to cater to over 1 million tourists each year. In recent years, many of our marine ecosystems have unfortunately been destroyed in the name of development to cater to an ever-expanding tourism industry. However, our biggest threat is the climate crisis. Our reefs have recovered remarkably well from the past two mass coral bleaching events, and it's predicted that these events will be more frequent and intense in the future. Sea level rise and the disappearance of our islands is a topic that no one wants to talk about, and very rightly so, because we don't want to lose our island home. Let me take this opportunity to thank Blue Marine Foundation for all the help that it has provided to my small team over the past 6 years to ensure that there's hope for me and for my island home. Since 2016, we've managed to influence and change policies, prepare communities and get their buy-in for conservation, build networks of ocean advocates to successfully campaign for ocean protection, set up Maldives Resilient Reefs, a marine conservation NGO led by Maldivians, changing the culture of conservation in the Maldives. I would like to highlight just a few of our achievements. Our biggest project is on Lama Atoll, which is located in the south-central region of the Maldives. We've been working with local councils and our partners to establish an atoll-based model for marine conservation in the Maldives. You would imagine that such a geographically dispersed country like the Maldives would have systems in place to govern effectively at an atoll level, or at least a regional level. But unfortunately, this is in its very infant stages at the moment. The Maldives has a system of centralized government where all the policies are made and implemented at the central government based in the capital island, Male. As a result, many of our policies are not done in a very inclusive way, which results in weak implementation. We first embarked on identifying the best places for protection in the atoll in 2016. My colleague Viv and I interviewed over 100 grouper fishermen and scientifically verified grouper spawning aggregations by diving at these places. We undertook baseline assessments of coral reefs, seagrasses, mangroves, and together with our partner resort, Six Senses, Lamu, and partner NGOs, we built a wealth of evidence to protect the biodiversity hotspots in the atoll. Thanks to all these efforts, last year, Lamu was declared a hope spot by Mission Blue, which is led by Sylvia Earle. And a few months later, the national government declared our proposed areas as nationally protected areas. It felt like an immense challenge, but as you all know, declaring protected areas is just the beginning of the journey, as their success would depend on the community support and buy-in. We've been conducting education sessions for different groups in the community for several years, and we've recently embarked on training young people from the community in marine citizen science. Secondly, protected areas are not enough to safeguard the resilience of our coral reefs. We also need to ensure that the waters outside of these areas are fished sustainably. The grouper maturity sizes we proposed for the most highly targeted species were made low earlier this year. We are working with Six Senses Lamu to develop a sustainable fishing model for the Maldives tourism industry, where fishers are rewarded for complying with an agreed code of conduct. We are also undertaking research to understand resource use, the reef fish biomass on the reefs, and the biomass being removed. Soon, we'll be forming fisheries stakeholder committees to facilitate fisheries co-management in the atoll's waters. We've also been really successful with the campaigns in the Maldives, such as protecting Maldivian seagrass meadows, vulnerable species like parrotfish, and maintaining the Maldives shark protection. We managed to change the perception of seagrasses in the Maldives from something that was ugly and needed to be removed to something that was an asset to tourism businesses. Today, 25% of the Maldives resorts actively protect their seagrass meadows. And the importance of seagrass meadows is reflected in policy and environmental impact reports. The pandemic was a hard time for everyone, but it was more so for tourism workers who lost their jobs and had to go back to their communities to find ways to sustain their families. We found that during this time, a lot of vulnerable and protected species were being fished out. So we embarked on a campaign called Fish for Tomorrow to make people aware of the vulnerable species in our waters and why they are so important for our reefs. The campaign's messages reached almost 100% of our population and started 100% of our social media users, and started a viral trend where fishermen began to post photos of them releasing juvenile fish. Few months after, Maldives protected all species of parrotfish, which was no doubt made easier by our campaign. The pandemic was also a time when people in powerful positions were exploring ways to make a quick buck. Our recovering shark populations were an easy target because there was a lucrative international market for their fins. After months of pressure from fishermen and parliament members, our then fisheries minister stated in the parliament that they were thinking of lifting the shark ban. Thanks to the support of many organizations, many of whom are here in the room here, we managed to garner the support of over 250 local and international organizations and businesses in an alliance to maintain our shark fishing ban. After weeks of pressure, finally the Fisheries Ministry released a statement that they wouldn't lift the ban. These are just some examples of tendrils of hope that we've experienced over the last few years, and I hope we will have even bigger successes in the future with organizations like Blue Marine Foundation, who are invested in knowledge transfer and letting locals lead, and our other partners and growing team of Maldivian marine conservationists, I remain confident and hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you, Shaha, for those great examples of hope. I'd like to welcome Jonathan Hall now to speak to you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jonathan Hall. I work with the UK's overseas territories. And to introduce those to you, there are 14 overseas territories scattered around the world's oceans. 11 are inhabited, and the people and communities of those territories have all formally opted to stay in a partnership with the UK. Now, the UK has, on its part, formally committed that if those people ever express their desire via a democratic referendum to go independent, that will be granted. But for the time being, we are in this partnership place, and that gives the UK and the overseas territories collectively a huge responsibility and a huge opportunity, because as you can see from this map, whilst they are mostly small islands, they are big ocean states, and collectively they have the 5th largest marine estate on the planet, and one of the most diverse, some of the deepest, cleanest waters stretching from the tropical Caribbean down towards the South Pole. What a sensitive button. So the 2014 baseline, as it were, what was the situation 8 years ago? And none of the inhabited territories had large-scale marine protected areas in place. And the level of despair and cynicism in many of the communities about the possibility of ever being able to support the management of their vast ocean areas cannot be understated. They had spent years seeing the lights of pirate fishing vessels at night from the shore. Years of trying to engage more support for the policing and just enforcement of the sovereignty of their waters, and had really sort of given up and felt powerless, that these were just too big, these ocean areas, and they couldn't do anything really to manage them. And the UK government, on its part, had really not paid attention to its responsibilities here, nor the opportunities, and was not providing that centralized support that was necessary to give as a wealthy country, whereas certain territories have only 250 or 800 residents and cannot police and enforce their waters without that central support. So one of the big actions that we undertook was the formation of the Great British Oceans Coalition, a group bringing together 6 NGOs with an incredible array of expertise and strengths. And I think it's been one of the most effective coalitions because of that, and incredibly close partnership working. We have had 8 years of weekly meetings, and that sort of level of detail has been vital to this. And one of the big areas of work was, of course, engaging and working with these local communities in the territories. This is 2 lobster fishermen from Tristan da Cunha in the South Atlantic. Tristan is reliant on their MSC-certified lobster fishery for 80% plus of their GDP. It is the golden goose which sustains all 250 people in this territory. But these fishermen, this community, and many others were very interested, engaged, and keen to advance marine protections, but really felt it wasn't possible. So the other big element of our work was lobbying and advocacy in the UK. This is a photo showing various MPs in the UK Parliament that we engaged on this responsibility, and the creation of the Blue Belt programme commenced over many years, and taking advantage of the many elections that the UK has had over the last 6 years to place this on the agenda and into manifesto commitments. And the results have been extraordinary over the last 8 years. So working from left to right, we are now collectively as the Blue Belt protecting 1.1% of the world's oceans. And on the far left, you have the Pitcairn Islands, 800,000 square kilometre no-take zone, the 45 residents of this territory, that's the entire population, voted unanimously to protect their waters, and these were designated in 2016, with the UK government providing that centralised surveillance, management and technical scientific support. Working in order of these photos, next, jumping to the cold waters of South Atlantic, you have South Georgia and the South Sandwich Islands. The no-take zones there being expanded in 2018 to almost 300,000 square kilometres, and in particular protecting the South Sandwich Islands Trench, one of the deepest known parts of the planet. Then jumping up to the tropical Atlantic, you have Ascension Island. And those fishing effort heat maps of the tropical Atlantic really show a huge band of fishing effort right across this equatorial part of the Atlantic, apart from now one massive halo that is the 450,000 square kilometre no-take zone around Ascension Island. This is an island that's really changed course and direction. 40 to 50 largely Asian long-lining fishing vessels were fishing in these waters as recently as 2013, and now it is the only large-scale no-take zone in a huge area of the tropical Atlantic. Moving on next to the whale sharks, just south of Ascension, you have St. Helena, another 450,000 square kilometre marine protected area in which all commercial long-lining has been banned. It is a one-by-one EEZ led and empowered by the St. Helena fishermen advancing their traditional fishing methods, as Charles has eloquently spoken about. And then the most recent addition down at the bottom, Tristan da Cunha, which in 2020 created the largest no-take zone in the Atlantic, 700,000 square kilometres, protecting the inshore fishing grounds for the lobster fishery, but encircling them with vast degrees of marine protection, led by the 250 people of this, the most remote inhabited island on the planet. And then finally, included in the Blue Belt programme for the management and enforcement support aspects is the Chagos Archipelago. This was designated as a no-take zone in 2010, so before this period, and is obviously the site of the forced expulsion of the Chagosians in the 1970s. And the main and most important purpose of this marine reserve is to safeguard that marine environment for all future scenarios, so that even when the Chagosians are able to return, they are able to return back to a well-protected and abundant marine biodiversity, which they can then make their own choices about the management thereof. So looking across the final tally as of today, we now have 4.3 million square kilometres of marine protected areas, of which 2.8 million is in no-take zones, and all 4.3 million has bottom trawling bans throughout. We have a transformation in the cultural attitudes and empowerment of territory communities who no longer have to look at those pirate fishing vessel lights at night, but are at the centre of managing, with the support of the UK government, their marine waters. £59 million worth of UK government finance has been committed, both to the scientific research to prove the efficacy and inform their management, but also to do all of the expensive satellite surveillance and enforcement measures. And it's a core part of the work programme of two of our UK government agencies, so we believe really set up for long-term sustainability. This is a non-partisan, widely supported piece of the UK's political governance structures now. So we hope sustainable and one that we can broadcast now to the world the success that these small communities have led. So thank you very much indeed.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jonathan, for that. Some big numbers at the end there. Just a reminder for the audience to start thinking of your questions. We'll have time for a Q&A discussion at the end, so get ready with those. I'd now like to welcome Captain Alex from Sea Shepherd. Welcome, Alex.
Thank you very much. First of all, if I seem a little shaky, it's not because I'm nervous, but I just stupidly forgot how strong you drink your coffee in Portugal, so apologies for that. My name is Alex Cornelissen. I'm the CEO of Sea Shepherd Global. For some of you that don't know, Sea Shepherd is a global organization that protects marine wildlife. And in the last 6.5 years, we've been doing that primarily in partnership with governments around the world, specifically in Africa. We started actually in Sao Tome and Principe and Gabon, in the Gulf of Guinea, where we've assisted local authorities to help them patrol their marine protected areas, their EEZ. And we've expanded into 8 countries now, 8 countries in Africa. And these are all countries that have requested our assistance because they're simply lacking the resources to patrol their waters. So they do have the personnel, but often they don't have the ocean-going vessels that we can provide. We provide the vessel, we provide the crew, we provide the knowledge, and we take their law enforcement out into their own waters where they enforce their own regulations on illegal fishing vessels. And in the 6.5 years we've been doing this, we successfully shut down 79 illegal fishing vessels. Actually, this weekend we arrested our 79th vessel, which is a huge success. That means that these 79 fishing vessels are very often no longer fishing because they get fined, often they get impounded, or they're sent away and don't return to the area. So the impact on local fisheries, often subsistence fisheries, local fishermen like, for instance, in Liberia. In Liberia, there's a 4-mile exclusion zone where local fishermen are allowed to fish, only allowed to fish. Before we came to Liberia, they were telling us that industrial fishing vessels would often come in at night, run over their nets, destroying their livelihoods. They would run into their canoes, they're just dugout canoes, damaging their property. Often they would sink them, they would hose them down with boiling water, and the fishermen would have no protection because the Coast Guard simply wouldn't reach that far. Since we started, the industrial fishermen have all left the area. In fact, they've pretty much left their EEZ. Liberia has pretty much no illegal fishing right now because of the presence of the local law enforcement assisted by Sea Shepherd. And that local fishermen are telling us that the fish are returning, and they're returning in numbers that are greater than they can even remember. And that's how quickly an ecosystem can recover. The oceanic ecosystem is very, very resilient, but we need to give it the opportunity to recover. We need to give it the chance to actually heal itself. And we can only do that by what we do is enforcement, by making sure that local laws are adhered by, that local law enforcement is able to patrol their waters and they can stop illegal fishing vessels. One of the vessels that we arrested that I'd just like to highlight here is the Labika 2. It is a vessel that was licensed to fish for tuna in Liberia. So when you see it on AIS, they have a license, they're fishing in Liberian waters, it looks like everything is fine. But here's where we come in, and here's why it's so important to actually have enforcement at sea. When we came on board, we discovered that they were in fact not fishing for tuna, and they were in fact not using long lines, which they had a license for. They were using deep sea gill nets, and they were targeting sharks. On board, they had a hidden shark liver oil factory, and they were extracting the liver of these sharks, and the liver makes up about 1/3 of their body, so there's a lot of liver oil comes out. But we calculated that based on their catch numbers, they were killing approximately 500,000 sharks every single year. Now put that in perspective with the estimates that about 100 million sharks are being killed every year globally. That's this one vessel that is killing 0.5% of that. Kind of puts it in perspective and kind of makes me wonder if the 100 million sharks are actually the correct number. I think it's higher. But that one vessel hasn't fished in 3.5 years. So effectively, we saved 1.75 million sharks by that one arrest. Not only these sharks that are now swimming freely, but also these sharks are an integral part of the ecosystem. So they're making the entire ecosystem healthy by being there. So this one arrest, which obviously in our history is probably the most important and the biggest victory we booked together with our government partners, but this one arrest highlights how impactful enforcement can be. Now, at the UN, there's a lot of talk about expanding MPAs, and that's fantastic. There's also a lot of talk about making no-take zones, which is even more fantastic. But it's really, really critically important that we have the enforcement in these no-take zones, that we make sure that we can actually uphold the regulations that are now being put in place. And therefore, these partnerships continue to be and will be even more important in the future. And we're really hoping that this year we'll be able to expand our partnerships in Africa, and that we can add country number 9 and country number 10, and that we can continue to arrest vessels, and that we can continue to give back to local fishermen, to subsistence fishermen, their livelihoods. Because that's what's happening. Their livelihood is being taken away by big industrial fishing vessels that are coming from some of the richest countries in the world and fishing in some of the countries that are economically the worst off. So it's really critically important that we give back what is theirs so they can maintain their families, they can keep their food security intact. Sylvia already mentioned the monk seals. Recently, since a month, we're actually protecting the Alonissus National Park together with the Greek authorities. This is a hotbed for the Mediterranean monk seal. And the Mediterranean monk seal is another example of how conservation is working. It's one of the few species that I know that went from critically endangered to endangered. So their status has improved. And that's why we consider it one of the most important areas to protect, because they're present mostly there. And if we can help the Greek authority to protect that area and to make sure that the Mediterranean monk seal is protected, then maybe we can even see them elevate from the endangered status into a much higher level. And hopefully we'll be able to see the Mediterranean monk seals all over the Mediterranean again. I got friends in Sardinia, in elsewhere, all around the Mediterranean Sea, and they tell me stories about 30, 40 years ago when the monk seal was abundant. At the same time, there were great white sharks in those areas, but they're all disappeared. So hopefully we'll see the monk seals return, and some of you might not want to hear it, but hopefully we'll see the great whites return. Don't worry, they won't eat you. Sharks are apex predators, but as you know, only about 6 to 8 people get accidentally killed by sharks every year. So we put that in perspective to the number of sharks that we as humans are killing. It makes you wonder who is the real animal out there, who's the real monster out there. I think it's clear. So later on, we'll talk a bit more about sharks, so I won't talk too much about that, but I want to thank you very much for being at this event where the real things happen instead of over there. So thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you, Alex, for that. I'd like to welcome Jojo Mehta from Ecocide International. Jojo's our final speaker for today, for this morning rather, and then we'll have some Q&A. Over to you, Jojo.
Thank you so much. It's been so encouraging to hear all of the speakers today. It's quite unusual that I find myself in a panel full of solutionists. It's wonderful and so refreshing, perhaps again in contrast to what sometimes happens in the blue zones of these conferences, although I might have a little bit of encouraging news on that for you in a moment. So I'd like to kind of really pan right out here and look at how it is, or one of the aspects that sort of brought us to this point where we're in this kind of on this brink and having to employ all of these solutions and think about all of these different ways of bringing back the living world around us. And it's a very sort of deep attitudinal issue that you may all already have had some experience of or thought about. And that is that, the kind of globally dominant paradigm, which comes from the Western canon in terms of, where the power and the finance sits in this world at present, is a deep paradigm of alienation and separation. And in the Western canon of thinking, you can go right back to Plato, and so you can see the ideal versus the real. You can run right through the Catholic-dominated years of spirit versus body, and you can segue straight into the Enlightenment with reason versus nature. That duality has been there for over 2,000 years. So is it any wonder that we have this difficulty in understanding how deeply we are intertwined and dependent upon the living world around us. And is it any wonder that we've ended up with an economic and a legal system that privileges people and property over the natural living world? And the legal world is very anthropocentric. It focuses on people, it focuses on property, and even the worst crimes in the world, those that are designated at the International Criminal Court as the atrocity crimes, focus exclusively on human harm. Our work, or almost exclusively, I should say, our work is galvanizing global cross-sector support for adding a crime to that list of crimes, for adding the crime of ecocide. And you can see on the screen, it's just going to be up there the whole time I'm talking, so you don't have to spend the whole time looking at it. But effectively, this concept that destroying nature is as serious, as bad, as important to consider, and as dangerous as genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity. You know, the intent perhaps may be different. The intent, as genocide is described, is an intent to destroy people. Ecocide doesn't happen that way. It happens as collateral damage in the exercise of making profit, or of fishing, or of farming, or many other activities. But the consequences, and this is where I really related to what Sylvia Earle was saying, the consequences lift it into, or I should say, drop it into the category of the most serious crimes of concern to humanity as a whole. Because we all know that if we continue to destroy ecosystems, which are a root cause of both climate and ecological crisis, then we are threatening not just a people in whole or in part, but all of us in human civilization as we know it. And so that level of destruction does belong with the worst crimes in the world. And what we can be looking at there in terms of a solution in the context of this remarkable event is the creation of a legal framework that can support at a global level what every person on this panel and what many, many other amazing initiatives around the world are currently working to, and in many cases struggling to achieve because that framework isn't there. So you would never go to a government and say, could I have a license to kill 500 people for my new infrastructure project or for my new fishing fleet? It wouldn't even cross your mind. It's obviously criminal, it's also criminally insane. But we don't have that same taboo because of that deep cultural attitude, if you like, that's grown up over so long. We don't have that same taboo around destroying the living world, and we should. We need it for very practical reasons. And we also need it for respect for the actual reality that we see around us. And I think this is an interesting aspect, and actually almost a sort of, I sometimes think of it as almost a delicious irony, that the spiritual spokespeople in this world, the spiritual leaders, whether that's the remarkable Pope Francis, or whether that's the indigenous leaders with whom we have much dialogue around this law, because it has a kind of deep echo in the cultural attitude where you damage Mother Earth and there are consequences. There's something very akin there. Those leaders are pointing out a factual reality, that when we damage the living world around us, there are consequences. And yet our secular leaders are actually acting on faith in an economic model that has long since been proved to be completely dysfunctional. So we have this interesting irony here. And the relationship of our damage to the natural world and what it brings is not just, one could say it's not just a factual, a sort of physical reality. It's also a sort of moral and a spiritual reality. You know, as we damage the world around us, what does that do to us? And what does that say about our culture and our cultural relationship with the world around us? So there are many levels on which recognizing serious damage as an atrocity crime is a very, very important thing to do. And it also speaks to what we were hearing about, you know, the rewilding effectively simply needs removal of the damaging activities and allowing nature to recover. And so putting in place something that says this far thou shalt not go becomes very important. It also becomes very important because of its generalized nature. In other words, if we're saying this level of damage to any ecosystem is problematic, that becomes a lens through which we can look at our activities. And this definition, as you can see, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, is so concise that it fits on the back of a business card. It could allow any business in any sector to potentially look through that as a lens and go, how is that going to affect our sector? What do we need to think about if this law is coming into place? And here's the good news, it will be coming into place. 4 years ago, when this, what began as a grassroots campaign and is now a global movement, Stop Ecocide International, when we began, there were no governments or parliaments talking about ecocide. There are now over 22. In fact, as of yesterday, there are 23. I say this because Kenya, one of the hosting countries of the UN Oceans Conference, yesterday their Cabinet Secretary for the Environment actually announced that the government is going to be putting forward a proposal to their parliament, which includes protection of environmental defenders and the criminalisation of ecocide. So I think we can now say that, sometimes at least in the Blue Zone, some interesting things occur. And that development is the result of several years of connecting, advocating, and bringing this conversation back into prominence. The word ecocide has its roots back in 1970 to describe the awful damage that took place in the Vietnam War caused by Agent Orange, a defoliant. And so it was thought of in conflict terms. And it was talked about a fair bit in the 70s. In 1972, at the first UN Environment Conference, the Swedish Premier Olof Palme was the first to use the word ecocide to describe serious environmental destruction. And there was an ecocide convention drafted in the 70s. But it kind of, if you like, ended up in a bit of a political backwater and legal backwater until it was rediscovered and re-brought into public prominence by a remarkable UK barrister called Polly Higgins. My dear departed, oh, excuse me, that's my timer, which is my little girl when she was 1, brought this back into prominence because what she realised was that there had originally been intended to be a clause covering severe damage to the environment in the document that became the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. She's no longer with us, but the work that we started together is now growing in momentum around the world. And the way we see it is it's replacing a crime that should have been there, and it's worth just thinking for a moment what world we might be in now and how much easier all of our work would be if that clause had actually reached the final document in 1998, and when the Criminal Court opened its doors in The Hague in 2002, it had covered environmental damage in that way. I think we'd be in a very different place. So this feels like replacing a crime that should have been there. And the big milestone, which is what you're seeing in front of you here, was reached last year, which has ignited huge interest around the world, both in the press but also in the political world. And that was the result of a drafting project that came from, for the first time, instead of a lawyer just saying, well, we think this should be a crime and thinking up a definition, this was in response to political appetite, where parliamentarians approached us and said, this is your area of expertise, could you commission a definition, a consensus definition that we could practically put in front of our governments that could actually be proposed as a 5th crime at the International Criminal Court. And this definition was the result, and it came from 12 top lawyers from around the world, led by renowned British-French barrister Philippe Sands and Senegalese jurist Dioufal Sow, and a mixture of expertise from international criminal law to environmental law, humanitarian law, climate law, and also of ideologies, from the more conventional International Law Commission members and the former ICC judge to more what one might call activist or people's lawyers at the other end. And so all of those people had to concede something to reach this consensus definition. And in that way, it has created a level of credibility that has really moved this discussion forward, so that, as I say, discussion is now on public record in over 23 countries, members of the International Criminal Court, so parties to the Rome Statute. So this is a law that is on its way, And the powerful moment, if you like, for this law is not when it comes into place. Of course, ultimately there will be prosecutions taken, but it's now, and it's the knowing it's coming. Of course, having it in place will create an incredibly powerful tool for Captain Cornelissen and his team, and it will create a huge support for anyone working in environmental defence and conservation and protection. But even before that, what it will enable is for people to see it coming and to say, right, in a few years' time, if I've got my pen poised over this dotted line and what I'm about to sign is substantially likely to lead to severe harm, I want to think very carefully before I sign off that project. And we're already encountering instances where extractive companies are signing environmental agreements they wouldn't otherwise sign because they've seen this. So I'd like to leave you with that word of hope. And of course, if you have any questions, very much here to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Jojo, and thanks to the whole panel. Now it's your opportunity to ask questions. We've got some roving mics on the floor there, so please raise your hands and we'll get some questions going. So there's plenty of hands I can see here. One in the front, please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for a wonderful panel. It's amazing to see all of you here. So I wrote my question so I wouldn't ramble. My name is Natasha, by the way. If the COVID pandemic has proven anything, is that we can rapidly adapt to new ways of doing things when our health is compromised. Without a healthy ocean, our lives would be in peril, as you all pointed out. So there are so many organizations working on the same goals across the world, like here in this conference, so many nonprofit organizations, and they have the same purposes and goals and objectives. What would be your actionable suggestions to unite those efforts and engage diverse audiences in rewilding effectively, as you pointed out, while protecting their livelihoods?
Thank you. So the question really is about how do you unite the coalition, I guess, of all the actors trying to help the ocean. So who would like to profess an opinion on that? Charles? No, you. Charles, and then...
You're the one.
One at a time, anyway. Charles.
I think the thing is that rewilding the sea is a new idea. So it cuts down the boundaries, it destroys the silos. And for as long as we can give it currency, it will enable us to reinvigorate the existing disciplines of marine protection, which has been eroded horribly, and fisheries management, which has been not done properly, and bolt on carbon sequestration. I don't think anybody loses, you see. You have an assumption, innate assumption, that somebody loses. Nobody loses. The way to recover the sea, to rewild the sea, is to actually do it. And we will have benefits. We will have far more benefits than if we don't do it. And I think that's its power. If we can communicate that on the basis of these examples that have happened around the world where people have actually benefited, then that's what we can do, communicate the idea.
Thank you, Charles. Sylvia?
The first order of business is to stop the killing. Give nature a break. And that's what happens with this growing network of protection in specific areas. But there needs to be also overarching policies, such as have happened with whales, through international agreements and through public support, public awareness. Stop killing the whales commercially, deliberately. We're still killing them with plastic. We're still killing them with pollution. We're still killing them by taking their food and destroying critical elements of their life history. But at least we stopped killing them directly. And there are more whales today than there were when I was a child as a consequence of deliberately proactive actions on the part of humans. There needs to be a far greater understanding of why it matters, and why restoring nature and protecting what remains of the existing wild places and healthy populations of species, why it matters to climate. The biodiversity crisis and the climate crisis are all tied together to what we're doing to fish, to take on an industrial scale wild animals. We need to think differently about life in the sea, not as products, but as the way we think about birds. There's a moral, ethical consideration, cross-cutting. So what can we do individually and collectively? It's to get rid of the notion that animals in the ocean are free for the taking and that we need them for our we do need them, but not for food. That's a learned behavior. We need to think differently and show proactive restraint, and by putting back where we can mangroves and seagrasses and oysters and clams. But mostly it's a matter of respect and restraint.
Thank you. Jojo, then I'll go back to the floor.
I would just say that putting a law in place is really important in this regard, because those of us who are already sort of on the path of protection, in a sense, we're already wanting to restrain and to protect, but it's for those who are not thinking about that but should be, that actually having that rule framework in place is actually super important, because there are a number of companies out there, I'm sure, that are not going to sit there and feel like they need to restrain themselves unless they have to, and that's where the protective law comes in, because, I mean, criminal law is protective law. I mean, you can have a right to life, but that right to life doesn't mean a lot unless taking that life is a crime, and therefore it has to be prevented. Thanks.
Thank you. Another question, just again in the front here, and there's one at the back.
So first of all, thank you very much. It was really touching, especially to Sylvia. My question is regarding collaboration. So we've been speaking about laws, we've been speaking about protection, and we need to collaborate also with other stakeholders. My name is Antje Bieber. I'm representing a large amount of pension funds. It's really quite exotic in this room, probably, but financial markets are essential. At the end of the day, money is going to help us change all this. So my question to you is, are you, as representatives of these amazing foundations, already in contact with, for example, the European Commission, who's currently setting up the rules and the laws for the taxonomy that make the definition of what will be considered sustainable or not sustainable, and that will guide asset flows or money into this or that economy. So it's the collaboration question to you. Are you already into that discussion? Because it's so amazing to see what's going on, and we have now, and that's my stake, we have now the great opportunity to create and engage with these policymakers, then to definitely decide and be part of the table on new policies and new laws for investment opportunities. And it's the ISSB, it's the taxonomy and all of that. So whoever.
Thank you. A question of finance and collaboration around that. Alex, please.
Yeah, Sea Shepherd is one part of a coalition that started a European Citizens Initiative to get the European Union to stop the trade of shark fins in Europe. A lot of people don't even know that's happening, but there's a lot of shark fins being transported through Europe, not necessarily being fished in Europe, but also internationally. So what we want is for the European Commission to consider putting a ban on that. Pretty much you could say an extension of the already existing law that allows sharks only to be landed with their fins naturally attached. Now, we, of course, as Sea Shepherd, we're completely against any form of shark fishing. But I think this is a huge step forward if we get the European Commission to actually stop the trade of shark fins. It's millions of sharks going to be saved every year. We do that. We, as an organization, we also work with a large insurance company They have actually bought a vessel for us, and I can tell you that made our life a lot easier, because people always considered us controversial, but now we got a big insurance company backing us. Makes it a lot easier to come into the door to other big organizations. So there's definitely a cooperation at government level as well as corporate level. At least that's for us. Yeah. Thanks, Alex. I'll just bring in Jonathan and then Charles. Jonathan, lots of money needed for that Blue Belt. Can you talk about a little bit of finance for the Blue Belt program?
Yes, certainly. I mean, I was just to hit the taxonomy bit, we're the UK partner of a global network of grassroots conservation organisations called BirdLife International, and certainly at the European level, BirdLife is very much engaging on those pieces of legislation development. For us, collaboration has been key. You know, the humility to recognise that you can't do everything alone, which is quite antithetical to sort of modern LinkedIn work culture, and bringing in those different partners has been vital to securing the, as I said, 59 million and counting of finance that's coming in, and a major work program that is part of that, because that's all public finance at the moment, is looking at other financing models for this network of large-scale MPAs, and that's going to be different in different places with very different tourism levels and fisheries interests and carbon potential, but that is a long piece of developing work, and it's a live conversation in so many places as to how do we secure that sustainable financing from a broad base that is going to be more sustainable than relying on one key source, as so many of us currently do.
Thanks, Jonathan. Charles?
Very briefly, most of us, I think, and probably the majority of people in this room who are from Europe took part in a campaign to, I think in 2012, to reform Europe's fisheries policies. And we got it written in that there should be only sustainable fishing by 2020. Europe breaks that law daily. And so I'm very skeptical of writing it in that they have to put finance in a particular direction, because they won't do it unless we have laws that are enforceable. And we need to use the Aarhus Convention. I suspect I'm a great supporter and sympathizer of Jojo. I mean, we need the law to work. And so it's fine, write lots of documents if you want the European Union. For God's sake, keep to them. Observe your own laws. In America, you can sue the government for not observing its own law. In Europe, you can't. Until that is sorted out, the rest of it is almost immaterial.
Thank you, Charles. I've been told I've got to finish on time, so we've got time for probably one more question. We'll see how it goes. At the back there.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Jojo, Mehta. When you look at the complexity of life consciousness, for example, the dolphin, an animal capable of forming social structures, communication, and a very wide range of emotions, do you think that we should treat harm to or the killing of animals the same way we treat the harm or murder of a human in the context of a legal framework, and how we could possibly achieve that?
Wow. I mean, I know that there's been recent laws changed in the UK around sentience of animals, if I recall correctly. And I think it's a conversation that will certainly grow, and particularly in the area of cetaceans where there's this really strong evidence of huge level of consciousness. I mean, what we're doing in terms of the criminalising of ecocide will also, affect sort of damage that particularly threatens a given species, for example, actually endangers a species or a whole ecosystem, for example. So that would be relevant in that context. But it feels like there's a little way to go before we reach that. But I would certainly, obviously, support that campaign, that initiative moving forward. But this is almost like a sort of bridging piece. We insert a sort of one crime into a list of crimes, which seems like a relatively straightforward and sort of almost acupunctural thing to do, but the implications, of course, are huge and are hugely broad. So we very much trust that this growing support behind this will create almost a sort of a bridging piece to a whole different attitude. I mean, we don't by any means think it's a silver bullet. I don't think anything is. But one could call it a necessary but not sufficient piece, as in it won't fix everything, but without it, it's going to be hard to really fix anything. Thanks.
Thank you, Jojo, for that. I'll just take the chair's privilege a second and just ask a question, if I may, particularly of Shaha. And I want to talk about people very quickly. So you talked about the declaration of an MPA being the start. Can you just say a bit more about how people have been involved in the Maldives around declaration and management of MPAs and the ocean?
Yeah, the very first MPAs in the Maldives came into being in 1995, and it was primarily the tourism industry, specifically the local tourist guides, who pressured the government to protect the areas that they dived at, and they've seen like huge declines in the number of sharks and other megafauna. And in recent years, civil society is playing a huge role in shaping the policies and the direction of protection. So I think it's really important to invest in the civil societies of countries in the developing world and the global south, because you can come up with fancy management plans or marine spatial plans, but at the end of the day, it's the people in the country who are going to implement those and pressure governments if they change their commitments. So that's my message to everyone.
Right. Thank you, Shaha. It's really, really helpful. I'm just going to very quickly summarize what we've heard today, and I think it's really a story of positivity. You know, Sylvia reminded us that we didn't know the limits of exploitation, but we do now. Charles talked about the return of the Atlantic bluefin tuna, that amazing recovery. And Shaha talked about the declaration of Lama Atoll and that being the start of things. And Jonathan, with the vast numbers of protection in the UK overseas territories, 4.3 million square kilometres. And Alex, with 79 vessels just shut down. Incredible. And Jojo, as she said at the beginning, this is a panel of solutionists, and I think that solutionist mind and positivity which comes through Charles's book is really, really central to all of this. Charles will have some signed copies and some donations at the back, I think, or outside later on. I'd like to thank Gallifrey, Sea Shepherd, Mission Blue, and Blue Marine Foundation for this session. I'd like to thank all the speakers, Sylvia, Earle, Charles Clover, Shaha Hashim, Jonathan Hall, Captain Alex, and Jojo Hyde, and thank all of you. And that closes the session for today. Thank you.
For life and for you on the terrestrial biosphere, because the 51% oxygen that we produce every year would disappear.
Which other sea creature do you admire the most?
I would say the cetaceans, the dolphins and the whales. And the reason why we admire them as a group is that although they are responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of phytoplankton whilst they are feeding, they also form an important part of refertilizing the ocean at the other end. And that is an important source of nutrients for us, from which our populations very quickly recover.
What gets you excited?
Light. We love light. The more light we get, the bigger the party from a phytoplankton perspective.
If you had a message for us, what would it be?
Humans need to remember that however clever you are, that you ultimately form part of the ecosystem, which us phytoplankton have driven since the beginning of life on Earth. And you need to remember that you rely on that ecosystem for your own lives. And you need to spend more time looking after that ecosystem because you rely on it for the well-being of your own lives.
So you're a Goliath grouper, and you're a huge fish. What's it like to be a fish?
I suppose as a fish, there are senses that as humans, I can't really I can't explain it to you because you don't have the ability to feel what a fish feels. I feel sorry for you in a way because you just have no idea how beautiful it is to sense the symphony of life with your whole body. Not just your eyes, and not just your gills, and not just the lateral line, and not just the sense of taste around your mouth, but just this wondrous way of knowing that you and the ocean are all connected to everything else in the ocean and maybe in the universe.
You impressively like to eat your prey whole, without chewing. How many fish can you swallow in one go?
The number of fish varies. Sometimes there are lots of opportunities. Other times I have to go hungry for days.
Could you eat me whole? Would you? Would you want to eat me?
There are stories that I have heard about humans being evaluated as a possible lunch or dinner, but in fact, humans don't taste very good.
Do you mate for life?
Groupers such as I have a way of getting together at least once a year when the phase of the moon is just right and we feel the sense, the chemistry in the ocean and the light in the sea. We tend to gather in a place, the males, the females. We tend to go our separate ways after mating, but it is such a glorious experience. We are single-minded. It's just one of those special events. We look forward to it. I look forward to it basically all year long, but it's only, just about once a year we gather, hundreds of us, or at least there used to be hundreds of us. Now it's rare when as many as 200 or 300 Goliath grouper can find one another. Our numbers have so greatly reduced just in my 22 years.
What gets you annoyed?
I'm usually a very contented fish. I just love hanging out and maintaining peace. But when I'm hungry, watch out. I can move fast.
What's your favorite snack?
Well, they're a little bit fast, but squid are so tasty. And fish that I don't have to work too hard to chase. It's not that I'm lazy. For example, if there are other fish that are gathering, I can sometimes look as if I'm really peaceful around the edges of a school, but then I can do my super grouper thing and dash in and pick off one.
Would we miss you if you were gone?
If I were gone, I would certainly miss me. Animals, we don't photosynthesize like seaweeds or phytoplankton. We have to eat something, but we always give nutrients back. And that's a really important part of the cycle. It's part of what makes the reefs healthy.
What gets you excited?
Lunch.
What would you say is your best feature?
I think my eyes are really special. I really do. I can't blink. But the eyes of groupers, my eyes, are just able to see colors that humans cannot see. I really love the night because some creatures cannot see as well as I can. And so I can sneak up on them and and turn them into part of the food chain.
If you had a message for us, what would it be?
My message to humans is do unto fish as you would have fish do unto you.
Mangrove forests are home to hundreds of species of fish, mammals, and birds. Human communities rely on mangroves too. Unfortunately, large areas of mangroves have been lost. With the trees gone, coastlines erode, and animal populations decrease. However, mangrove forests are incredibly efficient carbon sinks. Restoring them can create carbon offsets, which can be sold, and profits invested into local communities. The Fair Carbon Project is developing step-by-step guides for blue carbon projects. We can bring back mangroves on a massive scale. Find out more at faircarbon.org.
You're a phytoplankton, and you're microscopic, but hugely important. How old are you, and how long do you expect to live for?
We're talking about days rather than years. An individual cell, we can survive for a couple of days.
There are billions and billions of you in the ocean. How many times can you reproduce in your lifetime?
Each individual within our community will replicate a couple of hundred to 1,000 times, depending on the time of year. Our biggest time of year is in springtime, and this is to do with water circulation and mixing and nutrients with light.
So most other sea creatures eat you, but what do you eat?
We don't eat. We are photosynthesizers. So as autotrophs, we make our food. We need carbon dioxide, we need water, we need light, and we have chlorophyll. And those are the basic ingredients to make sugars which is what we use to feed.
What would you say is your greatest achievement?
Us phytoplankton are responsible for the atmosphere that you humans enjoy today. Because of photosynthesis, we have taken all of the carbon dioxide that used to form part of the atmosphere. We have turned that into sugar, and by way of a byproduct, we have produced oxygen, because oxygen is not so important to us. Us phytoplankton actually produce around 51% of the annual oxygen that humans breathe every year. So we are much more important than even all the rainforests of the Earth combined. And this is why looking after the oceans and looking after us, phytoplankton, at the base of the food chain is so important going forward.
Yes, how does it make you feel being bottom of the food chain?
It's great. Everything else relies on us. So without us blooming to kick-start the whole food web, there wouldn't be bluefin tuna or dolphins or whales in the area. So we are the cool kids on the block. The others just come wherever we are.
Where in the world would we find you?
Anywhere where there is water, you will find phytoplankton. But I was born in the Straits of Gibraltar, and I was driven in by the Atlantic water into the Alboran gyres, which are very important areas for our phytoplankton communities, because as the ocean moves, it forms huge gyres, and we end up concentrating in those areas, and these become hotspots for wildlife. So the Alboran is a very important area for biodiversity because of us phytoplankton in the region.
So what would happen if you were gone?
I think the world would be a very different place. The world would be an inhospitable place. Because we take away that carbon dioxide, we remove it from the oceans, and we can lock it up in the sediments below the ocean that we live in for thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. Without us, the oceans would very quickly become an inhospitable place for life and for you on the terrestrial biosphere, because the 51% oxygen that we produce every year would disappear.
Which other sea creature do you admire the most?
I would say the cetaceans, the dolphins and the whales. And the reason why we admire them as a group is that although they are responsible for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of phytoplankton whilst they are feeding, they also form an important part of refertilizing the ocean at the other end. And that is an important source of nutrients for us, from which our populations very quickly recover.
What gets you excited?
Light. We love light. The more light we get, the bigger the party from a phytoplankton perspective.
If you had a message for us, what would it be?
Humans need to remember that however clever you are, that you ultimately form part of the ecosystem, which us phytoplankton have driven since the beginning of life on Earth. And you need to remember that you rely on that ecosystem for your own lives. And you need to spend more time looking after that ecosystem because you rely on it for the well-being of your own lives.
So you're a Goliath grouper, and you're a huge fish. What's it like to be a fish?
I suppose as a fish, there are senses that as humans, I can't explain it to you because you don't have the ability to feel what a fish feels. I feel sorry for you in a way because you just have no idea how beautiful it is to sense the symphony of life with your whole body. not just your eyes, and not just your gills, and not just the lateral line, and not just the sense of taste around your mouth, but just this wondrous way of knowing that you and the ocean are all connected to everything else in the ocean and maybe in the universe.
You impressively like to eat your prey whole, without chewing. How many fish can you swallow in one go?
The number of fish varies. Sometimes there are lots of opportunities. Other times I have to go hungry for days.
Could you eat me whole? Would you? Would you want to eat me?
There are stories that I have heard about humans being evaluated as a possible lunch or dinner, but in fact, humans don't taste very good.
Do you mate for life?
Groupers such as I have a way of getting together at least once a year when the phase of the moon is just right and we feel the sense, the chemistry in the ocean and the light in the sea. We tend to gather in a place, the males, the females. We tend to go our separate ways after mating, but it is such a glorious experience. We are single-minded. It's just one of those special events. We look forward to it. I look forward to it basically all year long, but it's only, just about once a year we gather, hundreds of us, or at least there used to be hundreds of us. Now, it's rare when as many as 200 or 300 Goliath grouper can find one another. Our numbers have so greatly reduced just in my 22 years.
What gets you annoyed?
I'm usually a very contented fish. I just love hanging out and maintaining peace. But when I'm hungry, watch out. I can move fast.
What's your favorite snack?
Well, they're a little bit fast, but squid are so tasty. And fish that I don't have to work too hard to chase. It's not that I'm lazy. For example, if there are other fish that are gathering, I can sometimes look as if I'm really peaceful around the edges of a school, but then I can do my super grouper thing and dash in and pick off one.
Would we miss you if you were gone?
If I were gone, I would certainly miss me. Animals, we don't photosynthesize like seaweeds or phytoplankton. We have to eat something, but we always give nutrients back. And that's a really important part of the cycle. It's part of what makes the reefs healthy.
What gets you excited?
Lunch.
What would you say is your best feature?
I think my eyes are really special. I really do. I can't blink. But the eyes of groupers, my eyes, are just able to see colors that humans cannot see. I really love the night because some creatures cannot see as well as I can. And so I can sneak up on them and and turn them into part of the food chain.
If you had a message for us, what would it be?
My message to humans is do unto fish as you would have fish do unto you.
Mangrove forests are home to hundreds of species of fish, mammals, and birds. Human communities rely on mangroves too. Unfortunately, large areas of mangroves have been lost. With the trees gone, coastlines erode, and animal populations decrease. However, mangrove forests are incredibly efficient carbon sinks. Restoring them can create carbon offsets, which can be sold, and profits invested into local communities. The Fair Carbon Project is developing step-by-step guides for blue carbon projects. We can bring back mangroves on a massive scale. Find out more at faircarbon.org.
You're a phytoplankton, and you're microscopic, but hugely important. How old are you, and how long do you expect to live for?
We're talking about days rather than years. An individual cell, we can survive for a couple of days.
There are billions and billions of you in the ocean. How many times can you reproduce in your lifetime?
Each individual within our community will replicate a couple of hundred to 1,000 times, depending on the time of year. Our biggest time
Good
of
afternoon,
year.
ladies and gentlemen. In 5 minutes, we are going to start the third panel about blue carbon. So please be seated while our speakers are getting ready on the stage. Thank you very much.
Kenny?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Beatriz. I'm a designer and a plant-based chef with a background in regeneration. I also organize community beach cleanups with the support of Sea Shepherd Portugal, and we want to bring awareness to the ghost fishing gear issue and its impact in the marine life. I'm incredibly honored to be here today with all of you, and I'll now present you the Blue Carbon Workshop. We'll listen to the ocean experts talking about the carbon retention through oceanic and coastal ecosystems and how to integrate our utopian visions into our daily lives. Let me introduce you to our moderator, John Vermilye. He's an entrepreneur, an environmentalist, and a philanthropist working in the field of environment conservation. His career is built around questioning the status quo and creating better solutions for both humans and the Earth. Please, let's all give a warm welcome to our panel and let ourselves be inspired by their work and knowledge. Over to you, John. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I am John Vermilye, the Gallifrey Foundation from Geneva, Switzerland, and we hope this will be an interactive panel today because we have a smaller crew than the last session. Thank you, Sylvia. But we also have, I think, in the audience, people who know rather a lot about blue carbon, and obviously my colleagues here on the panel. So one of the things that we'll want to know and think of already is, what are your questions? And also, some of you will have experience that touch on some of the key points that we'll be discussing this afternoon. We've identified that there are 5 gaps that are blocking us from scaling blue carbon projects. And that's the purpose of today, is to think those through together with you, see if we can come to some answers and some tactics that allow us to break through these barriers. And these will be in order: the social impact, local capacity rather than having to fly people in to help do your project, knowledge, how can we achieve accreditation far easier than it is today, transparency, for the benefit of the projects, for the credibility excuse me, of the projects, and also for the people who are going to be providing the money for that. And finally, the money, the funding. So very critically, excuse me, if I could first get a feel for the audience in the room, I'd like to ask who here already, who comes from the supply side, who's been part of a project before? Okay, got a few of you, thank you very much. And then the second question, who here is from the demand side of the equation, the buyers, finance side? All right, they're your friends, by the way. And finally, who's here really just to find out a bit more about blue carbon and how it works in the process? Okay, good. Excuse me, that helps us, pardon me, get the discussion started. So with that, I would like to introduce the people up front, have them introduce themselves. But in doing so, let me tell you, there are only 17 successful mangrove restoration projects or carbon offset projects in the world. 17. 3 of them are represented here on the panel. How is that possible? Why don't we have thousands? Well, that's what we're here to do today. So, Mark.
Thank you, John. My name's Mark Huxham. I'm based at Edinburgh Napier University in Scotland, where I'm a coastal ecologist, but I'm also the director of a charity called the Association for Coastal Ecosystem Services, and our role is to help local communities to understand and then to market those ecosystem services that they can sell, and that's with a particular focus and concentration on carbon. And we, along with our colleagues in Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute and the Kenyan government, we established the first mangrove conservation project to be funded by sales of carbon credits. That's called Mikoko Pamoja, and it's in southern Kenya, and that was established back in 2012. Thank you.
My name is Laura Mickey, and I work for Mangrove Action Project as their program manager and as a mangrove restoration trainer. So I'm currently based in the UK on the south coast in Portsmouth, and at Mangrove Action Project we focus on conserving and restoring and protecting the world's mangrove forests, and we focus on training in mangrove restoration and also education and advocacy for mangroves.
Hi, and thank you for being here today when there's so much other stuff going on at the same time. I'm Mark Beeston. I'm a mangrove scientist, ecologist, and a conservationist and nature lover as well. I lead the Fair Carbon Project, which provides accessible resources to understand the blue carbon crediting process and support new projects through the early stages of that process.
Hi everyone, great to be here today, really looking forward to the conversation. My name's Leah Glass, I work with Blue Ventures and Silverstrom Climate Associates, and for the last decade I've been honoured to live in Madagascar and work with small-scale fishers to develop blue carbon projects. One of those blue carbon projects is the community-run Tahiri Hunku project in southwest Madagascar. Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to the discussion with you all and fellow panelists today.
And hi, I'm Jen Howard. I'm the Senior Director of the Blue Carbon Program at Conservation International. And for the last decade, I've been building the tools, the science, and the policy to allow blue carbon to be integrated into national scale programs as well as the carbon market. I am one of the founding members of the Global Mangrove Alliance and am a technical expert on the Blue Carbon Initiative. And last year, we had our first VCS certified mangrove conservation project that was producing credits for the voluntary market out of Colombia.
Excellent, thank you very much. So as we get started each session, we'll have about 15 minutes, and I'd like you to already think about questions you may have, and then if some of you have relevant experience, think about how you might share that as we go through when we get to the Q&A part of it. So Mark, let me ask you, how do we deal with the gap in basically social impact, the importance, the human importance on the ground, the people who really are going to make this work?
Thank you. Well, if I can address that very briefly with a personal story. So as a scientist, when I first started working in mangrove conservation, I was interested in cataloging the ecosystem services of mangrove forests. And so I did that in collaboration with economists and anthropologists and others. And at the sites where we work in southern Kenya, by far the most important value of the mangroves was coastal protection for erosion, and that was worth, in theory, that was worth thousands of dollars a year. Underneath that was fisheries provision, and we could demonstrate how juvenile fish were using the mangroves as nurseries and moving off to coral reefs where they were providing food and livelihoods and income for local people. And then only after that was carbon. And at our sites, there's a carbon density of more than 1,500 tons of carbon, not CO2, carbon per hectare. So huge amounts of carbon in these forests. So as a scientist, you think, okay, we're going to focus on the most valuable parts of the mangrove. Apparently, that's coastal protection. But nobody was going to pay, and nobody is going to pay at these sites. So of the different ecosystem services, the only one that was marketable was carbon, and that's why we focused on it. And the reason why we focus on it is because we need to bring income. And the reason we need to bring income is because these forests are owned and managed by local people, and those local people need they need support in what they're doing, and they need to understand why it's directly to their benefit to get involved in mangrove conservation. And so around social impact, the model that we use and the model that's promoted by Plan Vivo, which is the standard that accredits our work, is that actually social impact comes first. It comes before, it's the really crucial part of this. It comes before we start worrying about the precision on the science or about the marketing. It's about social impact. And if you can demonstrate to people that by investing in local conservation, we can bring benefits, not just benefits, but money, real cash from a real market, and then local people can decide to invest in what they want from that. In our case, that's done through a democratic community consultation called Barazas, and people overwhelmingly choose to invest in healthcare, in water, and in education. And so the first investment actually that people made was in clean water in their villages. And just in one village, for example, people, as a result of putting in some wells, people saved more than 600 hours of time collecting water every month. And most of that time is spent, or was spent, by women and by girls. So that time now can go to more productive things like education. So actually one of the main lessons that I've learned as coming as a scientist, somebody who likes speaking to crabs really more than people, one of the most important lessons was this is all about people, and for it to work, that social impact has to come first and center.
All right, I'm going to take some questions if you've got them, but let me start with one to Mark. I was very fortunate to go to Ghazi a few years ago, just before COVID, and I saw the water tower, and I saw the distribution lines, and I saw the clinic, and I saw the school. But that may have come at a cost, perhaps, to people's income, some people's income. I'm aware that, for example, harvesting the wood. So talk to me about how, in the Makoko Pamoja project, that issue was dealt with.
Maybe 2 points there. One of the interesting things about our sites is that mangrove harvesting is illegal. And that's the case in many mangrove sites around the world. And so, in fact, technically, if you enforce mangrove protection, you're not actually impacting on anyone's livelihood. And it's an important point because it means that relatively small amounts of additional income can just help a bit of enforcement that can or should have been happening anyway. However, we do know that there are trade-offs. So there were illegal harvesters at the site, and critical to success is understanding who those people are and negotiating with them to make sure that they get benefits from the intervention. And often it's, it might be a small number of people actually at any given site, but you need the local contextual knowledge so that you can say, okay, we're going to employ some forest guards. You're the one to get that employment.
Okay. Any questions yet? Yes, in the back. Do we have a microphone runner? And while we're working on that, let me just pick up on that for a second. Before I even went to Ghazi and to the Makoko Pamoja site, I was fascinated by how much I could find online. I could find the minutes of the meeting of the community taking these decisions. I could see how many shillings so-and-so is being paid to be the warden, et cetera. Can you just expand a bit about this community engagement and negotiation? Is it hierarchical? Is there a gender issue? Are there any tribal issues, et cetera? Because it can be quite complex.
You're right. And I think sometimes people kind of exoticize that and think, oh, it's a complex system, for example, in Kenya. But actually, coming from Scotland, any kind of community consultation is really complex in my experience. And one of the lovely things about working in that kind of culture is that people really want to attend those meetings. So those barazas, they're open meetings and hundreds of people will come to them, which is really in contrast to what I find on a rainy evening, in Scotland around a community issue. So the democratic basis of it is very strong. It's supported by very strong facilitatory legislative frameworks in Kenya and in other East African countries too, where people can get tenureship of their local environment. Of course, there are power dynamics going on, as there are in any group of human beings. Gender is a big one in that culture, but there are ways of ostentatiously and explicitly addressing that by having rules for gender representation, for example, on committees.
Good. All right. We have a question in the back.
Hi, Mark. Stephen Lutz here with Greater Arndal Blue Carbon Lead. And actually, I was just in Gazi Bay and Vanga Bay 2 weeks ago, and I did see the full transparency of the whole financial transactions for the blue carbon projects there, which was wonderful to see on the wall of the Community Association in Vanga. So my question is that, you know, nature-based carbon offsets were trending at less than around $8 a ton for carbon last year. However, Mikoko Pomoja received $20 a ton. And so the villagers in Vanga were saying, well, how can we, you know, we want to have $20 a ton. They had $11 a ton up to. So what's your thoughts on how these projects are generating high revenue and high prices per ton? How is that? Please describe.
Thanks, Stephen. I speak to a lot of buyers in my role, and from the producer side, and particularly from the scientist side, our concentration is often on technical issues about carbon fluxes and stocks, and a kind of sometimes slightly defensive worry about whether we can justify the carbon claims that we're making. I almost never get that from buyers. What I get from buyers, actually, is they're looking for positive, holistic stories. Of course, they're interested in carbon conservation, but on the whole, buyers are really also very interested in SDGs and in social benefit and welfare of local people. So, which is very positive. And coming back to your question, Stephen, that's one of the reasons, I think, why people, if you can take the time and explain to people, look, if you want all of these benefits, if you want gender inclusion, if you want welfare, if you want democracy, if you want capacity building, and you want carbon, and you want biodiversity, that's gonna cost. And so $20 is still too low, actually, but at least we're getting there.
Just picking up on that, excuse me, when I was on site, and not in Gazi, but in a village next door, again, there was this jealousy. So you talked about the power dynamics. And again, I'm hearing that in this example at play. Is there any hope, and maybe we'll get to this, Jen, when we come to talk about funding and financing, but maybe there needs to be a way to equalize this across a geographic area, which is really analogous in terms of its sequestration rates.
Yes, and you're right, we might get to that when we start talking about, well, buyer alliances and producer alliances.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions for the moment? All right. Anybody have experience in these issues of social impact? Perhaps some problems you've run into that we might discuss? Okay. Turning to the panel, some of you have been involved in projects, boots on the ground. Leah, I'm looking at you. You've run into some of this. What are your thoughts? Social impact. Social impact.
Yeah, I mean, it's a key factor in these projects. I think what we mustn't forget is that, you know, what creates a blue carbon credit? It's either the protection or restoration of blue carbon ecosystems, mangroves, seagrasses, salt marshes. And what does that entail? That entails change of use. Hundreds of millions of small-scale fishers and coastal people across the tropics are dependent on these resources for their livelihoods. And yeah, really just as Mark was saying, these projects need to safeguard those livelihoods and ideally improve those livelihoods. I think, you know, this blue carbon's hard. It's not easy. We're talking about gaps today, but I think that there's huge potential. There's a massive amount of finance that is particularly post-COP last year is now interested in now seeing the potential from this. Unfortunately, more from the perspective of carbon sequestration, but the potential for good on the ground, which, you know, was one of the key reasons behind the carbon market in the first place. I think, you know, we really need to think about how can we best channel the huge amounts of finance that is around to the people that are living within these ecosystems to improve their resilience and also safeguard the resources that they're so dependent on.
Okay. Laura, we're going to go from project specific to the broader view that you've got with the Mangrove Action Project. Where does social impact fall within the work that you're doing?
I think that what we often see is that, obviously, if we're going in to teach communities and work with communities and local NGOs, they are often very dependent on the mangroves and, you know, often cut the mangroves for either fuel wood or for building houses or building boats. And they're very reliant on that. They can't really get hold of other resources. So working with the local NGOs, with the local people, to find alternatives to that is incredibly important, which is why working with communities and working with these, people on the ground right from the outset, is so important, and getting that buy-in from the beginning is so important. So we do a lot of education to explain, they know so much about the mangroves, and that knowledge exchange is so important for us to learn from them, but also to help them, see the bigger picture and why we want to do what we want to do.
All right. Mark Beeston, similarly, you've been exposed to a lot of mangrove projects around the world. What's your view on the social impact issue, and how do we get around that? What are the key steps?
I think one of the most significant steps we could take is actually to tackle some of the misconceptions about what community involvement actually is, what ethical governance is, what inclusivity means. It's quite sadly common to speak to developers or potential developers and hear about them saying, oh yeah, we're going to create 40 jobs by implementing this project. And you go, that's great. That's going to employ some people. But what else are you doing for community? How else are you drawing people into this? You're going to benefit a few families, but what about hundreds, in some cases a couple of thousand people who are also living in this landscape and are reliant on it? Where's their voice? Where's their inclusive management and governance process? How can they make any grievance complaints or raise any issues? Where's all this? Employing people to work on a project site, it's a good thing, but it's not everything. It doesn't equate to full social engagement, and we really need to stop pretending it does.
Okay, thank you. Jen, CI has experienced boots on the ground now, and you've got the big Columbia project that was launched. Again, how does social impact rank in the priorities of the things that you're doing?
It's one of the top priorities, and that's largely because what we're trying to do is scale this as a solution. So coastal ecosystems, for all the reasons the other panelists have said, are incredibly important. But if you continue to look at small project by project, you'll get there, but it'll take longer. I think the thing that the project in Colombia helped to do, and what the project in Kenya did as well, is sort of highlight what's possible, be transparent about the problems, but then show that social impact. And then what you got was a lot of attention on those projects. And now the Columbia project, the government has said, we want to do 5 more just like it. That's social impact. I mean, that is scaling it. And that's because there's this recognition that these systems are important and can benefit communities and can build capacity and can increase fisheries and livelihoods. And that's being recognized and is being put into the language of various targets that governments are really interested in, the SDG targets, their climate and Paris Agreement targets. You do this one thing in this one ecosystem, you're going to hit, I think, 12 out of 14 SDG targets would be impacted. And so if that message gets out and that social impact, that's going to be what I think motivates scale. And so that's sort of the role I see social impact. And I think one thing people try to do is put a price tag on social impact as a way to increase carbon value or carbon project value. And there is a lot of additional value that these projects provide, some of which I think, sure, there's a flood mitigation value that we can figure out. Other things like biodiversity, respectable work, education. I don't think we want or should put a price on those things. And so I think there's also the social impact of a carbon project and being careful about what of those components are having a dollar value attached to them or not. But I think that recognition is what's going to scale the project.
Okay, that's a good segue, because now we're going to talk about local capacity, and Laura Mickey's going to pick up on that. And this is the issue of, do you bring in outside consultants all the time, or is this something that could be accomplished locally?
So when we say local capacity, we mean the people on the ground living in these countries, in the ecosystems that you want to work in with your projects. And that could be communities, that could be community groups, youth groups, women's groups, local NGOs, the local cooperatives, and all the people that rely on the natural resources of these ecosystems to survive. And that local capacity is so important to acknowledge and to find out what it is and who these groups are and how you can engage and work together, rather than just going into a country, doing a project and then leaving. And actually engaging with that local capacity will help that project be socially just and be effective and be sustainable into the long term. And I mean, we've all worked with local groups and with local capacity and capacity building and knowledge exchange, and it's fundamental to all of the projects that we do. And we often come across gaps where projects aren't necessarily working with local groups, or maybe have a bit of an ego or an ownership thing about their projects, or it's finance. And so, we want to open up a discussion about local capacity and see if you guys have any questions or if you've had experience with local capacity, not necessarily in blue carbon, but in any of your projects working with local people. We'd love to hear your experiences.
Right. Anybody here have questions about this issue?
Yeah.
We've got somebody here in front. Thank you very much.
Hi. Thanks so much. So insightful so far. I guess my question is when it comes to local capacity, but also on both of Mark's comments on the importance of the social impacts being realistic and long-term. And you talk a lot about governance and transparency in education and things that, well, a lot of it relies on local government, right? So we're talking about nonprofits and the community and everybody involved, but if you're deciding to build a school, or if you're deciding to action a law that's meant to be implemented, we're not mentioning mayors, we're not mentioning. So I guess my question is first, how do you engage with local government? What has been your reaction? And what are the issues when the local government may be suffering from issues like corruption or may be actively against some of what you're doing?
That is a fantastic question. So the projects that we do as Mangrove Action Project, we always try and meet with local government before we start a project. And it's because usually it's the government or the forest services that have ownership or control over these mangrove ecosystems. So if you're wanting to do any work in them, you need to have their buy-in as well. And we have often met some resistance because obviously it's their ecosystems that they're managing, and that's not just mangroves, that's seagrasses and salt marsh and all these coastal ecosystems and blue carbon ecosystems. And so we often find that just spending some time with them and kind of helping them realize that we are there to help. So one of the main things we do as Mangrove Action Project is restoration training. So we go into countries to these project sites and we train everybody from governments to NGOs to communities how to restore their mangroves and the best practices to do that. And so we try and make sure that the governments are interacting with the communities and NGOs, because often there is a lot of conflict there. And if the government have decided that there's no cutting allowed, but the local people rely on that, they see them as the enemy. So we always are keen to get them in the same room, get them talking, and we invite everybody to these workshops that we do. And often, so we recently went to Kenya and we had a bit of resistance from the Kenya Forest Service, the people we were working with. And when we asked to see their sites and their restoration attempts, the good ones and the bad ones, they were only showing us the successes where the planting had worked. Because I think he thought if he showed us the ones where it had failed, that he'd be in trouble. And so after 4 or 5 days, and I think once he realized that we just really wanted to help and make sure that this restoration work is going to be successful. So he started showing us these huge areas where they'd planted and it had all gone wrong, and they'd planted multiple times and it just kept failing, and we were like, that's exactly what we need to see, because that's where we can help, and we can help you improve the hydrology and restore the ecosystem before that nature can bring it back. So you're absolutely right, engaging with the government is so important.
So I'll come to you in a second. Mark, Beeston, sorry, we've got 2 Marks on the panel. You wrote the report, Blue Carbon Mind the Gap, and in doing so, you reviewed loads of projects and loads of failures. So what's the gap that you've seen from your perspective vis-a-vis these mass monoculture plantings, well-intentioned perhaps, and what's really needed?
Ooh, don't get me started, really. I could go on this one quite a lot. This comes back to misconceptions again, and there is a very dominant narrative we see that talks about restoration efforts in terms of planting thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of trees. And this has become so pervasive that when we see philanthropists or investors trying to do some good, they're asking all the time, how many trees are we going to plant? That's their one thing that they really want as a metric. We're going to plant 100,000 trees because that is what makes the headline, and that's what's easy to understand. But as soon as you move beyond that and say, well, the problem isn't that you need to plant 100,000 trees. The problem for this site that you're looking at is actually there's now a road going through it, and so the tide is coming in halfway, and the other half of the forest, the other side of the road, is now dead. What we need to do is dig the road up, put some pipes under it so water is restored. Then the mangroves will probably come back more or less on their own. And that doesn't land well. That's not a headline of we're planting 100,000 trees. That's a headline of, hey, we've put in 10 pipes under a road. And it's just not as attractive. So it's the misconception around planting techniques and that dominant narrative. It would be great to see that changed to one of ecosystem restoration and holistic efforts. And if we can figure out a way to report that makes sense, that's easily understandable by a wide range of people, that'd be a great step.
So let's just remember there are 3 phases. We're going to conserve a site, we're going to restore a site, and then there's afforestation, we're going to expand a site. And the mental model for so many people has been, we're going to plant 100,000 seedlings. Jen Howard.
Oh, I just wanted to make a comment because I think you're being too modest about what MAP does. I think that the model that MAP has is fantastic, and I think it's because you embed and build the capacity and you embed yourself in those communities. And I think too many people see capacity building as, oh, I'm going to go and have a 1-week workshop. That's not capacity building. That's just highlighting like main topics that you might want to now investigate and get capacity on. And I think that the way that MAP does it is critical, and I think that's the way a lot of groups need to be shifting how they think about capacity building. Like if I want to do capacity building on a blue carbon project, at the end of that capacity building phase, they better have a project document that they're submitting that's real. And you went through that process with me and you drank from that fire hose and you learned. And at the end, you have a legitimate project or at the end of that capacity building. And then you can go on and do it again. And I think that's been MAP's model. I just wanted to highlight that I think it's a really great model. And I don't think people appreciate what you guys are actually doing.
There's a lot to it. And Leah, you live that day in and day out at the Tahiri Honko project in Madagascar.
No, definitely want to second Jen's piece about MAP. They really do fantastic work, and I think a key piece of successful blue carbon projects and this kind of like capacity building in general is listening, is understanding like the journey of developing a project, sitting down with communities or encouraging communities to sit down together and understand why their resources, why their blue carbon ecosystems are being lost, why do they need to be restored. Encouraging, as Laura was saying as well, encouraging conversations with all actors, state actors, communities, is really central to the success of these projects. And I think there's so much to be learnt by encouraging these conversations and by listening that can then feed into the development of a successful blue carbon project.
Okay. Questions from the audience, or do we have any online at the moment? Okay.
Can I just add?
Yes, Laura, go ahead.
Just to add to that, what Leah and Jen both just said, like working with the communities, every single project that we do at MAP is completely different. There's no one single solution for restoring mangroves. You have to go in and get on the ground and get into the mangroves and assess the site, but also work with the communities. They have so much knowledge and they have so many different needs from the mangroves that every project we do really incorporates those discussions to figure out not only how we can help, but what the community need and how we can then help them do that. And so just figuring out every single different mangrove and figure out what they've tried before and the solutions ahead, really matters. And you can't just go and apply the same project to different areas. We recently went to the Bahamas, and all of the 70% of the mangroves on Grand Bahama were wiped out in Hurricane Dorian in 2019. And so the solution for restoring those is completely different to the work we did in Kenya, where a lot of the mangroves have been lost because the government dredged channels and dumped all the sand on the sides of the channels, which completely blocked the water flow into the mangroves. And so they were all dying because the salinity was 3 times that of the seawater nearby. And so you really have to go in and assess and really work with the communities and learn from them before you can implement a project.
Yeah. Mark Huxham, I think about the Makoko Pamoja project in Kenya, and what's behind that is Dr. Cairo at the Kenya Marine Fisheries Research Institute in Mombasa. So when I look at local capacity, I look at it in 2 ways. One, we've been talking basically at the very community level, but I also look at it at a national level. And this idea of a hub of knowledge, and I think we're seeing that with the expansion to Vanga and then up north now in Lamu and places like that. What's your view? I mean, I think it works very well for Kenya. Do we need a camphor in every country?
That would be great.
Or Dr. Cairo in every country.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Cairo's in the room. He is around. I'm going to address that, but I just wanted to very quickly pick up on an issue around technology, because that's around community engagement too. And I speak to a lot of interested people, many of them scientists, some of them investors, who are trying to apply new technology to these questions. And it's really important to see that there's sometimes a trade-off between technology and community engagement. So the more expensive and difficult the technology becomes, the less likely it is that the owners of these projects, the communities nearby, will be engaging with that technology. And actually, when it comes to things like seagrass are much harder to monitor, but for mangroves, monitoring carbon in mangroves is often quite straightforward, and it can be done very accurately by people on the ground. Yeah. So I just wanted to throw that in. Coming back to your point about engagement at different levels, we're very fortunate in Kenya that there's really fantastic legal framework there around community forest associations and the government encouraging people, local communities, to have tenureship of their local environment and to benefit from that. Yeah. And without that facilitatory legal framework, it's very hard to see how community-based projects could be done anywhere, really. And there are countries where that doesn't exist. And so I guess one of the first questions for anybody interested in engaging in this is to say, well, what are the laws in this jurisdiction, and is this even possible? The other kind of political lesson, I suppose, that might be relevant here is that having very high-profile, energetic champions like James Cairo means that local political movers and shakers know about the project and want to promote it, and that means that they're going to be happy for you. For example, we're not taxed. And if we were taxed on the carbon benefits by the Kenyan government, it would probably be impossible because the money isn't enough. So other countries are looking very hard about how their forest services get money from this, and that's going to be difficult because the money, there's lots of money in the voluntary market, but it doesn't necessarily percolate down to local people.
So let me sketch something. I may have something wrong on this, so do correct me. But in Kenya, if I understand it correctly, mangroves actually belong to the state. And then you always have this dilemma: is it the forestry ministry or is it the oceans ministry? And then the next element is exactly what Kenya's done. They have given the right to communities to do these projects, and they've said, you've set yourself up, you've got articles of association, you've got rules, we're going to let you do this, even though it belongs to the state. Is that a fair way to put it?
It is, and critically in carbon projects anyway, you have to show that the benefits can be at least, the tenureship can be at least 20 years or 25 years, and that's possible under Kenyan law. So yes, the local communities technically don't own their forests, but they're able to apply for user rights, which includes rights to tenureship over carbon for at least 20 years.
Yeah, so they may not actually have land tenure, but they've got carbon rights.
Exactly, yeah.
Interesting. Again, I think that's the challenge as we go out to other countries who have to figure out who owns what and who can do what. And I have a number of countries on my list. Mark?
This just reminded me actually of a really nice example of organic local capacity building that I came across recently when speaking to a potential project in a West African country. They had actually heard about Mikoko Pamoja and deliberately traveled to Kenya to visit the site. And I was really shocked when they started deep diving into hydrology and salinity, which were the issues they were facing. And it turned out they had come across somebody in Tanzania who had been to a MAP 10-day training session, had been in the field taking measurements, learned how to do it, and they were all really excited to be passing that information on. So there is really good knowledge transfer out there happening on its own. Once you plant the seed and it's shown to work, things do happen. It's great.
So Mark, you have beautifully set up the next section that we're going to talk about, which is knowledge, which is how do we translate these incredibly detailed and necessarily rigorous accreditation standards so that they could actually be done locally?
Good setup. I set myself up there. I think this is something that all of us are working on, and lots of other organisations too, and are all thinking really hard about. We need to begin any discussion on knowledge gaps by acknowledging that the three ecosystems usually defined as blue carbon, so mangroves, seagrass, salt marsh, there is a good body of scientific knowledge already. And with projects like the ones represented up here today, there's really good emerging best practice as well. So there's not a lack of information. The problem we have is that it's not necessarily easily discoverable. So, a potential project proponent might access a methodology, download a Vera VM0033 methodology, start reading it to learn how to measure the carbon stored in their ecosystem, to learn how to measure how much CO2 is sucked out the atmosphere each year. And really quickly, they're going to come into pages of complex algorithms, and it's very confusing. And that's before you start delving into the carbon market, into policy, finance, local leadership, how to make sure all these different parts fit together and work. And it can become very overwhelming and very fast. And so, if you've got internet access, you Google it, and you're immediately swamped, no pun intended, with results all talking about different things, different solutions. And it's really hard to pick out what's true, what's false, what's kind of self-serving for an organisation that's trying to set up project sites and is looking for potential project proponents that they can get on board and get their carbon at $2 a tonne and not think about how that affects everyone in the long term. And there is also sometimes a bit of a horrible dated colonial mindset to some of the resources you find in the first couple of pages of Google. It's overwhelming and dispiriting. And so quite often people will just close the book and go, this is not for me. I'm going to go and apply for a grant because that's something I understand how to do. So surprisingly, this is actually kind of true at both ends of the value chain. This is not just suppliers, but also when you're looking at buyers, at philanthropists who want to get involved in this space and make a positive difference. When we began this Fair Carbon project and started work, I expected to be spending a lot of time talking to small locally led NGOs and kind of leading them into their learning journey and saying, here are the resources you need. Here's a good one from CI, here's a great example from Blue Ventures. Talk to MAP so you can learn about how to tackle this hydrology issue. Go look at Mikoko Pamoja and see an example of how everything works really well. But I've actually spent easily as much time speaking to corporations, speaking to philanthropists who also don't know where to begin. You know, I never expected to be spending a lot of time talking to the World Economic Forum on Zoom, but there it is, it's happened. And even talking to governments, which still feels really unnatural to be sitting here saying that somehow you end up talking to a national government about what might work in their location so they can make the right policy decisions for their people, for their ecosystems. So we have groups who are restoring and preserving ecosystems. They're looking for income for community projects. They want to maintain mangroves as flood defences, and they just don't know where to begin. And then we have this huge demand for blue carbon credits, but in some cases there's such low due diligence capacity that I've come across companies buying uncertified credits that not only don't exist and don't represent any real work or ecosystem restoration or even real trees, but are actually illegal to be traded in that country. So that was a fun conversation. So this whole problem of accessible knowledge, of building understanding of how the voluntary carbon market works, of effectively communicating what's just, ethical and inclusive governance and benefit sharing, it's a huge problem. And if we can figure it out, then hopefully we can put the carbon market to work as a financial engine to drive positive outcomes for people on the planet. But infrastructure work and education is not glamorous. You don't get photographs of people planting trees, and it's a hugely complex issue, which we're all really working on together as much as we can.
All right. So what's interesting on this, before we even get to the details of an accreditation standard, in other words, the science side of it, I'm hearing project management, I'm hearing government regulations, community involvement, community engagement, finance, and we're going to get into that more in a few minutes. All of that before you even get started. So it really is complicated. From your experience, is there a way to guide a project at the very beginning to say, look, before you even start, you need to know X, Y, and Z? And let me twin with that, Mark. Before you even start, is it even going to be viable, financially viable, regulatory, et cetera? How does that work?
That's a really interesting gap and a good question, because the science is out there, the methodologies are out there, the willingness to invest is out there. But before a company can invest, or before anyone can make an investment decision, they need to have some information about what they're looking at. But going back to someone who's just thinking about how they can start this, how they can access this form of sustainable income, and say, hey, what you need to do is put together a feasibility report, the first thing they're going to say is, well, what's a feasibility report? What does that look like? What information do I need? And how do I get that information in a way that's rigorous enough that it allows a company to make an investment decision or a philanthropist to make a funding decision? And then how do I present that and get that message across? And then how do I pay to have that information collected if it's something that we can't do ourselves? And it's actually very difficult to find examples of feasibility reports that you can pull to bits to create a template. So we have one coming out in a few weeks, but it's not as easy as it sounds.
All right, quick, any questions here? We have one over this side. We have a couple going. There we go.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, John, for this great panel. I've had the pleasure of working with some of you. My name is Vahid Fatuhi from Blue Forest. We're project developers of mangrove projects and mostly emerging countries, primarily in Africa. And indeed, John, I think you nailed it on the head in that you need a lot of resources and funding in order to kind of get the project up and running to the point where, as Mark said, investors come online. And there's, of course, what's called reforestation projects, which has its own caveats, and also what's called avoided deforestation, protection of existing forests. For those of you who are, including Leah, for those of you who are field experienced, if you had 1 hectare of mangrove forest and you had to either restore it or protect it from getting deforested, what would be the cost per hectare for those 2 activities on average? Thank you.
Who wants to take that one?
I mean, I was going to talk about that when we talk about finance. I can't tell you. That's basically what it comes down to. I think when you talk about, especially a restoration project, for all the reasons that we've already talked about, the restoration of that 1 hectare could be elevating a road, building a bridge. It could be one guy with a backhoe taking down a wall for a fish pond. All of that has very different costs. There are some costs that stay consistent, whether or not that's about how much it costs to hire somebody to write your PD for you, or the fee that Vera might take to actually issue your credits. Those are sort of set costs. The variable costs, though, can be large, and it can very much depend on where you are, the cost of labor. And so for especially a restoration project, I think the approach that a lot of us are now taking is saying, well, I can't say restoration project. What I can say is this is maybe what it might cost to convert a fish pond back into a mangrove. This might be about what it would cost to have a large infrastructure project requirement back, to restore a mangrove site like the road. So trying to break it up into like high-level categories might be the best you can do. But I'm always a little weary of somebody's like, well, for $200 a hectare, I can restore a mangrove or less. I'm like, I don't believe you as a across-the-board number, to be honest. And so it's just more common. Now, conservation, again, it can really depend. I know the forestry side, terrestrial forestry are better. They have 50+ years of projects, databases that they can pull from to try to calculate some of that. We're working off of a fairly new sort of system with, an N of 17 or less. And so, trying to figure that out from a conservation point of view is harder, but I think more feasible than the restoration cost per hectare.
All right. Leah, a comment, and then we'll go to questions.
Yeah, no problem. Very interesting question. I think, when you're talking about finance, it so often does come back to cost, but how long is a piece of string, I think is the short answer, unfortunately. But I think touching a little bit more on conservation, it's really about the one thing that needs to be fundamentally borne in mind as these projects are developed is opportunity costs. What is the cost to a community? What activities or income are they foregoing in order to conserve their mangroves or seagrasses? So that's that is a really core component. There's the implementation costs, which again kind of like vary a lot and depend on the context. But I think that really it's so context specific. It's not just country by country, it's site by site, and the only way that you can kind of really ascertain that is by understanding how the resources are being used on the ground, what is going to be the cost of the management, what is the cost of either the restoration, implementing the management plans that are needed in order to conserve an area. And I guess the only thing that I wanted to add to this conversation is that 100% agree with what Mark says, and the fact that there's a huge amount that as a sector we need to do to demystify the carbon science perspective of it, and a lot has already been done. But writing a PD is an incredibly, the document that sits behind, that underpins a carbon project is an incredibly overwhelming task. But having been through the process together with the organisation I worked with and the communities that run the project, it forces you to think about, it forces people to think about what is actually necessary in order to conserve and restore these systems. It requires you to think, where might the deforestation go? How much deforestation might move? How much can you actually address with the project activities? And I think those pieces are all fundamental parts of good ocean governance, and it's the carbon science is the only one piece that is really unique to a carbon project. Everything else should really be done in the context of good governance. So that was the only other thing I wanted to add.
I'm thinking about what Jen said. I don't believe it. That resonates. I mean, the fact is, we've seen so many flawed proposals and designs, et cetera, and we've got to get around that. we had another question over here.
Steve Crooks with Sylvestrum, and we were the lead authors on the VCS methodologies, along with many partners here on the stage. And you know, we try and go out and help countries, communities enact carbon projects. And the challenge that we face quite often is there's a lack of capacity, capabilities, because of the complexity of these type of projects. And if you're lucky, there's a Conservation International or there's a Blue Ventures, and they've been embedded in these kind of activities. But mostly that doesn't exist in many countries. And so what we've been encouraging, having many discussions with, say, philanthropy and others, is we need to build up hubs around the world to build technical capabilities, so that I still fly samples all the way back to America to get it analyzed. It should be analyzed in country. But also what we need to do, even within the NGOs which are working around the world, there are fantastic marine organizations out there, fantastic forestry groups out there.
Yeah.
They don't necessarily know anything at all about carbon projects. So even within our own organizations, we need to build the training so that we can have conversations together about what's actually required. And sometimes we just run into a blank wall because we can't have that communication yet. Those kind of capabilities still need to be lifted. And what I am saying, though, is because of this gap, we're seeing groups coming in who are thinking, okay, jurisdictional scale now. We're going to come in, we're going to bring our own people, we're going to create a project. But you really need to be embedded in country for years to have that kind of trust and to know the communities. And so we've got a problem right now where we don't have the local communities so empowered. We have people coming in at the jurisdictional scale. And so we've still got to work out this whole process of how this is all going to come together.
This is some very good comments. Let's.
I just want to feed off of what Steve was saying, because it's critical, because I think we have a real hit by a bus problem in the carbon space, which is if Steve gets hit by a bus tomorrow, there goes like a third of the global knowledge on how to do these projects. And so, I think that local capacity, and I think is really critical what you said, like, do we need more mangrove ecologists? Of course, they're wonderful. But what we actually need are people that do blue carbon project design or carbon project design. And so I will plug briefly, shameless plug, that the Singaporean government, along with CI and other partners, are starting to build a regional blue carbon institute, which will do just that. The idea is to train people in country for a regional approach on how to be carbon project designers and implementers, not just mangrove ecologists. It's a key part.
We need to move on to the next one, but was there one other question? Yes, please.
Hi, thank you. I'm Elizabeth. I'm a youth delegate here, and I'm really interested in blue carbon. I wanted to touch base a bit on what we said about headlining for planting pipes under the trees and how it's not really as exciting for mangroves, but I think we're also missing the part on storytelling how important these ecosystems are. I don't think buyers or the general public really know that these blue carbon ecosystems store up to 30 times more than tropical forests. We always think of forests as the lungs of Earth, but it's actually our blue carbon ecosystems that are the lungs of the Earth. And if we can explain it in this way, I think it's more exciting. And then secondly, for my question, which was actually touching on the jurisdictional approach, we're talking about projects here, and I think someone mentioned that small projects are great and we need them, but to get to 1.5 degrees, maybe it's not the scale that we need as well. And that's why I think it's interesting to look back into how these approaches and carbon stories are happening with forests on the ground. Forests are much more tangible than the ocean world, of course, but there are jurisdictional RED+ reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation stories that have happened in the past. And I was just wondering, like, are these conversations progressing in the blue carbon world? I know that we're talking a lot about the community issues and gaps that we have here, so we have to fix those first. But how can we maybe working towards a jurisdictional approach for blue carbon while making it inclusive and having this integrated approach to ensure that communities are, of course, being represented with environmental and social safeguards, but are these conversations progressing? Because I really am wondering about the scale to preserve 30 by 30 by 2030. Like, how are we going to really get there with only projects? I'm just wondering, like, in the blue world, as you are experts.
Okay, thanks very much. Who has a quick answer to that, and then we'll move on? Leah?
Quick answer.
Tag, you're it.
I'll give it a go with a quick answer. Yeah, great question. there certainly is a lot to draw from Red's lessons learned and experience from trying to scale to the jurisdictional level under the VERA umbrella that runs the BCS standard. Mangroves can be included in jurisdictional RED programs, and in many countries, for instance, the country that I work mostly in, Madagascar, mangroves are included in the national RED Plus program. But I think definitely have a huge amount to learn from terrestrial experiences, but also recognizing that these are ocean systems and thus governed in slightly different ways. And I think it's really exciting to see, for instance, things like the Seascape Initiative that stopping looking just kind of like from a terrestrial perspective, how this is really ocean governance. It's not necessarily forest management, it's ocean governance, and all of these ecosystems are interlinked. And the more that we can kind of recognize, obviously, the carbon stored within them, which underpins these projects, but how these ecosystems interact with each other, how people use them, how what management systems can be put in place that encourages integrated, holistic management across seascapes, I think it's really kind of like the next frontier for blue carbon.
All right, thank you. We'll try and pick up other questions at the end, apologize. But moving on, transparency. Leah, back to you.
Thanks, John. No, really interesting topic, and thanks for highlighting that as a gap, because it's such a central piece in the fact that transparency is the very foundation of not only good ocean governance, which is obviously what is most important in this conversation, but also high integrity carbon credits. The very purpose of the very purpose of carbon credits is to support the global effort to address climate breakdown and decrease the amount of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere. So I think transparency and understanding is really key to that, and it links into so many of the other pieces that we're chatting about. It kind of like sits over everything, and it's a fascinating topic. I think just to get the conversation going, really keen to leave some time for thoughts and questions from the audience. But I see, I guess, maybe three key components under the umbrella of blue carbon. The first, very much linking to what Mark was saying, being knowledge, and linked to that knowledge, impact. What do these projects do? They conserve or restore a certain area of blue carbon ecosystems and generate a carbon credit, which is effectively equivalent to a certain number of tons, 1 ton of carbon dioxide, and then companies can use that to help address their footprint on the climate. But in order for that to work, it needs to be transparent, and I think that this knowledge piece again comes into local capacity and management, and for all stakeholders in the equation, communities, governments, investors, for there to be real transparency from a knowledge perspective across that framework, and the fact that the communities are able to understand what's going on in their ecosystems, how is that impacting me, and then with some support potentially, how is that impacting, what is the climate impact of that? Same with governments. If everybody has access to data, then ocean governance and thus blue carbon projects are far more likely to be successful. And again, that kind of knowledge really feeds into the finance piece, which don't really want to touch on much because I don't want to steal your thunder, Jen. But again, thinking really about these projects entirely based on trust. Okay, so either a government or a coastal community or all stakeholders involved in a project, they are making an effort, they're doing something to conserve these ecosystems. Or restore these ecosystems. Obviously, there will be other benefits that come from that, increased coastal protection, a lot of what Mark Huxham touched on earlier. Many of those benefits far outweigh carbon. But from a blue carbon project perspective, it's really, again, it's linked to that carbon and ensuring that, there is transparency across the piece and how finance is being used in order to have that impact. What's working, what's not working, how can we encourage adaptive management with this finance, to ensure kind of, I guess, yeah, net goals, net positive impact. And yeah, the final one would really, for me, is around human rights and policy. Carbon is, you know, a highly politicized thing at the moment, which is good. We need to do something about it, definitely. But the interest from the investment sector, I guess, is raced ahead. There's a huge amount of interest from potential carbon credit buyers and people looking to invest in these projects. And the policy environment, I guess, still isn't quite there. There's some fantastic examples from Kenya in the fact that there are other countries similar to Colombia that do. It's really important that there are pathways to ensure that this finance is channeled to where it needs to go to all actors, to support the local governments which are responsible for supporting the implementation of management plans, and to communities that are foregoing livelihoods potentially due to these projects. And that transparency and that understanding from a carbon rights or a policy perspective is really something that I think is something we need to work on as a sector and from a governmental perspective going forward.
So I think, you know, it's a good segue from the knowledge again. So you need to link that to what are the objectives. And, you know, of course, the objective for many, it's the carbon credits and the money that comes from that, but there's some interim steps in between, actually, many. And we were hitting on those in the earlier part of the conversation. So am I going to conserve? Am I going to restore? Am I going to expand or forest, et cetera? Let me first go to the audience and see if there are questions. We have one in the back, please. Blue Carbon News.
Hi there, Stephen Lutz, Blue Carbon Lead, Great Arundel. And Leah, thank you very much for those comments. My question would be, does that transparency include financial transparency? Because, you know, as I mentioned, in Vange Bay, the full finances of a blue carbon transaction are on the wall. And that is because, you know, the requirements from the Plan Vivo standard. However, if you look at the Vera documentation, you'll notice that some of the finances are really murky, and you really can't find those finances on the Vera projects. And the danger here is that, you know, labor costs associated with blue carbon projects can be very low if, as Mark Beeston said, you just pay somebody an hourly wage. So the profit could be very high, and this could represent potential exploitation of some of the most marginalized people on the planet. So I'm just wondering if transparency includes financial transparency. Thank you.
And then the question is, you know, where's the money going? If we look at the Makoko Pomoja project, it is going to the community has taken a decision, et cetera. There will be other projects where the land tenure is held by not a community, but basically an outside agency. But what about the communities that are then impacted from that? So let me turn that back over to the panel here. Jen?
Yeah, I think absolutely needs to include financial transparency. That is a challenge sometimes with certain corporate partners. You know, they might want an NDA and not disclose like the cost, the price per ton that they paid. You know, that's a model that is a little bit of a necessary evil at the moment, but we need to get away from it. And I think it's similar to like the salary conversation. Like, us not talking about it only benefits them. It doesn't benefit us. So like, and us being project developers. So I think we do need to be talking about it and being more transparent. And, you know, I think the Kenya project is fantastic for its transparency there. I think it's a real model. You know, in Cispata in Colombia, we had a mangrove management plan that was agreed upon by all parties and all relevant stakeholders prior to any carbon finance even being discussed. So they knew exactly what they wanted to do, exactly what the money was going to go towards, and that plan was pre-agreed on. And so now there's a third party that is managing that money, well, that the money sits in, but the money is managed by a whole team of local representatives and stakeholders that already know exactly where every dime of that money is going to go, and that plan is public. And so, you know, I think there are some models, but 100% transparency has to include finance.
So transparency goes beyond financial. It goes to what is the objective of the project, what's the design of the project, what are the milestones, and what are the achievements. Mark Beeston, we've looked at that a lot. How do we navigate through the transparency? What documents can be shared and what cannot be shared.
I think Jen actually hit the nail on the head when saying about often corporate purchasers are so used to operating in a world where they have to sign NDAs. There'll be company policy that says, oh no, you can buy this, but you can't buy this if it's all public knowledge how much you're paying for it. And so that's something right at that end of the value chain, or possibly across the market, that would be great to have those blocks removed. If we have that visibility on price, that builds confidence. It enables us to differentiate between pricing of credits that have come from projects which are highly transparent, where you can see the whole governance process. You can see receipts for tea bags. If you really deep dive into Makoko Pamoja, you can see the village meetings and what's been spent on stationery. You know, it's fantastic. And if we can enable that transparency, if we could perhaps replicate that Plan Vivo model across more projects and their reporting, that would be great. But we can't do the finance side of it until companies make that decision that actually, yes, they will still buy something and they will allow that price to be published. I made someone laugh in a panel a couple of days ago by saying that my modus operandi, in all honesty, is to go to meetings of carbon traders, get them drunk, and then get them to tell me. And I can't say who, because then I'd land them all into a lot of trouble, because they're all under NDAs.
Hold that thought. You can buy the drinks too if you're here. Did we have another question? I'd like to come back to the panel then. We've talked about financial transparency, and I was just digging Mark a bit about what can be shared with the project. Let's go to results. You know, Mark, when you wrote the Fair Carbon Mind the Gap report, there were an awful lot of failed projects in there that you reviewed. What's been the experience of others here up with us? How much have you looked into failed projects before you either guided or helped start a new project? Mark Huxham?
So for those who don't know the literature, there's a depressing literature on mangrove restoration. It varies a little bit from area to area, but probably somewhere between 60 to 90% of the recorded restoration projects around the world fail. Of course, it depends what you mean by fail, but broadly speaking, 50 or 100%, more than 50% of the trees that are planted die. We've talked a little bit about some of the reasons for that. A key one is poor incentives, being paid per tree, being paid per hectare. If you're paid that way, you'll plant mangrove trees on mud flats where they shouldn't grow and can't grow. So it's very important to learn from that. And of course, you know, you've touched on this about people don't want to talk about failures. We don't, do we, as human beings? But it's important. That's a part of transparency. It's really, we're scientists too. We've got to talk about our failures. And we learn from those. One of the key lessons actually is that if a mangrove or a seagrass is not in a place, particularly if a mangrove is not in a place, you've got to address the reason why it's not there. And almost always, the reason is not because there are not sufficient propagules or seeds arriving in that place. So you have to address the underlying problems, the social or the hydrological reasons why the forest isn't there. So there are those biological lessons, but the other key lesson, the really key lesson of failure, going back to what we started with, is around community ownership and whether people get benefits. Lots of projects start and run for 3 or 4 years, but then the finance disappears, the grant funding disappears. So that's where the climate finance, the carbon finance becomes really critical, and that's what's worked so well for us, that it is reliable, that if you can jump through these hoops, then there is a very large and expanding carbon market out there. And Mark's talked a lot about corporates, but actually a lot of our money from Makoko Pamoja and Vangaplu Forest comes from individuals or very small businesses, but B&B businesses who say, right, we want to offset for the carbon for our guests. And if you can, you know, so you're not worrying about all those corporate issues, and there's a very large and expanding market. There's no way we can meet demand at the moment, certainly in our projects, and that's a common experience. So, you know, getting that financial sustainability is critical, and carbon finance is part of that.
I think you hit a very important point that we all ought to understand, and that is, for example, Makoko Pamoja, was was financed through philanthropy, essentially, gifts. And there are individuals and there are companies who are willing to put money into something because it's the right thing to do. And then at the other end of the spectrum, we have the buyers who either have a need to offset their own, or you have the traders who will be doing the arbitrage between price today and price tomorrow. So we've got to understand that it's not all the same, and there is space for the individual donors, for the smaller companies, and it doesn't have to be all about carbon credits. And let me just add to that, I know it was said at the beginning of this, it's not all about carbon offset credits. We've got to stop putting carbon into the atmosphere to begin with. That is actually number one. And then number two is taking this ability to use nature-based solutions to make a difference. Leah, and then we're going to go on to the last section.
Yeah, just really quickly, I think, as far as like trying to think about how we can address these gaps, I think from a transparency perspective, it's really, data is so key. Ensuring that everybody has access to data, one, supports adaptive management and also really supports transparency and ensuring that everyone understands kind of like what's going on. And one of the things that we learned from the development of the Tahiri Hunku projects, I guess there's two key kind of like monitoring components at their most simplest, breaking it down to the most simple components, in the fact that you go out and you measure trees and establish how much carbon there is. But another key component is working out changes in area. How are seagrasses or how are mangroves? Are the area decreasing? Are they growing? How successful is restoration? From a local capacity perspective, and also from a national perspective, that the going out and measuring trees is something that people can really do, but that mapping piece is often more complex and requires different things. So one of the things that we've done to help support transparency in the Tahiri Hunku projects is we've developed a tool based on the Google Earth Engine platform that enables communities to map their mangroves at a kind of a timescale that's meaningful to them, have access to that data, share it with governments, have that discussion, what's working, what's not working, and have a better idea of why am I getting carbon income or why am I not getting carbon income.
All right. Now, we've saved the best to last, the money part. Jen Howard.
Money. Okay. Yeah, so we've talked a lot about the challenges to getting really good, high-quality projects going. And really high-quality projects require sufficient finance to ensure that the project is being done in a high-quality way. And the atmosphere right now is I'm just going to say, it's very weird in the sense that there's more money out there now than there has ever been for climate finance and nature-based climate finance. It's not enough, but there's more out there than there's ever been. I simultaneously am getting offered money to develop projects every day, and yet I also don't have access to it. And what I mean by that is I think there's a real language problem. And when we started the Blue Carbon Initiative, the whole idea is we have all these scientists over here and we need that science integrated into policy, but we're not speaking the same language. Like, what is it that the policy and decision makers, how do they need that data presented to them to understand what it meant for them and integrate it in? We found that out. We told the scientists, answer this question, not that one. Boom, we're off to the races, and it's been very successful. I'm seeing the same problem in the finance sector right now. You're asking me questions. I think I'm telling you what you need to know, but I'm not a business person. I work for an environmental NGO. I feel like I need an MBA now to do my job, and that's very stressful. But you want to know, what is the cost per hectare? What's the cost per tree? How much gigatons am I going to get for this amount of money? I don't know. I try to tell you those answers as honestly as I can. I'm a scientist. I get way too in the weeds, and then it just doesn't work out. And I think also the definition of risk from a financial point of view is very different. I get calls every day. We're interested in the high-risk projects. We want to invest in blue carbon and move the field forward. Great. I have lots of things I could talk to you about. Okay, but do you know the 30-year projection, and have you done the carbon like estimates for the next 100 years, and what's your permanence? That, you know, and they're like, but we love high-risk early-stage projects. I don't think you do. Like, I think you like post-feasibility halfway through a project document projects. That's what you like. Cool. I need somebody to help me get from, I see an interesting opportunity here, to this is what I think the potential is, let's actually go out and measure it and get the project going. And so there's a lot of finance around the, oh, you have a good feasibility, you have some good data, I want to invest in that. And we're still very heavily, I would say, relying on philanthropic money to get us to, you know, the first year of any project. That initial conversation through to data that would allow an investor to feel comfortable investing. And so I think we need to discuss a little bit about risk and still the need for that philanthropic money right now up front. And, you know, trying to put all these projects into like a business model is also difficult, especially when the price of carbon isn't sufficient right now to cover the full cost of the project. So then I need alternate income streams to come in. I might not know what those are at first because we haven't done all the community engagement to see what it is they want to do, because we're not trying to like get anybody's hopes up about potential carbon finance, and it becomes a little bit of a catch-22. Well, I can't tell you what the other income streams are just yet. We'll figure that out. Well, that's not good enough, and you kind of have that back and forth, and we, you know, and we're moving past it. But also within those funding gaps, like, you know, we've talked a lot about carbon as the cherry on the cake. It's not the whole cake. You know, what is the whole cake? You know, what are those alternative livelihoods that benefit from the mangroves being kept in place? Mangrove hunting is great. It is not a like real scalable income generating process. So like, what are those options, and how do we start to build up some of those businesses so I can say, you know what, I already have this awesome project. I have this livelihood that's generating, you know, real tangible income. I want to add carbon on top of it. That becomes an easier conversation to have than to try to do the justification in reverse. And then the last thing I'll say is like, everything I just said about how difficult it is, when you do get to a certain point, the world is now my oyster. There are so many people that want to put money into these projects. I can now become a lot more choosy. And to quote Steve Crooks from earlier today, you know, pitch to me now. Like, I have a great project. You want blue carbon credits. Great. I'm not going to sell to just anybody. Like, I know you want this. I want you to pay me for it, what it is appropriate. You need to be going through your mitigation hierarchy. You need to be, you know, managing your own emissions first and foremost before I will consider even talking to you. Like, what is this? You need to understand I have the reverse of the mitigation hierarchy, which is the payment waterfall, which is money comes in. I first cover the cost of the project. I cover the costs and the promises to the communities. Then, with whatever might possibly be left over, then I might start considering paying back. That's what I have available to pay back a return on that investor. But I have to meet those core costs first. So you need to work with me on that, and you need to be a partner with me on that kind of transparency. And, you know, and so that might mean we have to negotiate a longer return time. We might need to negotiate different prices or something like that, depending on what your need is. But if you are somebody that wants to work with me, be my partner in that, and have those conversations, awesome. If you want to say, oh, well, you know, my boss is saying I can only sign a contract if I know what the price is going to be in 5 years from now, so can we lock it in today at 12? No. Hang up the phone. And that's hard to do when they're saying, we'll give you millions of dollars. And no, hang up the phone on that. It's okay. There are more options out there. And I think some of us now are starting to talk about lessons we've learned and how can new project developers learn from that and not get taken advantage of. You know, how can the developers sort of come together as like a suppliers alliance is sort of what we're trying to develop to provide that support system and that knowledge sharing so that you can, you know, hey, I got this offer, what do you think? No, that's bad, put that down. Or, you know, I have somebody that is a really great partner. They want a project over here. I don't work there. Great, call Leah. Like, I know she does, and she's high quality. And how do we start to match all of those things together? And I think that's the financing, I think, is a different space. We want to work more collaboratively. We want it to be more of a partnership and not just straight transactional. And I think right now we have the power to enforce that. And I don't know how long that's going to last, so we have to take advantage of it sort of now and set that standard, not just for us, but for the investor as well.
I liked your comment about an MBA because I come from a business background and entrepreneur. When I start a business, I look at due diligence, I look at risk. I think what has been, a number of us have been working on is, before you even start a project, do the feasibility, do the viability, make sure you can even clear the hurdles before you even start. The whole issue of having to negotiate is another thing, and then dismissing people who really haven't understood the process, and because all of us have wasted a lot of time on calls like that, I can assure you. Let's go back to the startup funding, which is part of this. Leah, how does the startup funding come for projects that you've been involved in? That gap between we need money today to get started and the revenue is 3, 5, 8 years down the road.
Completely. Similar to Jen's experience with Blue Ventures, relied fundamentally on philanthropic funding to get the project going. It was one of the earliest projects we were kind of very much building on Makoko Pomoja and looking at adapting that and scaling that up in Madagascar. And we thankfully found generous donors that were interested in investing their philanthropic funds in the project. But I think, why did they do that? Because, we were able to tell a story. We take nice pictures. We speak the philanthropic language. And I think this really kind of comes back to a lot with Jen, in the fact that, grassroots organizations, which are often doing fantastic work on the ground, and community groups, they don't speak this language. Jen and I are, as Chissy said, we're having to learn a new language regarding talking to investors, but that, there's an additional, that philanthropic money can also be, can be difficult for local groups as well. And I think the only thing I really wanted to touch on was the feeling of responsibility. This isn't like, I don't know, you really, when you're negotiating deals or whatever, you're impacting how much money can go to excellent initiatives on the ground. And the more kind of, peer support and understanding from the investment sector that, there are language barriers from all sides to help support that, and really not forgetting that, yes, you're going to offset your carbon with this and you need to have done X, Y, Z. But really, the fundamental purpose is funding rights-based, socially just conservation and restoration, and not losing track of that in these negotiations with investors.
Let me see if we've got questions from the audience. We have one up here, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excellent panel. I'm learning so much today, so I appreciate it. So I heard tangentially the idea of, the impacts and risks, and I'm wondering, especially at one point it was mentioned, what happens after a hurricane, right? So we are talking about, so ultimately when I think of the mangroves, seagrass, all this, it's like basically we are like trying to protect the planet. And there's like this economy, this emerging economy that could help in, and people can gain financially. But what happens when, with climate change, we are seeing more hurricanes, we're seeing sea level rise, islands that will disappear. So how can you put an investment on something that, especially I live in Houston, Texas, we know hurricanes. What happens when you are involved into a project, right, a long-term project, and then you have been impacted by a hurricane, or like in the Maldives, the low-lying islands? How do you compensate for that? Because what I'm hearing is like there's a need for best practices, there's a need for benchmarks in this new emerging economy, but also we are like dealing with this very uncertain future. And how will you propose for those that are interested in investing in this to proceed?
That's a good question, and there is a way to deal with that. Mark, do you want to deal with that, or which Mark?
Just very quick, it's a great question, but just a couple of quick points. The first is that uncertainty applies to the future regardless of what investment you're talking about, especially in a climate chaos world. So you might want to invest in renewables, and your renewables might go underwater or be blown down or whatever. Secondly, mangrove forests don't burn down. That's a huge difference between terrestrial and mangrove forests. Actually, mangroves are really, in terms of forestry, they're much more resilient than many other kinds of forest. We also know that mangroves are pretty resilient compared to other ecosystems, marine ecosystems, in terms of climate change. Much more resilient than coral reefs, sadly. So it's not a bad investment in terms of mangroves. The key issue is whether there's space for them to move, given sea level rise. Even with hurricanes can be obviously devastating, but most mangroves will recover with hurricanes, especially with a little bit of help. So you're right, there's lots of risk involved, but there's risk in anything. And if you want to invest your money, your carbon money in non-nature-based solutions, there'll be risks in that too. And you won't be getting the benefits. The final point I'd make is that if you're protecting a mangrove forest, it's not just future carbon that you're locking in, it's carbon, it's the sequestration year on year, and you're not losing carbon year on year. So you're getting benefits immediately that you protect that forest.
We've got just a couple of minutes to go, so I'm going to take one last question. Gentleman back here. And we can take questions off the side, but we need to change it for the next panel. Yes.
Hi, maybe I can help. I do finance. I'm the CEO. My name is Michael. I'm the CEO of Fund Nature, and we bridge capital markets and carbon markets. So I completely concur with, and by the way, I've also written the world's first methodology on methane, and now it's a multi-billion-dollar market. So I know how to create markets from zero, from nascent as they are. So I completely concur with Jen's point, which is that the main gap actually is not finance. There's tons of finance out there. But there's a complete disconnect between what you guys are doing, which is a fantastic work, and speaking to people like myself and the banks that I talk to and the institutional investors. Just going to make one point and then one question. We've been doing due diligence on UN Red Plus for the last year. And what we've discovered is that the main point was that they weren't able to, I'm sure you know what UN Red Plus is. It's the reforestation standard from the United Nations.
We're really running out of time, so just if you could get to your question, please.
My point is that there's already a system in place, and it's called sovereign carbon, which we'll be introducing at COP27. And I think that's the only way to get the billions out there to help you guys. I had another question on Article 6, but...
Okay. So we can take some additional questions offline as we wrap up. Did anybody want to make a comment on that one? Jen?
I did want to address the issue that was brought previously, just because I think everything Mark said is absolutely correct. But then in addition to that, various carbon standards have, your buffer pool, where you look at what is the risk to your project. You go through and say, okay, 15% of my project might be lost to flood or storm, and so you take those credits out of it and it goes into your buffer pool. And now there's a whole industry that's coming up around how do you insure these projects as well against some of these climate disasters. So, the insurance that you would pay has to be less, of course, than the benefit you're getting from selling the credits from the insured system. And lots of kinks to work out there. But there are a couple of really innovative techniques for dealing with some of that risk.
All right. So in closing, I just want to do what has been done a lot this week at the UN Ocean Conference, and that is make an announcement. The announcement is that the Fair Carbon Project, which the Gallifrey Foundation has been sponsoring up until now, has this week been formed as an independent Swiss not-for-profit association. The goal is for it to be self-funding in the next 3 to 5 years. So there's still some work to be done, and we're going to continue to work with our consortium of many of the NGOs and scientists to make this happen. With that, I'd like to thank all of you, and the audience as well for your participation. And I'd like to invite people who want to pick up on questions. Could you meet us in the back of the room so we can do the setup for the next session? But thank you all very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Please, I would advise you to take your seats. Our panel is going to start in a few minutes, so if you can choose a place and have a seat, we are going to start our next panel, which will be Can shark fishing be sustainable at 2022? Thank you very much.
Greetings, everyone. Welcome to our last panel. I am Katarina, a marine biologist and a sea shepherd. And before this last panel starts, I will just show you in a couple of minutes some facts that we, Sea Shepherd Portugal, have been collecting about the shark consumption here in the country, and have a glimpse on how we are top leading the shark extinction. For example, we use many commercial names for different groups, species, and thus misleading people to eat shark without having any idea, and while many times eating an endangered protected species. In Portugal, we have more than 70 species of shark trying to thrive in our waters, and we are eating at least 11 of them, being the main ones the common smoothhound, the blue shark, and short fin mako. Within only a couple of weeks, we could confirm at least 32 restaurants all over the country still offering shark on their plates. We've also had, for example, 2 festival editions in a place hundreds of kilometers away from the sea, offering at least 3 different shark options. As for the menus on restaurants, we have, they offer mainly cação soup, but also other dozens of recipes and other species. Here we can see sharks being sold into different markets some months ago. Charco is also sold in well-known and widely spread supermarkets like Pingo Doce. Continent, here we have 2 different species that were caught frozen this year. Intermarché, in 2 different towns, one of them being also, again, hundreds of kilometers away from the sea in the northeast. And then besides meat, we also have cartilage, conditrin in the ingredients, hyaluronic acid and squalene, the liver oil, all extracted from the sharks and being used in some cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, pet food, and so on. We can buy all these online in the supermarkets and other places like Celeiro, El Corte Inglés, most pharmacies. They are selling these products that range from supplements to lipstick, deodorant, baby lotion, anti-aging creams, and many, many other products. I just show you a few examples to get the idea, because unfortunately there are too many. This is our sad reality. Let's try to rewild it. We have sharks as a fuel of life below water. Water comprises most, 70% of our planet, and so if sharks are compromised, then life below water is also compromised. Thus, no other sustainable goal is possible to achieve. Because as below, so above. We are all shark connected. Thanks to my family and friends that sent me some of the photos we just seen. Thank you all for your interest. Thank you all amazing speakers. And now we will have Dr. Guilherme Ortunho Crespo from the Stockholm Resilience Center. He's a specialist in spatial ecology and fisheries. He's also a founding member of the United Nations Ocean Decade Early Career Ocean Professionals, who will now moderate the session and welcome our remaining shark voices. Shark you around. On to you, Guilherme. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Katarina, and thank you for all our fantastic panelists. We're still missing her deepness, but she will be with us shortly. So as Katarina said, I'm a marine biologist by training, and early on in my career, I realized that perhaps the best way I could make myself useful for sharks, actually, which is a species group that I really, really love, was to become an academic and try to bring the best available science to decision-making spaces. So for the past 12 years, I've been seeing the ocean through a computer screen, watching the shark numbers, the diversity of shark life decline. And I think we're all here today because we realize that sharks are in trouble and that whatever we've done so far is not working. I was just looking at the FAO report, the State of the World Fisheries and Aquaculture report that came out 2 hours ago, and I was scanning for that one figure on overfishing. And I can tell you, if you haven't seen the report, it's not any better. So we don't have time to waste. This is a real crisis, but we have an extraordinary panel here with us today. Something I'm particularly excited about is that they cut across so many important disciplines and forms of knowledge that we need to bring together to bring sharks back from the brink of extinction. So without further ado, perhaps we could have our panelists introduce themselves. I thought that would be better than me trying to read from a computer screen. So perhaps Captain Alex, you can start the introductions.
Yes, thank you. My name is Alex Cornelissen. I'm a shark fan. I'm also an activist. I care deeply about the ocean, even more deeply about sharks. I think they're probably my favorite animal in the ocean. But I've also seen the beauty of the sharks and the destruction that we humans are imposing upon these beautiful animals. I've seen that on fishing vessels where sharks are being finned. I've seen that in vessels where sharks are being killed for their liver oil. And it's just a practice that we as an organization are trying to ban, trying to stop. We have various methods for that. Lately, we've been seeing on some of the vessels that we've been catching in the partner countries that we're active in, that the sharks that are being caught by the fishing vessels are getting smaller and smaller. In fact, some of them are so small that they haven't reached reproductive age yet. So it is really critical that we take serious steps to protect the sharks and to protect the ocean and basically protect ourselves.
Thank you very much, Captain. Christina?
Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Christina Börder. I'm a postdoctoral fellow at Dalhousie University in Halifax on the Canadian East Coast. And it's about, I would say, 20 years ago that I saw my first shark. It was a basking shark up in Scotland. And there was one, and it swam next to the boat. And I was just mind blown. And then I turned around, and there were 2, 3, 4 more. And I was just so fascinated by that, at that moment, I was just like trying to decide what I'm going to study, and I was like, yes, this is so fascinating. This is so touching to the inner core that I want to go into marine biology, specifically marine conservation. And now, a couple of years later, I was privileged enough to have done my PhD on marine conservation, specifically looking at marine protected areas and fisheries around it, and how we can really better control and see what is happening out there on the oceans, because only if we see it and only if we understand it, then we can change it. And especially with such iconic species such as sharks, I think it's about high time that we start to care more.
Okay, good. Yeah, hi everyone. Thanks for coming. My name is Matthew Gianni. I'm based in Amsterdam, Netherlands, co-founder and political and policy advisor of the Deep Sea Conservation Coalition. So amongst other things, we work on the conservation of deep sea sharks as part of the broader issue of the impacts of deep sea trawling in particular on deep ocean ecosystems. In thinking about how to introduce myself, I've got 30 years of experience in international campaigning and advocacy, policy, and law. But before all that, or as I moved into that, I was a commercial fisherman for 10 years in the United States, including a trawlerman for 5 years. And we fished the shelf and the slope. And I don't mean to make light of the problem of sharks, and I think we'll get into it, but I just have to say that we used to catch a fair number of sharks, not as our target catch, but as our bycatch. We were a highline boat, one of the top boats off the Central California coast and off the west coast of the United States, including Alaska. And we used to catch sharks as bycatch, sometimes really big sharks, and we'd cut the fins off, and we'd throw the fin over. We weren't terribly bright when it came to figuring out what the marketplace was for these things. But this was in the 1980s, before there was a real consciousness, at least within the fishing industry, about how important these species are and how they shape the ecosystems. And I've since learned the hard way what we and many others do in that industry really does need to change, and government regulators need to understand that that change has to happen.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to this very prestigious panel, which I'm very honored to be a part of. My name is Gonçalo Carvalho. I'm Portuguese. I'm a marine biologist by trade, but I also have a master's in sociology. And then my story with sharks, I would say, goes like this. I came out of university about 20 years ago, very enthusiastic about fishery science and with this a belief that every fisheries could be sustainable if we did it the right way. And so 20 years after some research, a lot of work on board fishing vessels, deep sea vessels, pole and line vessels, for example, and a lot of campaigning also. Nowadays, I really don't believe there's a shark fisheries that can be sustainable as we sit here. So yeah, that's a bit about myself.
Thank you very much, Gonzalo. And last but certainly not least, so welcome, Dr. Sylvia Earle. We just had a really nice round of introductions with our fantastic panelists from many walks of life, but all of them are vivid ocean champions that fight for the ocean every day. And in this very important topic of shark conservation and the shark ecological extinction crisis, we're going to have a discussion, but we thought we would start with a brief introduction of who we are. The one, perhaps, person in the UN Ocean Conference that doesn't need an introduction. But
So I'm sorry I missed the introductions, but I'm glad to be part of the conversation. I'm Sylvia Earle. I'm mainly a marine scientist who's been privileged to come along at just the right time in history when the ability to look under the surface of the water became relatively easy with scuba, starting in 1953 and merging into living underwater 10 times, getting acquainted with creatures, not just on a brief passport, but staying for a week or two at a time, and then using little submersibles. I've used more than 30 different kinds over many hours. And again, the privilege of coming along at just the right time when it's been possible to get to various parts of the ocean. No one has seen it all, but I've had a chance to see a cross-section across the globe and under the surface, and of being a witness to a time of remarkable discovery about the nature of the ocean and the creatures who live there and why they matter to every one of us everywhere all the time, and also to see a time of unprecedented loss. So I look forward to having a chance to bring some of this time as a witness into focus on one of the most critical areas of concern about the ocean, and that's the loss, the profound and dramatic and swift extermination of so much life, including the loss of species, individual species, but whole ecosystems, changing the chemistry of the planet by taking so much out of the ocean and putting so much into the ocean in just a matter of decades, altering the nature of the planet as a whole. So I'll wait till I have a moment to focus, but thank you for the chance to be here.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. So I'm going to give you a sense of where I, as a natural scientist, I'm going to try to guide this really important discussion. So I'm going to give you a bit of a brief outline. I'm going to throw some numbers at you to echo what Dr. Earle just said. This has happened in a blink of an eye, especially for sharks, which have been around for 400 million years. And then we're going to go around the panel and for 15 minutes or so explore like why, from a legal perspective, from a civil society perspective, from a research perspective, what have been the enabling conditions that have put us in this very perilous situation in Sylvia's lifetime? Because that is something that we need to think about. But we're not only going to focus on the bad, we're going to focus on solutions. And I think we will spend the second half of the panel discussion talking about what are those leverage points, things that we can do now. We have fantastic experts here. Matt Gianni knows the law of the sea inside out. There's a governance dimension, there's a boots on the ground dimension, there's a research dimension. So I'm going to start you off by putting some temporal perspective into the picture. So as you know, sharks have been the chondrichthyes, the elasmobranchs, the cartilaginous fishes have been on this planet for 400 million years. We've been on this planet, modern humans, for 200,000 years, which is 0.05% of the time sharks have been with us. So modern humans started off as any other really terrestrial, case-selected, omnivorous mammal. About 140,000 years ago, we have evidence that we started consuming some mollusks and some shallow water fish, but as part of the ecosystem. We ate some animals ate us. We have archaeological evidence from southern Africa that we started consuming pelagic fish, so humans were becoming a bit more of an ocean-dwelling species. We were venturing further, but just taking what we needed as another mammal in the food chain. We were part of the system. Then about 23,000 years ago, hooks made out of bone and shell came into the picture. So we started using technology. But you could argue for the majority of our time on this planet, we were part of the system. We were part of nature, now we're above it, and we're consuming it at an unprecedented rate. And that's happened in the last 200 years, a lot of it in Sylvia's lifetime. So it's been catalyzed by advancements in marine technology, loss of connection with nature, increased markets, growing appetite for marine life, seafood, that we've associated with standards of living. We measure how well we're doing in society based on what parts of the food web we consume. The rarer, the better we're doing. So a lot of things have changed dramatically, and we should reflect on why. And as I mentioned when we started the conversation, the latest State of the World Fisheries and Agriculture report that FAO puts out every 2 years, it's come out. And I was telling you, I was looking at that figure of overfished stocks, not populations, they should be called populations, overfished stocks. And I didn't get the right number, but in 2017, we were at 34%, and now it's a little higher. Christina, Dr. Border here, she did her PhD with Boris Worm, and he published a paper a few years ago that got a lot of criticism, that all fish stocks would be overfished by 2048. He got a lot of backlash. But by looking at the data from FAO today, it doesn't look like maybe he was that wrong, because we're not doing any better. More specifically with sharks, a couple studies have come out in the last 12 months, one led by Dr. Nick Dolby, that did an assessment on how are chondrichthyes, how are cartilaginous fishes doing on our planet, the 1,199 species of shark, skates, rays, and chimeras. The majority, not the majority, but almost half, 37%, are threatened with extinction. That's an increase from the last time he conducted that study. And another study, and I'll stop the statistics now, but oceanic sharks, those wide-ranging ocean navigators that crisscross the one ocean that we have, in the last 50 years, they've declined by 71%. 50 years in the context of 400 million years is 0.00001%. So a blink of an eye, perhaps, is too long. So with that being said, with this crisis, which it is, my question to the panel, my first question is, how did we get here? From an empathy point of view, from a legal point of view, from a research point of view, and we know it's all of the above, but what do you think is one of the main reasons that we got here? And Sylvia, when you were a kid in the Gulf of Mexico, there were a lot more sharks. What's happened? How did we end here?
People, when I began exploring the ocean, when I began diving in, warned me, there are man-eaters out there, don't go. And then I realized I don't have to worry, because I'm not a man. I mean, come on. But sharks have to worry about man eating sharks. Women, too. We eat them. And I've been a witness to this appetite that is new in the human diet. First of all, we couldn't get to where the sharks are when I was a kid in the way that we can, that the kids of today are witnessing. What happened? Well, a lot of things have happened, but the primary cause of shark decline is what you see when you look in the mirror. Us, we, are the cause of not just sharks, but let's just focus on them for a moment. I read a book that was published sometime before I read it. I read it in the 1960s, and it described how shark fishing along the coast of Africa for local use, mostly for taking the liver, was causing the decline of sharks. And they were just using relatively simple methods of catching. Nothing like the, not just hundreds, but thousands of miles of long lines that take sharks, sometimes deliberately, sometimes as a consequence of wishing to catch tunas or swordfish, and sharks get caught along the way. And I've been a witness to the time when people, even Jacques Cousteau, in some of his early films, regarded sharks as the enemy and celebrated the killing of sharks, thinking that they were out to either get us or that they were the enemy of other forms of life in the sea. Oh, he changed. So did Peter Benchley with Jaws. Peter spent most of the rest of his life after Jaws trying to get people to understand how important sharks are and that they should be protected. Not just don't take their fins, but don't take the sharks. There's absolutely zero justification of taking them for food or for any other reason. If I could answer the question, can sharks be taken sustainably? There's one word, no. I mean, not now, not ever, no way. And excuse me, but I do not trust the numbers, the careful calculations of how many sharks there are of whatever species, of how many, in theory, that we ought to be able to take enough, leaving enough so that they can comfortably reproduce at some level of, quotes, sustainability. First of all, the sharks haven't read the books. When I was chief scientist at NOAA in the early 1990s, the whole idea of sustainable fishing came under scrutiny, and it still is under scrutiny, and the answers are much the same. There is nothing in the history of these creatures who've been around for hundreds of millions of years that has prepared them for human predation on the scale that we have and still are imposing. So, I almost need to stop right there, except to say, if I may, there are other issues than how many sharks can we get away with killing and still have sharks. You could say that about songbirds. You could say it about polar bears. You could say it about pandas or anything. How many, maybe there is some theoretical number, some small number that might be extracted as we enter a system as a new predator, but not on the scale that we are. And there's a different thing happening. Ask kids, should we be killing sharks? And most kids today will not only say no, but if they're really brave and courageous kids, they'll say, hell no. No, why would we? We love sharks. Why should we kill sharks? We want sharks. There's stuffed, fluffy stuffed sharks in the aquarium here in Lisbon. People celebrate living sharks. They are beginning to assume an aura of something beyond pounds of meat or the joy of killing for the fun of it. We love sharks. We love sharks. If we can just get people to convey that ethic of caring, there's the ecological rationale. We need them for their carbon value, for their ecosystem, giving back nutrients, the cycles of life. We need them economically. Little island country of Palau has declared the value of every shark in their waters to be worth at least $1 million for tourism, because crazy people such as Sylvia Earle will pay big bucks to go and swim with the sharks. The same is true with tourism for whale sharks. We don't need them dead. We need them alive for the economy, for the ecology, and for the ethic of caring.
Thank you, Sylvia. And you're completely...
I think we're done because Sylvia pretty much nailed
Just
it.
mic drop. Do we have a mic that she can drop? But you're totally right about the next generation. And I'm an uncle as of 2 years ago. We have two nephews now, and he's surrounded by ocean-stuffed animals. And I have so much faith in the next generation. But they're not in the halls of the UN. They're not on the Sea Shepherd ships quite yet. And so we have to. It's us in the room that have to do a lot of the heavy lifting now, so that we can give them a fighting chance. And you raised this topic on data, and that we're not collecting data. What about the hundreds of species or thousands of species that we're not even starting to monitor? And I think there's perhaps not many better people to talk about monitoring what goes on at sea than Captain Alex here with us. So how do we get here today? What have you seen that explains it?
I think that sharks really have an image problem. I mean, when we did, for instance, at Sea Shepherd, when we did the anti-whaling campaigns, and everybody was like rooting for the whales because they're whales. Everybody loves whales. Everybody loves dolphins. Any marine mammal, but a shark? Yes. Of course. Yes. Of course, we do. But a lot of people don't have that. And of course, shark, Jaws, you already mentioned it. It was a big problem. And of course, there's still movies going out there like Sharknado 1 through 25, where the sharks are being portrayed as these horrible monsters that are out there to eat you.
People would never go in their bathtub because of the fear of sharks.
Exactly. It's completely ridiculous, you know, this fear of shark. If you're a diver and you've ever been in a marine environment and ever had the opportunity to dive with sharks, it's the most amazing experience. And of course, they're wild animals, so you got to take your distance and be respectful. But the same, if you go on a safari in Africa, you don't sort of slap a lion on the back of his head. That would not be a wise thing to do. So the same with sharks. Just be respectful and you'll be fine. But yet people have this fear that going into the ocean, the sharks will eat you, so that it's actually okay to kill them because there's too many of them and we probably should get the numbers down. And we've been doing that for far too long. And luckily, the image of sharks is changing. People are becoming more and more, and especially younger generation, are becoming more and more aware of the fact that we have a serious problem and something needs to be done about this problem. But unfortunately, the illegal fishing and greed is still out there. There's a lot of people that are benefiting from the destruction of sharks, and there is simply not enough control out there. And that's something that we really need to work on. Better legislation, implementing of legislation, maybe more Sea Shepherd vessels to actually stop the killing of sharks. But I think it's a job for all of us. You know, we need to improve the image of the sharks, and we all need to become advocates of sharks, and we all need to become allies of the sharks. And I think that's something that I can only tell as much as I can. People, please root for the sharks. You know, we need the sharks. They don't need us, but we need the sharks.
Hear, hear.
Hear, hear. So monitoring, control, and surveillance is still, we made progress over the past few decades with putting more cameras on boats and really trying to limit our effort or get even the basic numbers, but there's still huge knowledge gaps that really stifle any efforts to implement successful conservation and management measures. It's really tough without data, but we're really lucky to have an expert here, Dr. Christina Border, who's looked at data as a profession. You've followed many fishing vessels across the ocean, and perhaps you can give us more of a scientific sort of data analytics perspective on the role of data or knowledge or lack thereof in getting us here.
Yes, absolutely. I wish I would have followed them on the water, but instead I was on the dry in front of my computer. But really getting the perspective, the big perspective through the satellites that are going around our beautiful planet that give us the big eye, the big lens. And that really highlighted for me looking at where the fishing vessels are and who's out there and what they are doing, that we've kind of fallen into a bit of a technology trap. So we're fishing further, we're fishing deeper, we are fishing more efficiently. And for example, we have fishing vessels out there that use helicopters to spot schools of tuna and then target them to fish them. We've got elaborate fish finding devices. So the fishing vessels know where to find the fish, but at the same time, often regulatory authorities don't know how to find the fishing vessels. So Guillermo stated that just a couple of hours ago, the FAO released the report on the state of the world fisheries and aquaculture. And I haven't looked at the number yet, but every time they have an estimated number of fishing vessels. Like, we don't even know how many there are. And, excuse me, that really drives home a point for me. Like, on land, we track basically everything. We track cars, we track Ubers, we track planes. We even track family members, especially kids, I guess, if they know it or not. But in the ocean, I would argue we're selectively blind. And this scarcity of knowledge that we have on who's out there, who's fishing what, especially with regards to sensitive species like sharks, and what is happening to them out there, and the accompanying lack of oversight creates huge gaps in our ability to manage and our ability to enforce, too. So instead of the transparency that we need on these issues to make reasonable and sustainable decisions, we have a maritime culture of secrecy. And this is often supported by gaps and loopholes in regulations, and we have an expert here on that, but also to a certain degree by the secrecy in the industries. And this really enables a nearly unchecked exploitation of species such as sharks that are highly sensitive to fishing mortality. And also, this kind of secrecy, the lack of data, really also sabotages even well-meaning attempts to improve. And this sometimes can also come from the very same industry. Some fishing industries try to really track their seafood supply chains. But often this is really complicated by the fact that catch changes hands quite a couple of times between the hook or the catch and the plate, often 5 to 6 times over several months. So this is extremely hard to follow through. It's extremely hard to manage because everything is outsourced and increasingly complex and complicated. And in addition to that, fish often also gets transshipped at sea or in ports, where a catch from multiple fishing vessels gets thrown into the same refrigerated cargo vessel. And this, of course, enables or creates an excellent opportunity to launder illegal catches into regular seafood supply chains. And that makes it incredibly complicated to really follow and be sure what you're eating on your plate. So I would say industry, NGOs, academia, and the public that are trying really to make the right choices to eat and live sustainably, and try to see where this is coming from, and just want to know more, run into a lot of issues around the lack of information, the lack of data and knowledge, and also the inaccessibility of it often. So a lot of it is proprietary, is kept behind closed doors, is not shared. And yeah, I think this is one of the root causes that we just don't know often, and so we can't do better. But I hate to end on this part on a negative note, so I think it's curable. And that is something where we can say we know where the gaps are. We haven't been terribly well at closing them over the last couple of years and decades, as we've just heard.
And we'll get to the closing the gaps in the
exactly,
in the second
but
half,
we can do it.
We have to do it.
We absolutely.
We have to do it. And I hear that there's lack of data, and many times the data that we choose to collect or we tell people to collect, authorities to collect, have to be legislated. And I really can't think of many other better people on the planet to talk about the legal seascape than Matt Gianni here with us, who's been such a strong advocate for conserving marine life for so many years. So from a legal perspective, Matt, you've been in those halls, you've been in those long meetings, you know the difference that a single word can make in how some of our governance texts read. Enlighten us a little bit about the legal side of things.
Yeah, well, even a comma sometimes can make all the difference as to how the lawyers later on fight over what that law actually means. I would just say 4 things. I mean, everyone has touched on bad reputation for sharks, no public support, who cares? So the managers, the regulators aren't under any pressure or haven't been under any pressure for many years, and in many cases still aren't, to actually regulate fisheries, to stop or minimize the catch of sharks, whether it's a directed fishery or a bycatch fishery. And I agree with Sylvia. I think at this stage in the history of the exploitation of our seas, there's no room for any sort of notion of sustainable catch of shark species. But secondly, weak laws and lax regulations. And it's hard to imagine. I mean, I started fishing in 1978. And that was the year after the United States extended from 12 to 200 miles, as did most other countries in the world. Before that, it was the oceans were virtually unregulated beyond the 12-mile limits. Anybody could fish where they pleased, lax quotas, very lax enforcement, a lot of conflict, because countries were upset that foreign fleets were fishing right up against their 12-mile limits and impacting coastal fisheries and the smaller boats and the community-based fisheries, for example, and some of that still goes on today. But for the regulators, even now, what happens way offshore is kind of out of sight, out of mind. The political pressure is on to deal with the fishermen that import, that are fishing locally and so forth, and resolve those sorts of conflicts. You've heard about outlaw ocean, and I think to a large extent it is outlaw ocean, even though there are now lots more laws. Bycatch. I remember the first time in almost every fishery, though not all, we had a bycatch. I didn't work in any targeted fisheries for sharks, but I worked in a lot of different fisheries, pot, long line, not long line, but hook and line for albacore, deep sea scallops, calico scallops, shrimp trawling, bottom trawling, salmon, and a variety of other types of fisheries. And we would get bycatches of sharks in most fisheries, sometimes a lot, sometimes very few. And I remember the first time I heard people saying, we're going to sell the sharks, and thinking, somebody wants to eat these? Nobody eats shark. You eat cod, you eat rosefish, you eat redfish, rock cod, but not sharks. But I think because the bycatch is so common, and this applies to other types of species that are initially caught as bycatch, that markets develop for them. Develop for the fins, develop for the meat, and little by little, the sharks become increasingly monetized, and then they become increasingly sought after, and the fisheries slowly shift from incidental bycatch to regular bycatch to targeting sharks in some cases, because there's a market for them. And I think that comes down to my fourth point, and in the deep sea realm, these sharks are amongst the most vulnerable in the world, the deep sea sharks. And not only are they sold for their oil and their meat to some extent, although I'm not so sure, but how much of the meat actually gets sold. But they're actually the oil's used in cosmetics, which is just criminal in my view. And cosmetics companies are selling cosmetics with shark oil. But the final point I wanted to make is that, and this cuts across many, many fisheries, the extreme monetization of marine life, particularly industrial fisheries. And what the market rewards is high volume, high production, large scale, indiscriminate fisheries, vessels, and catches that can, you sell volume, you make more money. And that's a very perverse incentive, and I think it's cost sharks dearly, and it's cost a lot of other marine life dearly. And somehow those incentives have to change, and it has to be a stronger change than simply a label on sustainable sharks as opposed to unsustainable sharks. You really need to do more to change those market incentives.
Thank you, Matt. And it's very clear that for some reason sharks have fallen through the cracks. I was on a panel yesterday, and I was reflecting on the fact that we did try to put mechanisms in place. The first regional fisheries management organization was established 73 years ago. So we have tried. There's still not a single quota for sharks. Maybe that thing, blue sharks in the North Atlantic or something like that. We're still catching them in an unhinged way. There's not a single spatial protection on tuna RFMO to protect biodiversity 70 years later. So the mechanisms that we have put in place, and we have to understand them. Like we're all passionate about fighting for sharks. We need to understand the science, but also the legal frameworks, because that's where we can do a lot of funnel a lot of our efforts. But yeah, they completely forgot about sharks, and it's a bycatch species that it screams. It's a commercial species that we all know they are, but we still treat it as this. Every now and then we catch 1 or 2 sharks when we're targeting millions. So, Sylvia.
I just want to weigh in with an observation. In 1980, in the United States, was designated as a year of the ocean. I mean, here we are celebrating the ocean. It happens every once in a while. But part of the celebration was directed toward how do we make better use of the ocean And one category of that had to do with sharks. At the time, sharks were largely regarded as, I love this term of fisheries, as a trash fish, because nobody really had much of an appetite for sharks in North America, at least. And so they had this brilliant idea to do something about underutilized species, including sharks, by connecting US sources of bycatch sharks caught through bycatch with Asian markets where they did have an appetite for sharks, at least the fins. Think 1980. What were you doing then? Some of you weren't born yet. But the attitude about the legitimacy of taking sharks, the value of them on the marketplace has changed. People say, you can't change. We've got these habits. We have these attitudes. We have this taste for whatever it is, tuna or swordfish or something. Sharks were really not a market item throughout most of the world in 1980. And fisheries agencies, including my own in the United States, did something about it. And they did it very well. Matt, you know, you can change. You were a fisherman once.
Yeah.
If you can change and become a champion for
I was a tough case.
safeguarding then what's with the rest of us? Why can't we change too? It's there to be done.
Gonzalo, you have a really interesting story. You are a scientist by training, and you spend a lot of time thinking about fishery sustainability. And I think you've learned some interesting lessons along the way. So it's really, really nice that you could join us here today. And so I'm really curious to hear your perspective, how we as scientists sometimes were a little naive. With enough data, we could manage species sustainably, but it's not the case.
Yeah, thank you, Guillermo. Indeed, my journey, as I was saying, as Sylvia walked in, and of course, it's difficult to pay attention to anything else when Sylvia walks in. I'm a bit starstruck, bear with me. But no, my journey is precisely that, and it's you're a scientist as well. I think I grew up thinking that with science I can fix stuff, and indeed I came out of university thinking with the right amount of knowledge, of data, of surveillance, we'll be able to fish sustainably whatever we want. And I guess it was, in a way, it was because I was a fish lover. I love eating fish, and I thought, well, at least I don't want to feel bad when I do it. But indeed, after about 5 years of work as a scientist on board fishing boats, deep sea fishing boats off the Azores, also pole and line, trawlers in the mainland, then going into activism, which is what I do now, indeed, my perception has changed a lot, and I really don't think that fishing some animals is okay anymore, and we really need to rethink. And I think change is the words. We need to change. Humanity needs to change, and I think it's possible. But just before going into this, to the solutions, because I want to keep to your brief, Guillermo, and having the tough position of speaking after all that's been said, which I largely agree with, just a few notes of what's gone wrong. For example, in this, for me, coming in from a fisheries science point of view, in EU regulation, you have a category of sensitive species that can be caught, bycaught, let's say it like that, with fisheries interactions. And it includes birds, marine mammals, and reptiles, turtles. It does not include sharks. And to me, it was like, why? That may change soon, but this is an example of what we're dealing with still in terms of regulation of disparity as we treat sharks as compared to other species that are out there. Another thing, and you touched upon it, Guillermo, RFMOs, Regional Fisheries Management Organizations, they are still the backyard of industry, and industry only. NGOs have an afterthought at the end, if they get awards, and you don't see a lot of environmentalist organizations in there following the fisheries discussions. Plus, the discussions are not wired to to maintain the ecosystem healthy. They were to see how much can we fish. Still, changing slowly, but still that's the reality. And then, yeah, coming from a country like Portugal, where some of our regions have a long tradition of eating some species of sharks, and hundreds of years at least. I think that's what's also wrong that we need to address from a sociological point of view, and I do have a degree in sociology as well. Eating a specific species doesn't need to be such an intrinsic part of our culture and our identity. And that happens a lot. You talk to a Portuguese person, 60-year plus, the odds that he's going to get angry, he or she is going to get angry if you talk about eating less fish or not eating certain species. If you talk to a Portuguese of 20 years, the odds are that you'll be a bit confused on why someone would be angry for you suggesting not to eat something. And so, yeah, but just adding those points to the conversation.
You went all the way from science to our self-identity and nutrition. So I think that was really, really good answer. That was really. So time flies when you're having fun. So it's depressing out there. It is a crisis for a reason, and it's multi-layered. But let's talk solutions, because we have no time to waste. And now we have an auditorium full of people with a lot of energy, with a lot of passion, and we have to channel that passion. So we're going to do another roundtable. I know I'm a square-minded scientist, but we're going to go around starting with Sylvia again. And in the next 10 years for sharks have to look different to the last 10.
Say what?
The next 10 years have to look different from the last 10 years for sharks. We have to do something different at so many levels. What is that leverage point? What is that action that you would focus on?
The leverage point, I believe, is 4 letters. It's love. And the kids already are there. Most kids don't start out hating anything or anyone. We teach them to kill. We teach them to hate or love. We create the atmosphere that creates attitudes. I have witnessed this attitude of fear and hate about sharks. A little book that followed, you might have seen or seen the film or read the book, called The Perfect Storm. It features a woman, a swordfish captain, whom I admired for being a woman out there at sea. But when she started talking about sharks and how she hated sharks because they had the audacity to get on her long lines that were baited with the intention of catching swordfish. How dare they take up the valuable bait and the time of her fishermen who are out there to kill swordfish? And so just as retribution, one night she describes in her book about bringing this monster blue shark up on the deck and stringing it up and getting all of those on board to contribute their lighter fluid and dousing this poor shark with lighter fluid and setting it on fire as a symbol to the sharks. Stay away from our long lines. Where does that deep hate come from? Can't we just flip it and create a sense of deep wonder and awe and appreciation for who these sharks are and how lucky we are to be able to still, dinosaurs are gone, but sharks are still here. And they're so amazing in their own right. We should be able to convince with an economic, an ecological, or what other value you want to try to dazzle people with. This is why sharks are important to us. The carbon value. International Monetary Fund says that whales collectively are worth at least $1 trillion for their carbon value. If it works for sharks, why doesn't it work? For whales, it has to work for sharks. What's their carbon value in the ocean? What's the value of them putting nutrients back and cycling things to make the phytoplankton grow that captures carbon and creates food. I mean, we ought to be able to do this, one kid at a time, or maybe one politician at a time, whatever it takes. We have to make the flip from hate to love and care. I know you guys can do it. I know you can do it too.
I think something that unites us as a species for thousands of years is that the importance of storytelling. That's something that we've been doing for millennia, and we need to change the narrative. We're in the UN Decade of Ocean Science. There's great people at UNESCO working on ocean literacy. We need to educate the next generation.
They need to be the heroes, not the villains.
Exactly, exactly. Captain Alex, where do we punch? What's
well,
their focus?
I'm going to say something that 20 years ago would have been outrageous, even though I believed in it 20 years ago. But nowadays, I can get away with it. Stop eating fish. I think that's a really good solution, and you're really going to help the sharks and all other creatures in the ocean. So 20 years from now, if I say this statement, I think I'll actually going to get a big applause, and most people would agree with me. Now, there's only a few of you that agree with me. But I can see the change. I can already see there's a change happening. And I think that's really important. So we just have to keep pushing, and I have to keep saying, stop eating fish. And stop calling it seafood. It's called sea life.
Sea life.
Yeah.
I heard a shark say it, fish are friends, not food.
There you go.
Finding Nemo.
Brilliant. Christina, is it a lack of data? What do we need more data? What would you like to see in the coming years to reverse the decline of these amazing animals?
Well, as a scientist, it's kind of our tagline that always more data is needed. But this kind of gets a bit old and boring, because in this case, we have a lot of the data already. And I would say, with regards to the next 10 years, I would even say until the next UN Ocean Conference, I would like to see a radical transformation in how we approach this whole system, especially with regards to how we want to contribute to conservation of sharks. And I think there's 3 main action points that I see that can help us. And the first is we need really to have a widespread application of the novel technologies that enable us to better monitor and better understand and better control. And things like vessel tracking data, such as the AS data or the VMS data that is more and more out there, will help us to better understand where fishing vessels are going, where they're fishing, which species are being affected. And it's a great first step, but it also, of course, needs to be combined with additional data. And this could be, for example, country-specific data on catches. So we're understanding first where the problems are lying in order to be able to start to literally hook into the, pun not intended, the problem. And yeah, this kind of leads me to the second point, which is really that we need to cooperate and we need to be transparent about these things. So this will help us to really design and better protect the species that are out there, be it with like fisheries management or with conservation measures such as marine protected areas. And yeah, the data really is nothing if we can't work with it and if it's not available to people. And I think this sharing needs to be happening within governments, between governments and regulatory authorities, whatever they may look like. And of course, especially for the species that are highly migratory, like many sharks are, or that are crossing boundaries. We need to stop thinking about it in silos, like this is our water. No, this is water, it flows freely, it's 1 hour ocean. So that is one issue I think we can tackle. And also, I would say the industry needs to be taken to the table and say, like, we need to stop treating it as a secret. Other industries are much more open. We need to have this openness. It needs to stop that everything is a secret when saltwater is involved, more or less. And I think also, this goes also to science and like where the public is involved. We need to see this transparency in order to start trusting and start making wise decisions. And lastly, I think we need to start looking ahead with regards to not only do we want to see sharks around. Of course we want to, like we've heard all these amazing reasons why, but we also need to face it that we're facing new pressures. Climate change is at our doorstep, is already, like I would say, in the house. And putting additional pressures onto the populations, the sharks, and every other species out there. So we need to start thinking about that in a more holistic and integrated way. So I think with these three things, tackling these and making these happen will set us on the right path over the next years. And as I said, I would love to see that by the next Ocean Conference. The nice thing is everybody here can make a difference because it's hinging on the willingness, especially of policymakers, to enact this, which of course is again determined by the pressure they are getting. And seeing like the audience, the room full, I think a lot of people care. And to conclude, I just walked here this morning through the mall and just like had a peek in some of the stores, and I saw there's so many T-shirts, unfortunately just for kids, that have sharks on them now.
Right.
So I'm kind of like a bit sad that I'm
jealous. Yeah.
Not that size anymore. And I think my concluding pitch would be that I would like to see more of these around, and more for girls too. So that was something I noticed. But
We can put it on the merchandise line for you.
Sorry?
We can put it
Thanks,
on the
Christina.
merchandise line
And
for you.
Thank you.
you mentioned knowledge. Sylvia always reminds us about the power of knowledge, and we need to give every child around the ocean the same chance that we've all had growing up. We have so many shark champions out there in countries where they don't have access to the same educational rights that we've had. So we have to make this an equitable sort of decade of ocean science for knowledge production. Matt.
Yeah, well, just a couple things. First, I would say in terms of solutions, advocacy. It can work. Campaigning, getting out on the water like Sea Shepherd does. I left fishing to join Greenpeace to help them set up an international fisheries campaign, and the first campaign we ran as I got in was against high seas drift net fishing. And at the time, there were estimated up to 1,000 vessels fishing 50,000 kilometers per night of drift net in the North Pacific alone, fishing for tuna in the southern latitudes of the North Pacific, squid more or less in the central, and salmon in the northern. And within 3 years, that fishery was completely shut down. We took that issue to the United Nations General Assembly. We got key countries behind closing that fishery. It was a group of NGOs working with the fishing industry in some cases, the Alaska fishing industry in the United States, the tuna fishing industry in the South Pacific, and we managed to close those. And those fisheries were just, the bycatch was stupendous. Seabirds, sea turtles, cetaceans, pinnipeds, all kinds of other non-target trash fish in the effort to catch the squid or the tuna or the salmon or sometimes some combination of them. So that works. And we did the same with high seas bottom trawl fishing. We went to the United Nations General Assembly. Trawling was allowed pretty much everywhere in the high seas when we started. You could trawl on corals, you could trawl on sponges, you could trawl on seamounts, you could trawl anywhere out there with some limited exceptions and catch as much as you wanted with some limited exceptions. We now figure at this point in time about 2/3 of the high seas is either closed or provisionally closed to bottom trawl fishing, 2/3 of the area at fishable depths. So with dedication, with hard work, with the advocacy that comes from the folks that are at sea, bringing that into the policymakers, into land, into the press, into the public, and say, look what's happening out there. People get mad about this, and tell your politicians to make it stop. It can work. The second is international law. After the drift net victory, and it was actually quite interesting how this played into the evolution of international fisheries law, the UN basically decided to negotiate a new treaty for fisheries on the high seas. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but I'll leave it there. And we were able to get some very, very strong provisions, conservation provisions. A really small group of us, actually, at the time. A handful of observer organizations with a handful of folks working for them. We got provisions in international fisheries law that says you have to protect biodiversity in the marine environment if you manage fisheries. You have to assess the impact of the fishing on not only the target species, but non-target species, species belonging to the same ecosystem. You have to minimize the impact on species belonging to the same ecosystem, which means not only do you have to prevent the bycatch or minimize the bycatch, but the trophic level interactions, even if you're not catching the sharks, for example. You have to assess and minimize or eliminate. You have to protect species of special concern. These are really powerful legal tools. And the problem is not that there's a lack of enough international law to establish strong conservation measures, but it's just not being implemented. And it comes back to the problem that Gonzalo was talking about with the regional fishery management organizations. So one of the options there is to try to get more countries to join these organizations, or more environment ministries to join the government delegations on these organizations, to say, wait a minute, there's a marine environment out there that needs to be protected. It's not just about how much fish you can catch and how much you're going to let somebody else catch and how you're going to divide up that pie. There's the International Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, which to me is one of the most underutilized international mechanisms to enforce this law. And there have been a few cases that have been quite interesting to have gone to the Law of the Sea, the tribunal, where the tribunal has ruled you have to stop doing this. In the case of the Japanese experimental bluefin tuna fishery in the South Pacific, the tribunal ruled you got to stop that. It's illegal under international law. And so there are a lot of opportunities there. And, you know, the BBNJ agreement, as many of you may have heard of, the International Agreement for the Conservation and Sustainable Use of Marine Biological Diversity in Areas Beyond National Jurisdiction, which is currently under negotiation. It's been under negotiation for many years. But if and when that thing is up and running, hopefully and people can make this happen, governments that are interested can make this happen, can start putting pressure on these regional fishery management organizations to deliver on their already existing legal commitments. But then finally, I think, you know, coming back to the beginning of this conversation, you know, the reputation and so forth of sharks. I mean, sharks are apex predators. They shape the ecosystems within which they live, and they live in virtually every marine ecosystem in the world, from the surface waters all the way down into the deep. So we're destroying the oceans, not just the sharks. And nobody, I would assume very few people in this room would eat rainforest beef. And so if we can come to understand the oceans in a way that we recognize this is a whole forest of biodiversity, this is a whole marine realm of biodiversity. And I even have trouble with trying to protect deep water corals and deep water sponges, because scientists call them sponge fields or coral gardens. And I said, they're not gardens, they're not fields, these are living animals. And they're living animals that may be thousands of years old, and we're killing them relentlessly in this pursuit of bottom trawl fishing. So just to say that, you know, a better understanding and love of the oceans as a living, thriving organism, a place, a rainforest in the seas, could help. And finally, just to say on the legal side of things, and kind of on the opposite, the flip side of that idea, is there has been the development recently, and we've been following this in the organizations that I'm working with, of developing a kind of a international agreement around ecocide. And I would argue that, you know, having gotten into evolutionary biology a bit, I mean, to me, it's just extraordinary that we're that within a generation, we are basically causing a mass extinction event. I just find that extraordinary, that we're doing it and we know we're doing it. And so there could be a possible legal tool with Ecocide, getting it into the international courts, getting it into the International Criminal Court, which this particular group is trying to do, and dealing with issues like the mass extermination of sharks.
Well, I think that was a brilliant answer, and I think for any young people in the room or watching us online, becoming a lawyer is not so boring anymore, is it? There's a lot of power on bringing the ocean into different disciplines.
Well, look what's happening on climate change and going to court, you know, in the Netherlands, for example, to force the government
and you need
to,
to go to
reduce
school for
CO2
that.
reduction.
Yeah. So Gonzalo, you're standing between the audience and questions from the audience.
And a blue march for climate at 6 o'clock if you want to join. That's why I'm looking at my phone, because I'm one of the contacts of the police for this. It will all go well, it will all go well. No, again, brilliant, and I share many of the things, starting with love. Love is so underrated, so I absolutely think that's very important for marine life. And I remember explaining to a fisher when I first went on board tuna fishing boats, how my role there was to see if dolphins were caught or not. And I was explaining to a fisher that for me, in terms of basic relationship to wildlife, a horse mackerel was as valid as a dolphin. And yeah, this was difficult to put across. But well, I think what connecting with a lot of what was said, I think we need, in 10 years, I would like to see a reverse burden of proof on fisheries, which means you don't fish until you prove that you can do it. And I'm not even talking about sharks here. I'm talking about other things. But this is something that is not there. Now, per definition, you go out there and you can. And if something goes really wrong and we know about it, it stops. I would like to see it the other way around. Let's first be careful, get our story very, very straight, and then if we know it is okay, let's do it. But this might seem like not a big change, but I think it would, because it also portrays to the relationship, to the social permit, let's say it like that fishers have to utilize a public good, let's say it like that. Not a resource. I completely object. The word seafood is awful. We need to get it out of the vocabulary. But indeed, we need really to make clear under regulation even that these activities depend on biodiversity that belongs to us all, and that we need for many other things beyond nourishment. So these two things would be good. They're a bit sociological. They can be translated into law, and they should in the next 10 years, I think. And then I think transition is an important word. I would like to snap my fingers and see things changing in 10 years. I don't think that's going to happen. And so I think we need to bring everyone along in the journey, including fishers. I think fishers need to be it's difficult not to be condescendent. I'll try not to be. They need to join this journey. Let's say it like that. We really need them on board, and I think in a humane point of view, I think that's fair, and we should really focus on that. Something very important, and I have a good example to highlight it. Indeed, these government delegations that manage fisheries are very dominated by people from fisheries, who think that their role is to give to the fishing sector as much fish as they can get. We need environmental people in this, environment ministry people in these delegations. And one good example is what happened on Mako last year in ICAT. If it was not for the CITES listing, which gave a mandate to the Ministry of Environment in many countries, including Portugal, to go into that discussion and say, Portugal cannot condone fishing for these species, things would not have changed. So this is a good example of what bringing other political actors into play can happen. And in other areas, as you well know, Matt, it needs to change as well. And then let's not underestimate the lack of knowledge. I think we're all ocean geeks here. we take... Last week, a documentary premiered in Portugal about whale sharks in Azores, which I know, they're there for a long time. I know, I have many friends that dive with them and do research on them. But the typical Portuguese citizen, especially from the mainland, had no idea, and they were completely astonished. Another example, deep-sea sharks. Who knows what a deep-sea shark is and how beautiful and unique and alien they are? We need, for the next generation, to know these things, to love these things. So those were the things I would like to see change in 10 years.
So her deepness has to leave us in a few minutes, so we're going to open up the floor for questions. And I think there's some microphones going around. I see one, this is going to be so hard. I see a gentleman with a snorkeling mask. You're hard not to see. It's...
Well, hello, it's a pleasure to meet you all, especially Sylvia. Sorry for the other guys, but Sylvia, you're the best. And well, we're talking about shark fishing be sustainable, and I heard these words, and I heard this one that I love, kids. Me, myself, this is my tie because I work with kids. So I love it, and I think I'm doing an amazing work. I am sure with the Shark Education International, he was right here. Look at these guys, they're doing amazing work. We were shouting for saving our sharks. And I think we're all doing great stuff. I mean, I'm right next to the president of the IUCN Shark Specialist Group. She's doing amazing work. Carlos Polo, Panama, CITES, we have amazing proposals. And you guys are talking about amazing things. and solutions. How can we let's take, by instance, ocean literacy, ocean education. We are doing it, but are the kids at our schools receiving ocean education? No. So we're doing like little stuff, a lot of people, but where's the government? Where's the lawyers? Where's the public support? Where's the industries? Where's the government? We need to take these people into the conversation. We need to take these conversations into the big halls.
Since we have 5 minutes and we only have for 5 minutes.
This is my proposal. Why don't we ask the United Nations for every country? Indeed, we don't have a country that doesn't have an ocean, for an ocean ministry. We need an ocean ministry. And if you think we need an ocean ministry in every country, put your fins up. Maybe somebody no, maybe somebody yes. Yeah. And we're working on a document. We love all governments and ONGs to sign it.
Thank you very much. So, Her Deepness is going to leave us, but the rest of the panel is going to stay with us for another 15 or so minutes. So I encourage you to keep thinking of your question. And thank you very much, Sylvia, for joining us here today.
So vote with your fin and stop fishing on the high seas. Period.
So I see another hand popping in the back of the room.
Hi, my name is Eric. I'm really pleasure to be here today, and I loved all the talks that you did. I think there's so much talent in that room and so much knowledge as well, and I think you said a really important thing. Knowledge and educating people is the most important thing. And if I look into my friends, like I love to educate myself about sharks, but if they want to do it, where do they go? Where do they find the content? Where do they explore? There's so much knowledge in here, and I think we should unite and bring create content on a place where they can actually access it easily. Like, so I can share with my friends what I know about sharks, for example.
Right.
And starting there, starting in school, starting after the school. And actually, I would love to have all of you guys talking to me later, because actually I'm building a social media app only for that, only for educating people. And I would love to have ocean conservancy as one of the major topics on there, because I believe we need to change there. So maybe we can talk. I would love to. Thank you.
So stick around, and then you have a chance to speak with the panelists. We have the IUCN Shark Specialist Group here with us, and IUCN is a great source of knowledge. But maybe our panelists, do you have any wisdom? Where would you point someone if you wanted them to learn about sharks, overfishing?
Well, I think the information is there, so we just need somebody to gather it, and I think you put your hand up to do it, so do it. I mean, the information is all there, let's face it. You know, all the information you can possibly want is available. Can we get that together? No, I don't have time for that. I don't think anybody on the panel will have time for that.
I think the internet already did that.
Yeah, but you know, you just need to channel it and put it together. And you know, there's methods to make good search programs, or to utilize good search programs to make something available to people. Information is all there. People just need to educate themselves.
But I think like there was a valuable point being made, and so as I said, like I call Halifax on the east coast of Canada my home now. I'm originally from Germany, and I was working with a student who did a survey on ocean literacy in this case Nova Scotia, so on the Atlantic coast. And Canada has the longest coastline in the world, and I think less than 9% of people that were asked really had any meaningful connection to the ocean. I mean, granted, the ocean is really cold most of the time. It's not as nice as here. But I think it starts in the schools, and seeing more and more ocean documentaries on TV and on Netflix and what's out there, BBC Blue Planet and all these amazingly made documentaries, and apparently like local documentaries on local species. I think this is really starting to change, and yeah, I love to see that this is filtering into the educational system, because yeah, the kids need to learn about that young, and then they can ask the big questions later.
Thank you, Christina. We have you already have the mic. Fantastic.
I know, I came prepared. I actually brought this one with me.
You brought it from home. You brought your own mic.
I just carried it around to conferences.
Smart.
Hi, my name is Madeline. I'm an early career marine scientist, and I run an organization called Women in Ocean Science. And I just wanted to jump in on kind of two different aspects of the panel. So we talked about having an equitable and inclusive future for all, especially when we're talking about sustainable food production going forwards into the future and sustainable fisheries. But my question just comes off the back of, you know, a lot of the areas where I've worked in my adult life, these people, and as 3 billion of the world do, depend on fish as a primary source of protein. So when we're throwing around comments and terms like, you know, no, we shouldn't eat fish as a blanket statement, I wondered, how can we be inclusive?
It doesn't apply to those people. If
It
you're really
doesn't.
dependent on sea life as a protein source, like the people we work with at Sea Shepherd in Liberia, the local artisanal fishermen, they have no alternative, but we do.
Exactly, and I guess that's why I was asking
Yeah.
for further clarification, because when we were talking about the two things in conjunction together, there wasn't a distinction made. So thank you for clarifying on that.
Absolutely right. Yeah.
Great point, and I think there is. I work at a center in Sweden where I put out a blue food report, blue food assessment, sorry, and it shows the reliance of 3 billion people on species that live in the ocean. So we should. It's such a dilemma, right? We have such dependence right now, and people are suffering, and people are experiencing hunger. You know, SDG 2, I believe, right? So, but at the same time, we need to bring the ocean back to life. We can't keep doing this. So it's a huge dilemma that requires us to think further and to just be strategic and smart about it. But do we have any? I see a gentleman in the middle. Oh, well, let's start with the back and then to the middle of the room.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you so much, first of all, to the whole panel for the very interesting discussions here. I had a small question, and it goes on, Gonzalo, about what you already said. Everybody's here is an ocean geek, probably a lot of shark geeks. And I would presume there's not a lot of people from the industry that actually fish these animals are here. But I think this is important for everybody to know. What are the noises maybe each of the panelists or some of the panelists hear from that side of the conversation? Because obviously there are also people sitting behind those tables, and what do they respond when they hear this kind of numbers? What is the general development there in their behavior, in their ideas about this? I can imagine that it also sounds different than what it was 20 years ago, and how do you guys see that evolving, I mean, right in the field itself?
Does anyone have, Matt?
Yeah, well, just a quick answer to that. I mean, I fished in some fisheries which I thought were really very well managed. They were sustainable to the extent that you can use that word. You know, fishing for species that had gone through several reproduction cycles. I'm thinking particularly of the Dungeness crab trap fishery off the northern coast of California, Oregon, and Washington. And it was largely self-regulated. The fishermen basically said, we're not going to fish the juveniles, we're not going to fish the females. It had to do with market regulations and so forth. It's changed, in part because the environment has changed. And so now cetaceans are coming in much closer to the coast and getting tangled up in the lines that they use in the crab pots. But it was a very, very low bycatch fishery, maybe a fish or two every, once a day, running 300 pots and so forth. And I've worked amongst the worst of the worst, the shrimp trawl fishery. And I don't think there's anything, I think you just have to get rid of the gear in the shrimp trawl fishery. There is the possibility of pot fishing it, which again can be quite selective. And with pot fishing, you're not doing as much damage to the bottom, and you may be doing very little if you're fishing in a sandy bottom area. And the species that get taken in those fisheries can often be released alive. They're not drugged through the water and smothered in a net with another ton of other marine life that's also being packed in there. So there are fisheries, I think, that while they may have some problems, you can look at them and say this is a reasonable way to fish. This is a setting aside the ethics of killing animals in the ocean, and there are a variety of views on that. For money as opposed to for subsistence, there are cleaner fisheries, and I think there are a lot of fishermen that are aware of this. And one of the problems I've seen in the industry is that if you impose regulations that they can live with, but you can't enforce them, I'm thinking of the government regulators, you're not going to get a lot of compliance, because they're saying, well, he's out there doing it, why the hell do I have to bug him? I'm not going to put that extra panel in my trap or my pot or on my long lines or whatever because nobody else is doing it. So there is a question of, you know, buy-in from people in the fishing industry, but also a lot more work on the part of the governments. And I think Gonzalo, you mentioned it. You know, often the regulators are just happy not to have to deal with the industry unless there's a problem. And when there's a problem, it's generally too late, you know, or it's much more difficult to fix. And generally the problems that they deal with are not overfishing. It's the fact that there's not enough fish out there and the fishermen are screaming, or one gear type is fighting with another. You know, the pot fishermen are pissed off at the longline fishermen, and they're fighting, and okay, the government has to step in and try to resolve this. So a much more proactive management, but in a way that is inclusive. And maybe, and again, it's education for the fishing industry, fishermen, and they're not all the same. They're not a homogeneous breed by any shape, way, shape, or form. Lots of different people in that industry, lots of different ways to fish, and some are much better than others.
Yeah, no, I would completely underline what Matt has said. That's definitely my experience. Fisheries are not an homogeneous group. The gears, the métiers are not the same thing. The habitats they take place in are not the same thing. I think as humanity, what we need to do is go into each one of these and figure out which might be acceptable from an ecological point of view, if needed, from other points of view. And a lot of them will just have to say, no, not there, not anywhere. And for example, there's the conversation, which I find more and more stupid, about deep sea trawling in MPAs in the EU. And I have politicians going at me saying, how is this a question even? So I think we need to continue to give the evidence, but also to get to the politicians that people are becoming aware of this, and they are not okay in having their food coming from certain sources. And so I'm looking at also this question of animal welfare in fisheries, which I think is a growing debate. Siena is involved in a project about that, actually. So I think this is also something that can change. But going back to the fishers, I think I touched on it before. I really think we need to bring them along, acknowledging that some might need to be a bit forced. but I'm kidding. So, but I remember what I wanted to say to respond. People are adverse to change. Any person.
Us included. Everyone. All of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and fishers are as well. So what we need, again, and I'm super channeling the sociologists today, I'm really happy. We need to see what are their beliefs. Why do they think they need to kill sharks to survive and to make money, and then deconstruct that from many levels.
So I want to be really ambitious because we have a gentleman in the middle, but I want to finish with a question from a young person in the room. So we're going to go with the gentleman in the middle, and then...
Can we have a young woman, please?
Absolutely. I see some young women here in the front row. Some in the... We have a young woman. So, okay, you'll be the last question.
Okay. Yeah, sorry,
We got 5 minutes.
Okay. Sorry, I'm an international lawyer as well, but I love diving with sharks as well. I'm coming from the corporate world here, and I'm a little bit surprised, frankly. I do feel there's a reality check to be done here, because I would have expected your panel, frankly, to give a little bit more context about the supply and demand, about the economics behind, about the markets. Because if you look at this market, for example, you realize, unfortunately, that a number of European countries are very much into that business. Of course, we have consumer markets, the demand on, let's say, a little bit more on the east side of the planet, but we do play a large role within the European Union. The European Union, as far as I know, is not an unregulated framework. So that's, you know, it's maybe a very naive comment, but I'm a little bit surprised on that. So that's a comment. But a solution I have, coming from the corporate world, the legal tools that we hear today and, you know, in other panels seems very weak, frankly speaking, very, very weak. In the corporate world, what makes corporations really moving, or this kind of business changed? It's much, much stronger legal tools. For example, you know, when a company actually corrupts governments in Africa, in Asia, or elsewhere, you have very strong US laws against anti-corruption. When a country invades another country, you have trade sanctions that can be imposed. And you talked, very rightfully, I think, about ecocide, about basically a crime against not humanity, but if you consider humanity, including, those type of species. Why don't we use trade sanctions against countries that are actually involved in that type of business?
Thank you for your question. Do you have a quick answer, or what sort of legal mechanisms we have?
Quick answer, yeah, they are actually being used. For example, in the fight against illegal fishing, what is defined as IUU fishing, and in particular fish caught by countries who are not cooperating in the work of regional treaty organizations, the US and the EU and many other countries impose trade bans. No fish can be imported from those countries, sometimes no fish products. There's the Pelley Amendment, for example, in the US, which would ban all fish products. And they did that against Italy, or threatened it against Italy for continuing to drift net fish in the Mediterranean in contravention of laws established by the EU and by the Italian government. So it is an important tool. And what I found most interesting is those trade sanctions started to come in at the level of the regional fishery management organizations at the same time that there were lots of protests against globalization and the WTO and everything else. And those trade sanctions never got challenged at the WTO. I don't even think there was ever an Article 20 challenge under the GATT agreement, much less anything further. That was seen as a legitimate exercise by states to promote compliance with international rules and regulations. But where the regulations are weak, again, it's not a terribly effective incentive. The best way to stop IUU fishing is to adopt a law that it's no longer illegal, but they can still do the same thing. And we see this all the time. So.
Thanks, Matt. We have a woman in the back of the room. Middle back. Row 7.
Thank you. My question was, I heard that recently TAP has adopted the ban of shark fins, of transporting shark fins. And I was wondering, does the panel consider that this measure could help the shark sustainability, given that Asia is one of the biggest markets of shark meat consumption? If people stop having a way of transporting the shark fins to Asia, could this help implement more sustainability? And if not, what do you think what else could be implemented?
Thank you very much. I think she's alluding to this campaign that we're going to invite our colleague Tina onto the stage after this. Fly Without Fins, and TAP Air Portugal, like many other airlines, but still not enough, are stopping the carrying shark fins on the cargoes. Is it enough to get airlines involved? Who else? I don't know if Christina or Alex, if you have. These are vectors for this industry.
If I can go first?
Yeah.
We actually just concluded a successful European Citizens Initiative, where we gathered enough signatures to actually get the European Union to look at the issue of the trade of shark fins in Europe. And we're really hoping that by having a successful European Citizens Initiative, which is basically a voting tool for European citizens, that we can get the European Commission to actually change the legislation to stop the trade of the transport of shark fins through Europe. And of course, it's going to be a huge impact on the shipment, on the export towards the Asian market. And if we get other regions in the world to do the same, then of course there will be a huge impact on shark fisheries, I believe.
I would tend to agree, but also I'm a bit skeptical about these measures because some of them only pertain to fins, not to meat. And if we like it or not, the EU is a big market for shark products in all kinds, and we saw it initially. So I think this is an own doorstep problem to a certain degree too. And secondly, if there's a demand, things will be transported one way or another. So often this can just get pushed to illegal routes or routes that are harder to surveil, to control, and to see. And with that, these are some concerns, but I'm by no means an expert on economic trade. I think it's a conversation starter, and these campaigns like raising the awareness are certainly to be welcomed, I think.
I'm going to use my discretion as a moderator to take one more question. I think someone here, you had another question? If you have to leave for another event, please, it's not rude to step away, but no one's moving. So.
Thank you.
So it's not just the Sylvia effect. I think you guys are great.
So not so much a question as a comment. I work for an environmental NGO called Wild Trust in South Africa, and we've just launched a very exciting project where we have done a conservation plan mapping out critical areas and habitats for our shark and ray species in our waters, and we're working with government to try and ensure that when they expand our marine protected area footprint, that they're incorporating those areas into that expansion. So I really hope that that's an approach that other countries can also take into account and work on.
Thank you very much. So I think we're going to stick to time, and I want to, before I invite my colleague Tina to join the stage, please help me thank all of our extraordinary panelists today. Thank you very much. And if Tina, for such a champion from Fly Without Fins, if you could join us on stage.
Thank you very much, Guillermo. Thank you that I can introduce the Fly Without Fins campaign. But for that, I would love to have the support of the rest of the Fly Without Fins team, at least of the people that are here in Lisbon. So please come up here.
I'm here.
Go, go. Yes. Okay.
I'm one of them.
Very nice to have you here. Okay, so I would like to introduce very quickly our Fly Without Fins campaign. So our goal is to convince as many airlines as possible to ban the shark fin transport and also to publicly declare it, because that way they show stewardship for our oceans, for our sharks, and also it's important because like this, also people, they will notice the importance of the sharks if they see that huge companies, they do not want to transport them. And also, it's super good always to cut potential transport ways for the sharks. And with this campaign, there is a website called flywithoutfins.org, and there is a list with all of the airlines with either a green tick next to them or a red cross, depending on whether they have already publicly declared that they're fin-free or not. And the good thing is that everyone can get involved in this campaign by simply tweeting, because there's a tweet button next to all of the airlines, and they can choose their favorite airlines and with the tweet button. And then they automatically send a tweet to their airline by either thanking them for already banning the transport of shark fin or asking them whether they want to join to the good side. And recently, with the help of many other organizations, the team, and also you, of course, we could convince Royal Air Maroc and TAP Air Portugal to publicly declare that they would not transport shark fins. And this was especially important to us because Royal Air Maroc is the country-owned airline of Morocco, and Morocco is very close to Europe. And Morocco is a country where shark finning is still allowed. And according to public data, the European Union is importing a lot of shark fin to the European Union and exporting it further to Asia. So that's very good for us that we have Royal Air Maroc, that they publicly declare that they do not support this transport. And so it might be also very good for the people in Morocco to see that sharks are important. And with TAP Air Portugal, we have now the second co-host country airline of the UN Ocean Conference, the host, because Kenya Aerostate also declared years ago that they would not transport shark fin. And TAP Air Portugal actually even supports our UN Ocean commitment, which we will be registering in a few days, and helps us to motivate more airlines, more shipping companies to commit to a transport ban. And what is more, even TAP CEO, Mrs. Ormir Wedener, will be here in 15 minutes and taking a picture with Captain Alex Cornelissen, showing even more support towards our oceans and our sharks. But the Fly Without Fins campaign, it's just one example where everyone can get involved. It doesn't matter which part of the world you are in. You just go to the website and you start tweeting. And as Alex Cornelissen already mentioned with the Stop Finning EU campaign, it was incredible what so many people reached such a high amount of signatures within less than a month of the last signature collecting period. So we can see what people can achieve if we all work together, and that's just amazing. And we have here this QR code with a list of a lot of shark actions everyone can do by, for example, just having a cup of coffee in the morning. You can just sign a few petitions, like, for example, to cancel the shark killing tournament in Florida, which will hopefully not take place next week, or by saving some leopard sharks in Thailand. Really, there's so many things you can do with a very bit of amount of time, and yeah, you can share it, you can scan the code, please spread the word, and let's do some shark action. Thank you very much. And thanks for the thanks for the team. And thanks for being here.
So thank you very much for joining us today, and wish you very successful rest of the second UN Ocean Conference. Thank you.
Do a selfie?
We left Key West, Florida, looking for evidence of driftnet fishing in the Atlantic, and today, 8 days after our departure, we found that evidence. We found a Taiwanese vessel that was involved in transporting fish from the driftnet fleets to the freezing vessels. We approached that vessel in order to investigate its activity, and obviously the captain of the vessel had orders to intimidate us. As we were coming alongside, he turned into us. We fell back and came back in an effort to prove to him that we were not intimidated. This time we had our wheel hard over to starboard, and when he struck us, it hit our bow, which caused extensive damage to his vessel. We don't believe that anybody has a right to destroy the future for all humanity for the sake of a few dollars today. All these people are motivated by is greed. They're not. They have no concern for the future of humanity and no concern for the survival of the oceans. And that's the battle that we're fighting out here.
A very large part of our work is against illegal fishing, or what we call illegal, unregulated, unreported fishing, IUU fishing. Illegal fishing around the world is one of the biggest problems, if not the biggest problem of the oceans these days.
Sea Shepherd's had campaigns against illegal fishing for decades, opposing the drift nets and the use of the drift nets in the North Atlantic and the Caribbean.
blow that horn.
Of course, then we led up to the campaigns to not only protect dolphins, but also to protect the tuna from the tuna seiners. And our efforts in the Galapagos since 2000 have been against illegal fishing. In 2010 and 2011, we opposed the bluefin tuna fishermen off of Libya and Tunisia. 2010, we found one illegal operation, and we cut the nets and released 800 bluefin tuna. Ended up in court, but we won the court cases over that. When the opportunity came, that is with the 1 year that the Japanese were not going down to kill whales, the opportunity came to do Operation Icefish, which was to finally go after the Bandit 6, these 6 large vessels that were on the Interpol Purple list that were poaching toothfish.
Good afternoon, Thunder. This is Bob Barker. You are fishing illegally. You are fishing illegally within a Camlar region.
Captain Siddharth Chakravarti and I came up with a plan that was so simple that it had never been tried before. The idea was that the Sam Simon would confiscate any illegal fishing nets that we found in the Southern Ocean. Meanwhile, the Bob Barker was going to follow a poaching vessel for however long it took until the authorities took over the arrest. We planned for a long chase, but could have never imagined that we would break the record for the longest maritime pursuit in history, and that the chase would end after 110 days when the captain of the Thunder decided to sink his own ship. We received their mayday. We're standing by to assist in any way. She's going down. What he didn't expect was that after abandoning his vessel, that 3 Sea Shepherd crew members would board that ship, would secure the evidence on board, confiscating computers, mobile phones, nautical charts, and even a toothfish. That was evidence that was then used in his prosecution, and the captain of the Thunder was sentenced to prison for 3 years. When 15 to 40% of the global catch of fish is caught by illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing operators, and when 90% of the global catch of fish is caught within the jurisdiction of some state, then Sea Shepherd has to be working together with governments that lack the economic resources to adequately monitor, control, and surveil their waters. Operation Albacore was a campaign between Sea Shepherd, the government of Gabon, and the government of Sao Tome, where Sea Shepherd provided the ship, the crew, and the fuel, and Gabon in return provided 7 Marines with the Gabonese Navy and 3 fisheries enforcement officers. In 5 months of patrolling, Operation Albacore led to the boarding and inspection of over 50 legal fishing vessels operating in Gabon, and also the arrest of 4 IUU vessels.
Well, 70% of the world's surface is under no national authority. Therefore, there's a lot of lawlessness going on. Over 40% of the fish sold in restaurants and markets has been caught illegally. And there literally are thousands of poaching operations going on all around the globe.
Due to the ever-increasing demand for fish, the illegal fishing operations are further exploiting what little is left of the oceans. They're going into areas where they haven't been before, targeting species they haven't targeted before, going into marine protected areas. So in order for us to stop this, we need to expand the areas where the animals are protected. We need to continue to increase the enforcement and to continue to convince people that we have to make a change. And the change needs to happen right now.